1. ARCN. Remind me why we're going to this club opening. Dominic adjusts his seatbelt yet again. 2 months ago, he never wore one. Now, I doubt he'd sit at a drive-in unbuckled. Because we were invited. And because I have reason to believe that Alessandro Calcagno will be in attendance. Dominic's jaw hits the floor. Why didn't I know this sooner? Because if I told you, you wouldn't have gotten in the car. Because you would have tried to talk me out of it. Because I didn't want to hear a single one of your thoughts on the matter. It's fresh information. I found out a few hours ago. Calcagno has kept a low profile ever since Dom and I were driven off the road and nearly executed thanks to the bounty he put on my wife's head. If he's showing up to this event, there's a good reason for it. You can't move against him in public, Arson, he warns. You launched Pobeda a month ago. You'll undermine its success now if you publicly murder a prominent businessman like Calcagno. Who said anything about a public murder? I've been thinking it really loudly, but I never said it. You may overestimate your self-control, but I know better. It's been a rough couple months, but Dominic still knows me better than most. I would have hit Hotel Calcagno myself 2 months ago had I not gotten sidetracked by killing the men he sent to smash into my favorite car. I consider this delayed payback. Blyet, Dominic runs a hand over his tired face. This is going to be a fucking disaster. We should have arranged for more backup. For fuck's sake, man, when did you become such a wet blanket? Gee, I dunno. He pretends to think hard about it. Maybe around the time you decided to attack our enemies in broad daylight with no plan. This isn't like you, Arson. Just because I haven't shared it with you doesn't mean I don't have a plan. I forgot, you work alone now. It's just like with Layla and Nina. You know what you're doing, so fuck whoever else wants to know what's going on, right? I take the corner fast and screech to a stop along the curb. Dominic barely avoids breaking his nose on the dashboard. He glares at me, real mature. I get out of the car, slamming the door behind me and tossing the keys to the young valet looking at my car like it's a naked woman. There's $100 in it for you if you keep the car parked and ready for me right here. There's a broken leg in it if you don't. Then I breeze into the club, striding past bouncers who don't even try to stop me. The walls pulse with bass-heavy music and strobing lights. People lounge in shadowy booths around the periphery. Sweat-soaked dancers gyrate in the center of the floor, lost to the allure of alcohol and the music. I cut through the mosh pit and make my way to the velvet ropes of the VIP section. The hostess at the entryway is a leggy blonde with a face I'll forget as soon as I stop looking at her. Mr. Adamov, it's a pleasure. We have your room ready. She leads us down a hall of closed doors. Swaying her hips like that might distract me from the muffled Italian I hear leaking out of every door we pass. At the end of the hall, she unlocks a door and pushes it open for us. There's a glass table in the center, fat cigars fanned across the surface beside a bottle of Dom Perignon. I walk past the table and fall into the velvet sofa under a painting of an 18th century huntsman goring a bull. How appropriate. The second the door closes on us, Dominic paces the perimeter. He scours the walls like he's waiting for a trap door to open and spikes to impale us. You just found out about this a couple hours ago, but you have a private room. I requested it, a condition of accepting the invitation in the first place. Dominic cocks an eyebrow. You had time for that, but telling me slipped your mind. You're in a mood today. You're the one who's been in a fucking mood. He whirls on me. You shipped Layla off to punish her, but you're punishing the rest of us too. It's not punishment. It was for her safety, and you fucking know it. Yeah, he mumbles. Try explaining that to her. Maybe I would if she'd answer my calls. Then again, I probably wouldn't. I'm on the cusp of asking him if that's really what she thinks. He'd know, since she actually accepts his calls, but I stop myself just in time. No good can come of opening that can of worms. The silence stretches, broken only by the muffled transition from one song to another bumping through the concrete walls, until Dom tosses his hands up. Who the hell are we waiting for? They're late. He's nervous. I get it. The last time we were in a room like this, Dom ended up with a bullet in his chest. I remember that all too well, too. I won't let it happen again. Before I can answer, voices filter in from the hallway. One rises above the others, raspy, deep, and familiar. Dom turns to me with a snarl. You set up a meeting with Alessandro himself and didn't breathe a word, you ass. I told you I have a plan, Dom. I meant it. My hand goes to the barely detectable bump on my hip. If anyone pulls out a weapon, it will be me. He doesn't look comforted as the door opens and Alessandro struts in, his son beside him, and two hulking guards overshadowing them both. Arson, Alessandro greets coolly. How nice to see you. I don't want to lie, so I say nothing as Dom moves to stand by my side. The elder Calcagno makes a show of looking around me like he expects to see someone else. Tell me, where is that pretty little wife of yours? I haven't seen her in quite a while. No, you haven't. Neither have I, but that's beside the point. His eyes shimmer with amusement he has no clue is unearned. I hope no harm has come to her. Then again, you do have a bad habit of losing wives. Careful, Dominic warns. Alessandro tuts at Dominic. Call off your lap dog, Arson. I'm not here for a fight. I lean into the sofa, arms splayed across the back. Of course not. You prefer to fight dirty. Enzo reclines against the door frame, a few steps removed from his father's entourage. The distance feels intentional. I'm not sure what you mean, Alessandro purrs. You told me to mind my business and stay out of your way, and that's what I've done, just like you wanted. Is that what you call a $10 million bounty on my wife's head? His wolfish smile grows tight, but he keeps it in place. I hadn't heard about that. Strange, because the wire transfers, wiretaps, and both attempts on my life all point to the same person. You. Alessandro arches a curious brow. Throwing around errant accusations in our line of work is dangerous, Mr. Adamov. Attacking my family is even more dangerous, and I got all the proof I needed when someone called me out of the blue and asked for a private audience. I reach for a cigar and light up. I'd offer you one, but there's no point in wasting a perfectly good smoke on a dead man. Alessandro stiffens. You're bluffing. None of my men would ever betray me. Dominic looks between the two of us, trying to figure out which of us is full of shit. The silence stretches and Alessandro's face turns red. His jowls tremble as he turns to inspect his men. If one of you turned on me, you'll. But his threat is interrupted by the scream of a gunshot. Alessandro's mouth is still open as blood pours down his chin. His two muscle-bound thugs shift casually to the side to avoid the spray as their boss collapses onto the glass coffee table, shattering it under his weight. Directly behind him is Enzo, arm still raised, gun smoking. You gave him a clean death, I accuse. Pity. He shrugs as he reholsters his weapon. Whatever he became, he's still my father. Blyat, Dominic glares between me and Enzo. The two of you planned this together. Enzo carefully fixes his cuffs. Was it a good show? I wouldn't celebrate just yet, Enzo, I warn. Alessandro's death alone isn't enough compensation for the last several months. The bounty has been withdrawn. I'll make sure that message is reiterated now that I'm at the helm of the Calcagno Mafia. He waves away both henchmen, who retreat without a backward glance. I have a wife, too, Arson, and there isn't anything I wouldn't do to keep her safe. Family should be off limits. As Don, I give you my word that it will be so. You've been Don for 60 seconds. Your word means nothing yet. But it will soon. Let's set up a meeting, he offers, unbothered. A proper meeting. I'm sure we can come to some sort of agreement. I'm willing to make it worth your while. Stubbing out my cigar on his father's sallow cheek, I rise to my feet and offer him my hand. If I come to the table, it better be. 2. ARCN. Jasper springs out of bed when I barge into his room. He's pale. The t-shirt he's wearing swallows him whole. Underneath it, he's just skin and bone. You've lost weight. Getting sober can do that to you. I take a quick scan around the room. It's bare and depressing. A single bed pushed against the window and a lopsided dresser with a stack of coasters where the fourth leg should be. There aren't many places to hide a stash in this room, but Jasper was always creative. I know that look. He squares his shoulders. I am sober now, Arson, painfully so. He opens his arms like it's a magic show. It only took 4 months and a couple of suicide attempts before I saw the light. I've read his reports. Not once, but twice, he tried to slice a knife across his wrists. Matvey and Valentin were there to stop him. Without them, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I can't decide if that would have been the better outcome. Have you really seen the light, Jas? Or are you just telling me what I want to hear? I wouldn't lie to you. You've done it before. Let me rephrase, I wouldn't lie to you while I'm sober. He drops down to the edge of his bed and runs a hand over his shorn scalp, eyes downcast. I know I let you down. I know I fucked up. And I know it's not for the first time. I lean against the doorframe and say nothing. How is Dominic? He asks, fidgeting in the awkward silence. Recovering. I can't say the same for his opinion of you. Jasper sighs. I can't blame him. This is the second time I've put him in the hospital. Glad to see you're keeping count. And it's going to be the last time, Arson, he grits. I swear, I'm done mixing with the wrong people. I'm done being stupid. I've heard it all before, Jas. Why should I believe you this time around? He chews on his fingernails, though they've already been nibbled down to the quick. Sobriety has been a bitch, but it's given me some clarity. I can see how pathetic I was, how weak. I went through a bad time when you were released from prison before I was, and I blamed you for it. I arch an eyebrow. It doesn't make sense, I know, he adds quickly. But at the time, it felt like I was being, abandoned. And when I was finally released and I came to you, he clears his throat awkwardly. We were in 2 different places. I felt so far beneath you. It was like I was being abandoned again. And now, he stops his pacing and stands at attention before me, the picture of a loyal soldier. Now, I'm willing to do whatever you need from me. Send me into the trenches, make me work my way up from the bottom, set me on whatever demeaning job you can think of. I'll dig ditches, for fuck's sake. I'll shovel shit. It won't break me this time. I hear Dominic's voice in my head. An addict's loyalties will always be to his addiction first. As he stands tall again, I notice the angry red scar on the underside of his wrist from his first suicide attempt. I can make out the perpendicular lines of Matvey's haphazard stitching job. Alessandro Calcagno is dead, Jasper, I tell him bluntly. Enzo is in charge now. That's, his eyes narrow like he suspects a trap. Why are you telling me? Because my men should know what is happening, I say evenly. His eyes shimmer as the meaning settles over him. I see. You still have a lot of work to do, I remind him. A lot of trust to build. He nods eagerly. I'm aware. You're gonna have to start from the bottom and follow orders. Goes without saying. I take a step towards him and clasp his shoulder. Stay out of trouble, Jasper, and you could find a place here. You're on your last life. Something flashes across his eyes. I won't let you down, sir. Don't slam the door in my face. I come in peace. Polina's eyes thin until they almost disappear behind her reading glasses. Arson. Missed me. I miss the man you used to be. She's got the door cracked only a few inches. All I can see is a sliver of her face, but it's enough to understand that she's no less furious than she was the day she left. If you're gonna bust my balls, I say, at least invite me inside first. She purses her lips, weighing a no. Then, after her hesitation drags on long enough that I start to wonder if she truly might deny me, she sighs and opens the door. Fine, but I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for your mother. I wasn't aware she was watching. After the way the last few months have gone, I hope, for her sake, she's not. If you want to talk to me, you're gonna have to check that attitude at the door, young man. I hold up my hands, consider it checked. She steps aside just enough to let me squeeze inside. It smells like apples and cinnamon, just the way I remember. It's been a long time since I've been here, to this cozy little apartment in its cozy little cul-de-sac. I'd offered to upgrade it years ago, but she refused. I'd offered again, and she threatened me with a butcher's knife until I dropped the subject altogether. She leads me into the living room with the same faded yellow sofa. Tea or coffee? How about 10 minutes of your time? That's all I really want. She drops into the green armchair opposite me. If you're here to ask me to come back to work, the answer remains no. You don't know the circumstances of my being here. Are Layla and Nina back in that house? No. Then I'm not interested. I lean back and cross my legs. You know, it's a little disheartening to know that in a matter of months, Layla bewitched you so completely that your loyalty to her is greater than your loyalty to me. It's not about loyalty, Arson. It's about right and wrong. Sending Layla away like that was wrong. Simple as that. Polina hasn't taken any of my calls the last few months, but I have a feeling, like Layla, she's been talking to Dominic. They all sound a little too similar for it to be sheer coincidence. I did what I had to do to keep her safe. Do you believe that? I believe you believe that, but it doesn't change anything for me. I'm not surprised. You've made your opinion on this subject clear enough. And you're still refusing to listen to me. I'm not surprised either. She looks like she wants to hurt me, and those knitting needles of hers are a little too close at hand for me to relax fully. I know you, Arson. I know what you're scared of. I'm not. After what happened with your father, I can't blame you. I tense, white-knuckling my knee. Despite what you seem to think, my past doesn't dictate every decision I make in the present. Polina fixes me with an unblinking gaze. Why are you here, Arson? I want you to come back. The house isn't the same without you. Didn't you just say I've made myself clear? You know my conditions. I also know, as much as you want to strangle me right now, you won't. You know me, Paul, which means you know I wouldn't be here if I didn't have a compelling offer. Her shrewd gaze fixes on me. What is it? I'm offering you the chance to trust me. You can come back and forget what you did, how you hurt the people who loved you. She all but spits at me. I won't, not even for you, Arson. Maybe Dominic was right. I work alone now. I could tell Polina what I have planned, but I have no desire to. If she doesn't trust me after the years we've lived and worked together, then I don't want her back at the house. I'll make sure she can live comfortably in this little shack, and she'll never have to speak to me again. But part of me, the same part that ate the apple cinnamon cakes Polina made every birthday, the part that watched her face grow lined and papery, wants her to trust me. I want her to come back. You always said I was my mother's son, Polina. I push to my feet with a sigh. Come back and let me prove it. I'm out the porch and halfway down the drive when I hear the front door open. I'll be packed in an hour, she calls after me. Are you going to send a car for me, or do I have to take the bus? 3. Ellie. Work with me here, baby girl. I beg as Nina babbles at me. I imagine she's saying something along the lines of, where are we going at 2 in the morning, Mama? And why are you wearing those weird clothes? She might have a point. To my infant's credit, I should have gone for jeans and a t-shirt, but I was trying to embrace the cat burglar, Ocean's 11 vibe. Thus, I'm in pocketless black leggings with a wad of cash shoved into my black sports bra. Cargo pants might have been a smarter choice. I explained the plan to you days ago, I whisper. Jedian should be deep in his REM cycle by now, so we have to move. She gurgles a little louder, and I press a gentle finger over her lips. Nina just giggles. I lower her into the baby carrier, strapped to my chest, and reach under her crib for the small black duffel I stashed there earlier in the afternoon. At least some things are going to plan. What's not going to plan is Nina being awake right now. My master scheme relied on her sleeping soundly for the next 4 hours, but she woke up 5 minutes before I set things in motion, so I've been forced to improvise. That mostly means singing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star on repeat as I slink out of the apartment we've called home for the last 3 months and make my way to the ground floor. The rental car I hired should be parked down the road in front of the bakery. Massimo's cooperation and silence cost me an extra $200, but hey, I have money to spare these days. That's another thing I learned about the art of stealth missions. Anything is possible when you have cash to throw at the problem. Feeling pretty damn good, or as good as you can feel with a baby strapped to your chest and cold wind slicing through your too-thin leggings, I make my way to the end of the deserted street. The car is sitting right where it should be. I say a silent prayer of thanks to Massimo as I place my duffel on the trunk of the car and dig for the keys. After a full minute of rooting around in the side pocket, the panic starts to set in. Did I drop them on the stairs? Did I leave them in my room? Nina's mood is starting to turn, but all of the words to every lullaby I know have winked out of my mind as I contemplate sneaking back into the building I just escaped from. I know I put them in here, I mutter. Where in the hell are they? Then I hear the jingle of keys right behind me. Looking for these. I twist around and find myself face to face with Jedian. God admit, Jed, you were sleeping. I heard you snoring. You heard what I wanted you to hear. You knew. Of course I knew. He rolls his eyes. Gotta say, this was your best attempt yet. I only caught on a few hours ago. I sag against the car, but Nina is twisting towards Jedian, holding her chubby hands out for him. What gave me away? I want to know how to improve for next time. Or we could skip the next time. You could give up the plotting and pick up a hobby, maybe crocheting or meditation. Something quiet that would allow me a full night's sleep. His voice isn't unkind, which is remarkable, all things considered. I flip him off, which is my middle-of-the-night way of saying, I'd rather die and take you with me than accept this prison. He sighs and reaches for the duffel. Let me carry that for you. I do the only thing I can do, relent. We're halfway back to the building when he peeks over his shoulder at me. Nice outfit, by the way. Shut up. No, seriously. I like the whole Catwoman thing you've got going. Suits you, very menacing. When we get back upstairs, I deposit Nina in her playpen and drift aimlessly into the kitchen. Cup of tea. It has become something of a ritual with us. After an escape attempt, Jedian and I sit in the kitchen, drinking tea and eating snacks. He yawns as I push a cup of Earl Grey towards him. Ginger snaps or oatmeal cookies? A couple of each, please. Being up all night makes me hungry. Could you not schedule your escape attempts for a more convenient time? I'll keep that in mind. He groans. You were supposed to say, what escape attempts? I'm going to start whittling. The only thing I'll be whittling is a spoon into a shiv. If you think I'm just gonna sit back and accept my jail sentence, I answer, you've got another thing coming. Things are crazy back home. At least you and Nina aren't in the thick of it. I hold up my hand. I've heard this all before, Jedian. I'm not interested. You know what? Fine, he mutters. I'm sick of spouting the same old shit all the time, too. You're right, this sucks. I'm glad we agree. The window in my room leaks when it rains, he continues. And the coffee in this town might as well be horse piss. The bakeries aren't much better. Oh, don't even get me started on the bakeries. Why in the hell is it so hard to make some decent sourdough? He grumbles. Also, there's nowhere to run where I'm not at risk of being flattened by a semi. The trails suck, I agree. This town sucks. Arson sucks, I add. Cheers, Jedian agrees as we clink our cups together. I take a ginger snap, even though I have no appetite. I miss my mom. Just like that, the mood deflates. Jedian's knee bounces the same way it does every time things get personal. You speak to her every day, he offers, though even he knows it's not enough. She's fading, Jedian. My chin wobbles, and I do my damnedest not to let the tears fall. Fuck knows I've let enough of them fall already. What if she dies and I'm not with her? I'm sure Arson would tell us if she gets really. Arson hasn't spoken to me in over 3 months. I snap. His obligatory, I don't give a shit about you but I have to keep up appearances texts stopped coming 2 months ago. He doesn't care about me or my mother. Layla. If you even try to defend him, I'm throwing the rest of my tea in your face. His lips seal shut as I angle my mug towards him. Now, what were you gonna say? That Arson's an asshole. That's what I thought. Just then, Jedian's phone rings, making us all jump. Nina starts to fuss, so I rush over to scoop her up before our downstairs neighbor grabs a broom and starts banging for us to stop waking up the whole building. Got him it. I'm shushing her, swaying back and forth when Jedian answers his phone. Arson. I can't help it, I flinch. Jedian talks to Arson somewhat regularly, but the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end each and every time. I try to ignore them and focus on Nina as she starts to settle against my chest. Then Jedian whistles soft and low. Okay, I understand. He hangs up a second later and turns to me. That's strange in and of itself. Usually, he avoids me after a call with Arson, like he knows I don't want to be infected by overlapping contact. Considering the threat I just made about pouring boiling hot tea on him, I'm surprised he's even willing to say his name in my presence. I balance Nina on my hip. Is it about my mom? Is she okay? He clears his throat, his gaze sliding over to the duffel he deposited on the coffee table. It's a good thing you're all packed. It looks like we're heading out. Out where? Home, he breathes. Arson wants to bring you back. For LA. This is what you wanted, Jedian reminds me. You wanted Arson to bring you home. He's not wrong. When Arson first shipped us off, home was all I wanted. But now, it feels no better than being moved from one cell to another. Like prisoners, like cattle. Nina's chubby little hand grazes my face. I kiss it gently, my vision going blurry as I imagine walking back into that house and pretending nothing has changed. I want to see my mother to be there for her. That's all I want, I correct. Nowhere in there do I plan to see or speak to Arson. I'll add the rest of the senses while I'm at it. No smelling, no touching, and definitely no tasting. It's going to be a full-scale Arson Adamov embargo. For all I care, he might as well no longer exist. Jedian sighs. That might be a little hard to do while living under the same roof. Again, Jedian is, annoyingly, not wrong. One of his most irritating habits. I thrust my 5-month-old into his arms. Here, take Nina. Before he can argue, I stalk into my bedroom and slam the door. 5 minutes later, I shove a hastily scribbled note into his face. He barely manages to grab it before Nina can shove it into her mouth. He squints down at my chicken scratch. What's this? A new contract. If Arson agrees to my terms and conditions, then I'll come back home. You can't be serious, Layla. What about this back-of-the-napkin contract written in purple gel pen in the middle of the night doesn't scream? I'm perfectly serious. Because all you've wanted for months is to get back home to see your mom. And now, arson is letting you end. Exactly. I jab a manic finger at him like I should have a tinfoil hat and a picture of Bigfoot tacked to the wall. Nina giggles like it's all hilarious, but Jedian takes a nervous step backward like it's not funny in the least. He is letting me come back. This, like everything else, is on his terms, and I'm sick of him snapping his fingers and expecting me to run to him like a well-trained dog. No one in their right mind would ever accuse you of being well-trained, Layla. I growl back wordlessly, proving his point, and he drags a hand down his face. What are your demands? First, I want a divorce. His eyes go huge. Layla, he's never going to. Second, I raise my voice, interrupting him. I want my own house. I think we'll both want that, especially after we're no longer married. Don't count on it, he mutters. Nina giggles and pokes at his nose. Third, my mother and Evelyn will move in with me. Maybe we should discuss this in the morn. Fourth, I plow ahead, Arson doesn't get to pop in and out of our daughter's life when it suits him. If he wants to see her, it's going to be a regular and scheduled occurrence. Otherwise, he can say goodbye to ever seeing her ag. Layla, Jedian shouts to get my attention, and Nina jolts in his arms. Her lip wobbles as she cranes away from him, face screwed up like she's on the verge of tears. He forgets all about me for a second, kissing her forehead and cradling her against his cheek. I'm sorry, kiddo. I didn't mean to startle you. It's just that your mama is a crazy lady. He shoots me a dirty look as though I'm being difficult. Can we please, for the love of all that is holy, talk about this tomorrow? You're upsetting the child. I pluck Nina out of his arms. There's nothing to talk about. I'm just asking you to pass on a message. Fine, he narrows his eyes. No. My eyes narrow right back. Excuse me. This is between you and Arson. I'm not getting in the middle. Newsflash, Jed, you're already in the middle. Actually, if anything, you lean towards Arson's side. Now is your chance to balance the scales. He holds up his hands. Count this as me stepping out of the equation, then. You can be a big girl and tell Arson all of your crazy conditions when you see him. I'm not seeing him. That's what I've been saying. I have no intention of speaking to him ever again. Then how is he ever going to hear your demands? I want to argue, but it's clear there's no point. Even the threat of boiling tea in his face won't be enough to convince him to stand up to his boss. You're an asshole too, you know that. He winks at Nina, and she's already forgiven him for scaring her a few minutes ago. Nina doesn't think so, do you, Angel? You love your Uncle Getty, don't you? She reaches for him, but I pull her away. Stop that, you've been useless. You don't deserve baby cuddles. He blows Nina a kiss as we stalk across the apartment. Get some sleep, you two. Bright and early tomorrow, we have a plane to catch. Jedian is sitting at the table with his phone in his hand and 2 to-go cups of coffee in front of him. He slides one towards me as I walk into the room with Nina on my hip. One last cup of shitty coffee before we make for the skies. I take it, but only because I'm desperate. I barely slept. Did you get my email? Did you think typing up that contract would make it any less ridiculous? It's official. I read a lot of sample contracts to get the wording just right. Jedian clears his throat and begins to read off his phone. Party A, henceforth referred to as Layla Barnes, and Party B, henceforth referred to as Asshole Incredible. This might be less serious than the scrap gibberish you drew up last night, which is, in and of itself, an impressive feat. I wave him off and settle Nina into her high chair. I'm not going to take any more shit from anyone, including Asshole Incredible. Shouldn't you cover Nina's ears before you say things like that about her father? Do you see him anywhere? I gesture around the room. Besides, he's not her father. This arrangement may have started with me acting as the donor, but now that title belongs to Arson. He provided the DNA for her gorgeous green eyes, and that's where his involvement ends. Jedian sets down his coffee with a sigh. You're pissed. I'm fine, I point to my face. See, I'm smiling and everything. Yeah, and it's alarming. He grimaces at my forced grin. Put the Joker face away and talk to me. I can't send this to Arson. Yes, you can. He'll be livid. I hold out my empty hands, cupped like a bowl. Here are all the fucks I give about his feelings. Layla. Jedian, I imitate, matching his serious tone. I already told you, I'm a new woman, spread the word. I tap his phone screen. Literally, forward that email. His jaw works back and forth like he wants to argue, and then he huffs out a breath. Fine. The whoosh of the message forwarding makes my toes curl. After months by myself, comeuppance is my new foreplay. That wasn't so hard now, was it? I need a fucking raise, he mumbles under his breath. I would give you my full support, but I take a bite of toast, talking around a full mouth. That sounds like something you should talk to Arson about. He opens his mouth to say something scathing, I'm sure, but before he can, his phone rings. One glance at the screen and he blanches. Fuck me, it's Arson. Perfect, ask him for that pay bump. I bet he's in a swell mood. Jedian slides the phone towards me. Don't make me take this. Coward, I shove it back to him. He has my number. If he wanted to talk to me, he'd have called me. Jedian answers the phone with a major stink eye tossed in my direction. Hey, Arson, I know, but don't shoot the messenger, okay? He winces and then holds the phone out to me. He wants to speak to you. Now I'll pass. Nina throws her tiny play spoon onto the floor and stretches her arms out to Jedian. Never one to miss an opportunity to shirk an awkward conversation, he dumps the phone in my lap and scoops her out of her high chair. Take the phone, my hands are full. Asshole, I say, placing the phone against my ear. That asshole incredible to you, actually. His dark, silky voice shivers over my skin, even with a phone and God only knows how many miles between us. This is exactly why the Arson Adamov embargo was in place. 6 words, and he's already threatening to pull me in deep again. I grit my teeth and feign being unaffected. Hello to you too, it's been a while. Not for lack of trying on my part. Excuse me, I snap, already failing to maintain my air of nonchalance. I haven't heard from you in months. Only because you refuse to respond to my texts. Only because you were only sending them so you could later claim that you tried when we both know you did. I blow out a harsh breath, exhausted by this conversation that's less than a minute old. Since it's the only form of communication you seem to understand, I took the liberty of drafting a new contract for us. All you have to do is sign on the dotted line. I'm not signing anything. I jump to my feet. Why the hell not? Because it's a ridiculous joke of a deal, and I reject all your demands. As if he even had time to read the entire document before he called Jedian. They're non-negotiable. Then we agree, I'm not negotiating. Then I'm not coming back. He goes silent. I can't even hear him breathing, but I know he's there. I can feel him on the other end of the line. You don't get to waltz in and out of our lives and jerk me around anymore, I add. Getting divorced was always the plan, and I'm following through on that. This marriage was only practical, and there's no longer any point in it. We are not getting a divorce, he snarls. If you think we are, then you're more naive than I thought you were. And you're more of an asshole than I thought you were, so I guess we're even. Rosa. Don't you Rosa me. I'm not your Rosa, I'm not your Layla. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm not your wife either. If you don't agree to my terms, I'm not getting on that plane. My ultimatum is met with a heartbeat of silence, then a deep, long, suffering sigh. I'm not asking you to come back for my sake. I'm asking you to come back for your mother S. My heart drops. I have to grip one of the chairs to keep from keeling over. Is she? I just spoke to her yesterday. She was fine. She lied, Layla, Arson cuts in. She's in the hospital and she's not doing well. The world spins. Everything that mattered 2 seconds ago disappears like vapor. Okay, a lone tear escapes down my cheek. I'll get on the plane. 5. LA. The sign waving above the crowd of people at arrivals reads, Queen Layla and Princess Nina. My stupid, traitorous heart flutters as I look down from the sign to the man holding it and see. Dominic. I'm pathetic. A few hours ago, I was determined to never see Arson again, and yet some desperate part of me was still wishing he'd be the one to grab us from the airport. I jog past Jedian, who is dead to me, and throw my arms around Dom. It's so good to see you. You look better. I was in the hospital for weeks, Layla, and I haven't seen you in months. I'm gonna need more enthusiasm from you. Compliment me like you mean it. Given why I got on the flight in the first place, enthusiasm is in short supply, but I muster some up for Dom. You look sexy as hell, a dreamboat to die for. People Magazine's most beautiful man on earth. Much better, although don't you dare say that in Arson's vicinity or he'll put me right back in a hospital bed. He lets me go to clap Jedian on the back, and then he turns his attention to Nina. Jesus, she's big. 3 months will do that to an infant. He pulls her into his arms, and she eyes him suspiciously, but doesn't cry. I think she remembers you from all the FaceTime calls. Sure enough, Nina places a hand on Dominic's cheek and smiles. On the way to the car, Dominic carries Nina while Jedian tows the luggage. I'm supposed to take you back to the house first, Dom starts, and then we'll go. I want you to take me straight to the hospital. My 2 bodyguards share a look, and I jab a finger towards the sign Dom has tucked under his arm. Queen Layla decrees it, and before you say anything, Queen Layla doesn't care what King Asshole Incredible has to say about it. Dominic looks to Jedian. Who? Jedian just pats him on the back. Pick your battles, brother. Dominic sighs. All right then, to the hospital it is. Dominic's attempts to fill the drawn-out silences with anything other than the big, fat elephant in the room are commendable. But after he's caught me up on Kira's last trimester, a bit redundant, since I talked to Kira twice last week, there's nothing left to talk about. So we don't talk about anything at all. Which is fine with me. The thought of maybe seeing Arson at the airport kept me distracted on the flight. But now, there's nothing else for my brain to ruminate on except my mom. She told me her phone camera was acting up the last few days, which is why we couldn't video chat. I'm guessing that was a lie so I wouldn't see her in the hospital. Arson said something about an infection, but I wasn't in a place to take in details. Now, however, as we park in an underground garage and walk through a lobby that looks more like a high-end spa than a hospital, I'm taking in details. Like the awards hanging on the walls declaring this. The #1 choice for hospice care, multiple years in a row. Like the end of life, checklists hanging on bulletin boards, and the endless array of kind nurses with sad eyes who nod to Dominic as we pass by. This is the kind of place you check into, but never out of. Finally, Dominic stops outside of room 62. Here we are, this is her casa. I reach for the handle, but freeze. This is all I've wanted for months, but now I can't move. I've seen her on FaceTime, and I told myself that was good enough, but the connection was always spotty, the image blurred. I was able to convince myself she was looking good, but in a matter of seconds, I'll be hit with the truth. She is sick. Deathly sick. And I'm going to lose her. Before I can work up the courage to go in, the door opens. Evelyn walks out, nearly running into me. Layla, she gasps, She shuts the door behind her and launches herself at me. I can't believe it. You're here. You're really here. I half laugh, half cry into Evelyn's shoulder. How are you? How is she? Evelyn releases me and takes a step back, her gaze racing over me. You've lost weight. I could make a joke about the only restaurant near our prison cell of an apartment serving previously frozen sandwiches and wilted salads. But the truth is that I've been full up on anger for way too long. I step closer, voice low. How bad is it, Evelyn? What are the doctors saying? Evelyn's face falls. Your mother's strong, but in her condition, an infection like this. Can't they give her something? An antibiotic or something? At this stage, anything they give her is just to make sure she's comfortable. I'm afraid, her voice trembles. There's nothing they can do at this point. Evelyn clasps my arm, tears swimming in her eyes. She's going to be so happy to see you, honey. Go on in. My lungs are tight. It feels like there are cement blocks strapped to my feet as I hand over Nina, and then shuffle past her and through the door. A bright bouquet of flowers on the bedside table catches my eye before I see her in her bed, a maze of tubes and needles weaving in and around her. She's facing an open window that looks out on a green space, but her eyes are closed and her hands are folded over her chest. She looks peaceful. It seems a shame to wake her up. But it's been so long, I can't help myself. Mom, I whisper, edging towards her bed. She smiles slightly, but she still doesn't open her eyes, not until I put my hand over hers. Then her eyelids flutter open, her jaw dropping in shock. Layla. I swallow down the sob lodged in my throat. Who else calls you Mom? I thought I was imagining it, she admits. Sometimes, I swear I can hear your voice in quiet moments. And that's about all it takes to set me off. Just like that, I'm blubbering all over her, doing exactly what I told myself I wouldn't do. Honey, Mom strokes my hair the way she used to when I was a little girl and would wake up with nightmares. Don't cry, please. It's okay. Figures, I sniffle, wiping my nose on my sleeve. You're the one in the hospital bed and you're still taking care of me. Ridiculous, isn't it? She teases. You're stealing my thunder here, love. Laughter fights its way through the tears. Mom makes room for me on her bed, and I slip under the covers beside her. She wraps her arms around me, and I try to ignore how fragile she feels. How thin. I'm sorry, I breathe. For what, honey? For not being here all this time. I should have been the one taking care of you, not Evelyn. Don't apologize for that, Layla. The last 3 months were ones to miss, for sure. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you're here, but part of me wishes you hadn't come back. I told him to keep you where you were for a little while longer. She says the last part almost to herself, and I nearly fall out of the bed. You wanted me to stay away. I thought it would be for the best. But he insisted that with the threat gone, he couldn't justify keeping you in Vermont anymore. Even if the alternative is to bring you back so you can watch me die. Mom, stop, you don't mean that. I'll admit, she continues as though I haven't spoken, I was upset with Arson the first few weeks after he sent you and Nina away. But then I began to see the silver lining in all this. I can't believe what I'm hearing. I'm tempted to check the back of her head for some kind of implant, a microchip that might explain why she is siding with Arson. He robbed us of our last few months together. How can you possibly defend that? We've had a lifetime together, sweetheart, and we've filled it with the best memories. I want you to hold on to those, not these. She lifts her arms weakly, then drops them back onto the pale blue hospital blanket. I didn't want you to have to watch me fade away. I wanted to spare you that. That's not up to you to decide. It's not up to anyone but me. Mom takes my hand. I love you, Layla, and I also know you hate being helpless. And my case is as helpless as they come. There's nothing you can do now. I leap off the bed and glare down at her. I can be with you. I can support you. I can talk to the doctors and look into alternate therapies, different medications. Maybe we can even look into a new clinic, a bigger hospital. Maybe. Mom sighs. This is exactly what I was afraid of. I stop short. What do you mean? Layla, honey. She reaches for me, but I leave her hand hovering in the air, too scared to grab it until I know what she's going to say. You're a fighter, but there's nothing left to fight here. The only thing I can do is reflect on my life, give thanks for the good, and accept what I can't change. And this cancer, I can't change that. A sob bursts out of me. Her hand is still trembling in the air, waiting for me. I can't stop myself from folding our fingers together, if only so she can rest. I'm dying, Layla, and you know what? I want to die, it's time. You don't mean that, I choke out. I do, I've been in pain for a long time now. She winces, her color draining further. But I'm tired of pretending that I'm okay. My body is failing me, and I don't want to fight it anymore. But what about me? I protest selfishly. What about Nina? It's cruel to point out everything she's leaving behind, especially when none of this is her choice. But I can't stop myself. Everything will be awful without her, and she doesn't seem to care. You have each other, you have Arson. Nina and I don't have Arson. He's the one who sent us away, banished us for no good reason. Do you really think he had no good reason, Layla? Mom asks in a stern voice I haven't heard in years. Do you really think he sent you away just to be cruel? I drop her hand and pace away in furious disgust. Why am I the only one who can see this man clearly? You can't possibly be on his side. I don't want to spend the last days of my mother's life convincing her the father of her grandchild is a monster. But I will if I have to. There are no sides, sweetheart. He's your husband. He's Nina's father. Is he perfect? No, of course not, none of us are. But in his own way, he was trying to. Protect us, I yell. Yes, I know. I've already heard this spiel from Jedian and Dominic. I just didn't expect my own mother to be driving the Arson bandwagon. But it's just like him to go and brainwash you, too. Hey now, give me a little more credit than that. My body may be weak, but my mind is not. I drop my face into my hands. I don't want to fight. I don't know what I want, really. Would I feel any better if my mom spent her last days hating Arson every bit as much as I do? Do I want her to die with unspent anger burning inside of her? Come sit with me. Reluctantly, I cuddle up beside her, trying to breathe through my anger. It takes me several minutes before I feel calm enough to speak. He hurt me, Mama. He stole our time together, our last few months. I know, but I have a feeling he's going to work hard to make up for it. And you have to think about the bigger picture, sweet girl. Which is what? Nina, her smile turns soft. Do you want your daughter growing up in a home with forgiveness, or one where her parents are at each other's throats all the time? I hate that she's making sense. You want me to forgive him, I ask. I want you to think about what you want. I think about it for approximately half a second. I want to kill him. Mom just smiles and pats my arm. Right now, yes, but what happens when that anger fades? I'll probably still want to kill him. She chuckles. Did you ever stop to think that maybe you're so angry with him because you love him? I grimace. That's not he. Mom holds up a hand. Love isn't something you can turn on and off like a faucet, sweetheart. I flinch. She said the same thing to me not long ago about my father. Once you and Arson talk, you might realize that you do still love him. And you'll have to make a choice, anger or love. Both are valid feelings, but only one will keep you warm at night. How can I forgive this? With time, she suggests. Forgiveness is never easy, but maybe that's why it's worth doing. If not for Arson, then for yourself, for Nina. What if I regret it? I whisper. What if I let him in again and he hurts me? You'll regret the things you don't do a lot more than the things you do, she says. Trust me. I've lived a long life, and I'm leaving with no regrets. What about those bangs you gave yourself before your high school prom? I saw the pictures. They were awful. She laughs, and for a second she looks like herself. Not sick, not dying, just mom. Okay, so maybe I have one regret. My smile wobbles, but I can't stop myself from asking the question burning on the tip of my tongue. Maybe because I'm slowly starting to accept that we don't have a lot of time left. What about marrying Dad? Her smile grows wider as tears fill her eyes. Oh, honey, of course I don't regret marrying him. Because you've forgiven him. She presses a kiss to my forehead, and my childhood flashes before my eyes. Peanut butter sandwiches and messy watercolors on the porch. Gloria Estefan on the radio and a lopsided hammock in the backyard. Because he gave me you. 6. ARCN. We should have hidden the knives. Polina peeks through the front windows the same way she's done multiple times per hour since I first told her I was bringing Layla and Nina home. You deserve it. On second thought, I say, maybe I should hide the knives from you too. She sniffles proudly. As long as you treat that girl well, you have nothing to worry about from me. I don't say it, but even by that metric, I might have something to worry about. Headlights turn through the main gate, and Kira appears behind Polina, poking her head over her shoulder to see through the front door. Dominic just texted. They're almost here. Finally, I thought they'd be here hours ago, Polina grumbles. She stopped to see Marie first. Not that either one of my men had given me any explanation. They were supposed to bring Nina and Layla straight from the airport to my doorstep. But considering the circumstances, I'm willing to let this small act of insubordination slide. Call it an olive branch. But as the gates open and the Escalade purrs up the drive, I have a sense my olive branch is about to be set on fire and flung straight back at my head. Jedian is the first one out. Polina and Kira pull him in for hugs. He nods at me from between their shoulders. The last couple months have left his hair shaggy and a dusting of stubble on his jawline. His eyes have changed, too, though fuck me if I can figure out how, exactly. Before I can say anything, Dominic walks around the car and opens the back door. And my breath stops. She slips out in slow motion. A peek of her foot, a length of calf, then the rest of her. She's wearing jeans and a black t-shirt that clings to curves I can't stop tracing. When she finally turns to face me, she tosses her hair over her shoulder. It's shorter than it was when she left, framing a face that looks none too happy to see me. Then she turns away and reaches into the backseat. She comes back with a rosy-cheeked baby, head full of auburn hair and the brightest green eyes I've ever seen. Nina, I whisper. I stayed busy the last few months, distracted myself with work and lies that what I was doing was best for all of us. But now, the weight of it all comes crashing down on my shoulders. I feel every second of the time we lost hanging from me, dragging me down. Polina and Kira surround Layla and Nina, swallowing them in a barrage of hugs and kisses and excited squeals. I stand marooned in the doorway, unwilling to leave, but equally unwilling to walk down there and pull her into my arms like I desperately want to. I'm not prepared for what it will feel like for her to shove me away. How'd it go with Marie? I ask gruffly as Dom and Jed join me. Emotional, Dominic offers. I roll my eyes. What vital info. Glad to know I have eyes and ears on the inside. But I know exactly what he means. It's the reason I got her back on the first available flight. There's no telling how much longer Marie will be with us, and despite what Layla probably thinks, I wanted her to be able to say goodbye. She's drained, Arson, he warns. I wouldn't try anything today. And what exactly do you think I'd try? I'm only partially asking for ideas. I've spent so long forcing myself to keep Layla out of reach that I'm truly not sure what to do with her now that she's back. He shrugs, I'm just saying. As Layla makes it through her crowd of admirers and heads towards the house, Jedian and Dom have a sudden and violent need for water. They rush past me and into the house. Cowards. I could step to the side and give her the choice of breezing past without acknowledging me, but that's not really a choice for me. So I place myself in her path, blocking the door. Layla stops in front of me, her gaze slowly rising to mine like she's giving me time to second-guess my decision and get the fuck out of her way. Arson, her voice is cold. An icy, frigid, even the penguins need fucking parkas, kind of cold. You must be hungry. I'm not, she answers curtly. I just want to turn in for the night. Polina spent the whole day planning dinner. No offense to Polina, but I care less about that and more about how much I was counting on that hour of dinner to help break the ice. I'll take something in my room. Is that okay, Paul? She turns to Polina, and just like that, the ice thaws and the sun comes out. Apparently, I'm the only one getting the cold shoulder. Polina nuzzles Nina's chubby cheek and nods. Of course, lovely, whatever you like. You and Kira can join me if you'd like. Layla turns back to me, the softness in her face disappearing altogether. Is there anything else? Actually, yeah. Then it'll have to wait. I'm too tired to discuss anything now. She maneuvers around me without actually touching me. As Polina approaches with Nina in her arms, I reach for her. Nina's hungry, Layla calls back, surprising even Polina. And it's past her bedtime. I need to feed her and put her down for bed. Translation, I don't want you going near my daughter. Dominic's warning rings in my head. I decide not to push my luck today. The women proceed through the house, and I watch my daughter until they turn a corner and she's gone. Fucking Christ on a cracker, man. Dominic's voice carries from the shadows of the hallway. That was a train wreck. Thanks for pointing out the obvious, I mutter. Well, what did you expect? He follows me into my office, and I accidentally hit him with the door as I try to close it. He yelps, but rolls his eyes. Jedian is already sitting in front of my desk, nursing a glass of bourbon. On a scale of 1 to Layla, is currently in her room summoning a vengeance demon. How bad was it? A solid 8, drawing the pentagrams as we speak, I'd imagine. Jedian groans. I was hoping for some rest once we finally got back here, but looks like I'll be manning the fucking windows again. I snatch the glass from in front of him and down it, enjoying the burn. What does that mean? She was in the process of her third escape attempt the night you called, he explains. I never let on, but she was getting pretty sneaky there by the end. A couple more tries, and she might have slipped away. I consider how I'd react to a call that Jedian lost Layla and immediately stop considering it. I don't want to murder one of my best friends, so it's best not to dwell on the possibility. Where was she trying to go? Back here is my best guess, Jedian shrugs. She wanted to be with her mother for obvious reasons. I don't miss the judgmental glares I get from both my Vori. If you want to look at anyone like that, look at Alessandro Calcagno, I spit. He was the reason she couldn't be here. Now, things can go back to normal. Speaking of normal, Jedian clears his throat. Did you read her new contract? I grit my teeth. Speaking of killing one of my best friends, I was close to doing exactly that when I got that email from him this morning. That's not a contract, it's a joke. It's a joke she's pretty serious about. She's not going to let it go. Aside from the name-calling, it looked pretty official, Dominic adds. You've read it. He wriggles uncomfortably. She sent me a copy to proofread. I slam my fist on the table. Delete the damn thing. No, actually, print it up and use it to wipe your ass with. Dominic purses his lips. I can do whatever you want me to do with it, but I'm not the one that matters. I pour myself a glass of Jedian's bourbon. Unfortunately, he has a point there. 7. ARCN. This is a new low. I've been pacing along the same 10-foot stretch of hallway in front of Layla's room for half an hour, waiting for an excuse to barge in a scream, a loud bang, a cracked open door that I could pretend I thought led to my room. Anything to get her to speak to me. Hell, I'd settle for getting her to look at me. Preferably as though I'm not the spawn of Satan, but I'll take what I can get. Blyette, I mutter, tilting my ear towards the door. I stopped hearing Nina a few minutes ago, so I'm pretty sure my daughter is asleep. But judging from the light under the door and the soft creaking of the floorboards, Layla is. She's pacing, too, just like I am, though she's probably dreaming up creative ways to murder me in my bed. With that comforting thought at the forefront of my mind, I decide to knock. She answers faster than I expect, but she doesn't seem surprised to see me. As her eyebrow arches ever so slightly, I think maybe my vigil didn't go as unnoticed as I thought it would. Arson. A murder attempt would be warmer than that. Hell, I'd prefer a little violence. I'll hand her the knife myself if it means getting some sort of reaction out of her. This mute, frigid apathy is 10 times worse than a slap across the face. Do you have everything you need? I ask. I'm instantly disgusted with myself, as if I'm housekeeping here to refresh her towels. 30 minutes, and that's the best opener I could come up with. Yes. Is it warm enough in your room? If not, I can't have. It's fine. Nina is. Asleep like I plan to be in another minute. Good night. She shuts the door in my face without waiting for me to speak. A second later, the lock clicks into place. Even if I broke the door down, I still wouldn't know what to say to her once I was inside. Which is the only reason I can think of for why, 20 minutes later, I find myself standing in the hospital room of the one person who knows Layla better than anyone else in the world. Marie is in bed, her face turned towards the open window. She's sunken into the sad excuse for a mattress, her skin as pale as the over-bleached sheets swaddled around her waist. Her eyes are wide and vacant, and for one frantic second, I think she's already gone. Then she turns to me, a smile spreading across her thin face. At least someone is happy to see me. Sorry I missed our lunch today. You had important things to take care of. Marie points to the chair next to her bed. Boy, you look like hell warmed over. There's that trademark Barnes flattery I've come to expect. I take it the reunion didn't go as planned. There was no plan for the reunion, I admit. Which is a good thing, because it seems Layla's plans involve avoiding me indefinitely. She's hurt and angry, Arson. Can you blame her? She's punishing me. My jaw flexes. She's my wife. My one job is to keep her safe. She had a $10 million bounty on her head. She taps a finger on her bed rail, lips pursed, eyes thoughtful. I know all this, Arson. It took me a little while to see the light, but once I did, well, I happen to think you did the right thing by sending Layla away. It felt nice to know Marie was on my side these last couple months. I only wish it made any difference where Layla was concerned. You and I are the only ones who agree on that. Even Dominic and Jedian keep making snide comments about how I've been treating her. I would have thought you could take a few jabs, Arson. You're a strong man, aren't you? She smiles, but it turns into a wince as she readjusts herself. There's a clammy sheen to her skin. She looks waxy. Am I a fool to think she could forgive me one day? Despite the window being sealed shut, Marie shivers. I jump to my feet, grab the blanket folded on the end of the bed, and wrap it around her shoulders. She accepts it without any fanfare. She's gotten used to me being around the last couple months. At first, it was all for Layla, so I could update her on her mother and prove I was taking care of Marie. Now, I can't quite imagine a day without one of our little chats. You're no fool, Arson. But you're delusional if you think you can get anywhere with my daughter without being honest with her. I have been honest with her. Marie arches a thin eyebrow. She knows all of your deepest, darkest secrets. The things that make you most vulnerable. You've bared your soul to her with no expectation of personal gain, just to give her the fullest picture of who you are as a man. I sigh, Marie. Do marry me. You need to tell her why you sent her away in the first place. I slump back into my chair and stare out the window. It's dark out, the sky a mottled smear of indigo, with the lights of the city vomiting a dull gloom on the undersides of the clouds. I didn't even plan to tell you why I sent her away. But you did, she reminds me with a gentle touch to my wrist. Claim it as a mistake all you want, but I think you wanted me to know. You wanted me to understand your choices. I just didn't want you to think I was an evil bastard with no soul. Who says I still do? Marie smiles, and for one fleeting moment, she looks perfectly healthy. She almost looks like my mother. Then she sighs and the teasing grin disappears. No, of course not. I never thought that, Arson. I always knew you. You're not going to get all sappy and sentimental on me, are you? Sometimes, you tough men need a little sentimentality in your life. Now, are you going to let a dying woman talk or not? I hold up my hands in defeat. My apologies, the floor is yours. You've lost so many people in your life, to death, to betrayal. You don't know how to let people in because you're afraid they'll disappoint you, she explains softly, as if every word isn't a thudding blow to my gut. But if you don't let Layla in, you'll lose her. The ship might have already sailed on that one. Marie chews at her lip. I know my daughter. She loves you, but she's going to see her exile as abandonment. Her father did a number on her, as you know. I grit my teeth. I should have taken care of him when I had the chance. Taking care of Layla is what you need to focus on. This is a problem you can solve with love, not more violence. Violence is more my wheelhouse. Then find a new wheelhouse, she scolds. If not, you risk losing your whole family. I close my eyes, steeling myself for the fight of my life. When I open them again, Marie is twisted around in her bed, sliding something out from behind her pillow. The little bit of movement taxes her, and she's breathless as she hands me a small stack of envelopes. I finished these earlier today. I see my name written on the top envelope. What is this? It's goodbye. She forces them into my hands. Her fingertips are cold and blue. Give them to Layla, will you? You can give them to her yourself. She wraps the blanket tighter around her shoulders. She looks frail and tiny beneath it, like parts of her are literally withering away. It hurts to talk. I'm tired. The way she looks at me, waiting for me to understand, I know she's saying something else. My throat tightens and my chest pounds like a drum. Layla should be here. No, she coughs at the force of her own voice and takes a sip of water from the cup on her bedside table before she tries again. No, I saw her earlier, and I said what I needed to say in that letter. The least I can do is spare her the ordeal of watching me die. I don't want her to remember me that way. She'll never forgive me if I don't call her. In another life, I wouldn't care what Layla thought. I wouldn't be here at all. Don't drag her out of bed. Let her sleep. Marie swats me away, her colorless lips pulled into a thin smile. We're just being dramatic about nothing. I'm sure I'll still be here tomorrow and the day after. I've got a lot of life left in me. There's a knot in my stomach I can't quite untangle, but I nod. All right. She slips back against the pillows, her eyes already sinking closed. I have a good feeling about you, Arson. Prove me right, be good to her. Love her. I kiss her forehead, but she doesn't stir. I think she's already asleep. Then, unable to stay here any longer, I rise. But as I cross the doorway, I stop and turn back one last time. Her hands are folded over her stomach, and there's a ghost of a smile on her lips. She looks peaceful. I close the door behind me and leave. When my phone rings as I park the car in the drive, I know who it is before I even answer. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Adamov," the doctor says, "but your mother-in-law passed away in her sleep. There was nothing we could do." 8. LA. Everything hurts. My bones, my chest, my eyes, my hip is on fire. I squint towards the window, and there's sunlight streaming through the cracks in the blinds. It's midday, and I'm still wrapped in blankets. Why am I still? It hits me like a physical blow. The memory of the knock on my door is so visceral that I turn towards it now. I can still hear the soft way he delivered news so horrifying I didn't even care that he was in my room. I didn't care about anything. I still don't. I catch movement by the side of my bed, and I whip towards it, igniting a jolt of pain that I feel in my toes. I try to sit up, but I'm exhausted and fall back against the pillows again. "How long have you been sitting there?" I croak. Apparently, whoever body snatched me has also taken over my vocal cords. I sound like a frog person. "Since this morning, I never left." His voice is silky smooth, but I still recoil like he screamed. He reaches for the glass of water on my bedside table and hands it to me. "You need to drink." The moment he says it, my lips feel like sandpaper. My tongue darts out to wet it, but I'm so thirsty it's painful. "I'm not thirsty." He brings the glass to my lips anyway. When he tips it into my mouth, I plan to spit it back in his face, but the cool water feels too good. I lap it up, lose myself in this tiny sliver of comfort. "Polina brought up some bread earlier." I'm not hungry. I pull the sheet up to my chest, trying to stave off the cold. "Where's Nina?" "With Polina in the nursery. I can ask her to bring." "No," I clear my throat. "No, I don't want her to see me like this." Not that I've seen myself since Arson broke the news. But based on how I feel, I'm guessing I don't look so good. Arson leans back in the armchair, like he's waiting for something. "How long has it been?" "Days, weeks." Time feels slippery. Some scared, desperate part of me hopes it's been weeks. Maybe then it won't hurt so much. "A few hours." I'm not ready to get up. I'll never be ready. "Then you don't have to." My fingers claw into the sheets. "I do. I have to plan her funeral." Funerals are for dead people. And my mother, my hero, my best friend in the whole world, is dead. Everything's already planned. I swallow, blinking hard to fight back the emotion clawing at my throat. What do you mean?" "The venue, the minister, the floral arrangements, I took care of it." Somewhere underneath the sadness and relief, anger starts to churn. "You planned my mother's funeral without consulting me." Arson scoots to the edge of the armchair. "No, she did." "What?" "Marie knew this was coming," he says gently. "She left me a letter with detailed instructions about what she wanted for all of it, right down to the food she wanted served and the passages she wanted read out loud at the service." "Oh," I deflate like a balloon. "So there's nothing for me to do." "She asked that you read her favorite poem at the end of the service. But she also said that, if you'd rather not, you can have someone else read it in your place." That was kind of her. Even to my ears, it sounds harsh. "She died and I'm mad at her. It's not fair, but that's grief for you." From the nursery, I hear a shrill cry, but I can't bring myself to worry. My daughter is in good hands. For once, it's just myself I need to worry about. But when I turn my attention inward, it's not grief I feel first. It's not sadness or depression. It's anger. Why didn't I get the call? The hospital should have, someone should have called. There's a short pause. Marie listed me as her emergency contact. "You're not family." "I'm her son-in-law." "Not for long," I mutter as I rip the covers off my lap and swing my legs onto the floor. Ignoring the pain in my hip, I force myself to my feet. But I wobble and Arson notices. "You should sit down, your hip." Isn't your concern, I snap. I don't even want you here. Well, I'm here anyway. I glare at him, but unfortunately, he doesn't turn to stone. Is there anything you need? He presses. I don't need anything from you. I want my mom. The words unleash a loud, ugly sob that I can't even try to hide. I want to see her again. I want to speak to her again. I want to be able to hold her, to feel her arms around me one more time. These are the kinds of thoughts I should keep buried inside. But whatever energy I had to filter has been redirected towards breathing and standing, and not collapsing into a puddle of grief that will never resolidify. Okay, Arson gets to his feet, his face somber but calm. Let me see what I can do. He leaves me standing there like a moron. Let me see what I can do? What kind of response is that? Unless I've severely underestimated his persuasive powers, and he's managed to talk whatever higher being is out there to reverse their decision and bring Mom back, there's nothing he can do. But when Arson walks back into my room, he's not accompanied by the reincarnation of my mother. Nor is he holding black candles and chalk to draw a summoning circle. All he has is a small red thumb drive in his hand. What is that? He doesn't answer me. Instead, he walks over to the TV and inserts the USB. If you think I want to watch a movie. The screen comes to life, and I stumble back against the bed. My knees hit the edge as I stare at the TV. Sitting just inside the screen, in blazing color, is Mom. My body freezes. My blood runs cold. I blink again and again, but her face doesn't dissolve. On screen, she's perched by the window of her hospital room, wearing the rainbow-striped wool sweater I bought her for Christmas several years ago. Arson turns to me, a finger poised over the remote control. What is this, Arson? I whisper. You said you wanted to see your mother again. You said you wanted to hear her voice. Well, here she is. Why don't you sit down? She has a lot she wants to say to you. I'm not ready, but I need this. I drop down onto the edge of the bed as Arson clicks play. Mom turns to the camera with a smile, and I clap a hand over my mouth. She looks so real, so alive. If I concentrate, I know I could smell her perfume. Hello, sweetheart. She waves to me from the screen. If you're watching this, it means that you're probably really sad right now. Pretty angry, too, if I know you like I think I do. Yes, I hear myself say, as though she can hear me too. It's okay, honey. You are well within your rights to be angry with me. You get to be furious, in fact. But I hope you know that, even though I'm tired of fighting, I wouldn't have gone if I had the choice. Tears blur my vision. I blink them away, because if I miss a single word, a single gesture, I might go insane. I'm vaguely aware of Arson sitting next to me, just close enough for some of his warmth to leach into me. Arson convinced me this was a good idea, she says. And now that I'm doing it, I think he's right. I'm glad I get to speak to you. It's nice to know that just because a person dies, it doesn't mean they're gone. Because I love you, my darling daughter. I always have and always will. Mourn and cry now and then move on. Life's too short to spend it being sad. I'm ready for my next adventure. I want you to be open to yours as well. The video cuts off, and I only realize now that Arson's arms are wrapped around me. He's squeezing me tightly like he might be able to keep my tears at bay. But they're already flowing, already drowning me in a grief I can't see my way out of. It was your idea, I finally rasp. He nods and I ask, why? Because I wanted you to have a piece of her. I wanted to be able to salvage something for you, and for Nina, so that you both have something to look back on. Suddenly, my throat feels desert dry again. I bite into my lips so hard I feel it split. Then I push his arm off me and rise to my feet. You wanted to salvage something, I repeat. You're the one who took it in the first place. You robbed me of 3 whole months with my mother. He flinches, his eyes darkening. Rosa. I wouldn't need a video of my dead mother if you had given us those 3 months. She could have said all that to my face. I could have held her hand while she said it. Could have. She could have. I don't know what to do with all the emotion raging around inside of me. It feels like a beast I can't control. No, it feels like a beast I don't want to control. On a whim, I grab the vase sitting next to the sofa and send it crashing to the floor in front of my feet. The way it shatters, the control it gives me, feels so damn good that I keep going. I grab anything within my reach and hurl it at the floor. Within minutes, broken glass and porcelain litters the tile around me, but I embrace this mad fury unfurling in the center of my chest. And I reach for something else. More. I want to keep going until the world looks the way I feel. Arson doesn't once try to stop me. 9. ARCN. Her blonde hair cracks like a whip as she destroys anything and everything within her reach. She doesn't discriminate as she breaks and ruins the most beautiful natural disaster I've ever set eyes on. I want to stop her, if only so she doesn't hurt herself. But her eyes are roiling with the kind of storm I felt once a long time ago. So I let her destroy. Evelyn comes to see what the noise is, but I wordlessly usher her out of the room. She must tell the rest of the household to steer clear, too, because no one else comes in to check on us. When the floor is strewn with debris and neither of us can take a step without crunching over glass or pottery or splintered wood, Layla twists around. Still searching. Still hungry. She turns to the bed and rips into the pillows with a sob that wrenches out of her. Feathers flutter in the air, peaceful against the backdrop of her grief. She slashes through the white mess in front of her and stumbles backward. Her breath hitches as she steps on a shard of glass. She glances down and then moves like she's going for the mattress next. But I wrap my arms around her from behind. That's enough, I whisper. No. Layla, I press my lips to the back of her neck. This isn't going to help, trust me. Don't, she digs her nails into my arms. You have no right to tell me how to deal with her death. You're the reason she's dead. I'm just another thing in this room she wants to destroy. You and your team of fancy fucking doctors, what did they do in the end? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's like everything else with you, all talk, no action. You're just a hollow man with nothing to offer. And I thought she'd done her worst on the room. Apparently, that was just the warm-up. Everything in me wants to fight back. I'm not one for taking an attack lying down. But for the first time in my life, I bite my tongue. I know you're hurting. I'm not hurting, she rages, digging her nails in deeper until she draws blood. I'm being honest. I was a fool not to see that you're just like my father. I half wish she'd stop talking and pull out a knife. That would be easier to deflect. Both of you are just selfish men who didn't give a shit about their wives or children, who used their families for their own personal gain. Mom might have forgiven Charles, but I will never, ever forgive you, Arson Adamov. I wrench her nails out of my skin and pin her arms to her chest. I've heard you. You've said your piece. That's enough now. You don't get to tell me when it's enough, she hisses. You don't own me. You don't control me, arg. Her words cut off as I pick her up and carry her into the bathroom. She struggles, but her energy was spent destroying the room. There's none left to fight me now. I set her on the countertop, but I don't let go, just in case she digs deep and finds a second wind. But Layla only stares at me, her eyes dark and empty like she hasn't slept in days. Her shoulders sag under the weight of the last 12 hours. There are bloody footprints across the tile. Her arms are sliced. 2 thin cuts zigzag up her forearms and purple bruises pool across her knuckles. You're a mess. You're the one that made me this way. I know. She narrows her eyes, wincing as I start to clean the cuts on her arms. "You're agreeing with me? Is this some kind of trick?" "I've always tried to be honest with you, Layla." "Breaking promises isn't honesty, Arson," she snaps. "It's the ultimate fuck you to someone who thought they could count on you." "I did what I thought I had to do. I know you don't understand that." "You stole her from me." Her voice breaks on the words, and she twists her face away so I don't see her crumble. "And I'm sorry for that." If only sorry fixed things. She doesn't say anything or look at me. We spend the next half hour in silence as I bandage her feet and tend to the cuts on her arms. But even when she's all patched up, the damage is far from healed. Some bleeding, the kind you can't see, isn't so easy to stop. She's so exhausted she can barely stand. I take her into the closest guest bedroom and settle her under the covers. To my surprise, she lets me. I draw the curtains, dousing the room in darkness. But when I turn around, I can see her watching me. Her tired eyes are still open, flashing in the darkness. "Rest now," I say. "You'll need your strength for later." It's a testament to how tired she is that she closes her eyes without a fight. I stand there until her breathing turns heavy and even. Only when I'm sure she's well and truly sleeping do I slip out of the room and go downstairs. Dominic and Jedian are in the living room, arms on their knees, heads bent low over their laps. "She's sleeping again," I tell them as I enter. They both snap their eyes to me. Dominic stays put, but Jedian jumps up. "Evelyn told us something was going on upstairs." "Layla turned the room upside down. We'll need a crew in there to clean up." "I'm on it," Jedian says, grateful to have something to do. Dominic watches him go. "He's not good with death," he muses. "We were both really fond of Marie." "That makes all of us. Marie was hard not to love." I sink into the chair that Jedian has just vacated. Where's Evelyn? In the nursery with Kira and Polina. Nina has been a nice distraction for everyone. I haven't had the chance to hold my daughter yet. My arms actually ache with longing. I could run up to the nursery right now and take her. No one would stop me. But something does. "This is not how I wanted things to go," I murmur, not sure if I'm speaking to Dominic or myself. "I know." I thought that tape would help, but they just made everything worse. Dominic sighs. "Brother, she just lost her mother, the only constant she's ever had. And after spending the last 3 months away from her, no less." "You've already made your feelings on that topic abundantly clear, Dominic." I wasn't criticizing. He says it gently, and I might actually believe him. "I'm just telling you that she's angry now and she needs an outlet for that anger. You happen to be it, but it'll pass." I lift my gaze. "You really believe that?" "Why not?" he shrugs. "You're her husband and the father of her child. I think once she's had a chance to mourn Marie properly, she'll come around." Whether Dom believes that or not, it means something to me that he says it anyway. "For the record, I may not like how you did things, but I understand why you did what you did." He rises to his feet and turns for the door, but before he goes, he places a hand on my shoulder. "It'll work out, brother. I know it will." If only I had the same confidence. 10. LA. I recognize the strong arm curled around me immediately, but I pretend I don't. Only because I want to stay like this for a few more minutes, quiet and warm and protected. If I just keep my eyes closed for a little while longer, I don't have to think about who's holding me. I don't have to contemplate what it means. I don't have to hurt. Then Arson's thumb strokes over my ribs. "Are you awake?" And just like that, the moment is lost to the harsh reality of another day. The first full day without her. "Where's Nina?" My voice is rough and scratchy. "With Kira, don't worry, she's fine." What kind of mother does it make me that I wasn't worried? I know she'll be taken care of. "How are you feeling?" he asks. I slide away from Arson's arms because the answer is that I'm feeling barely human. My limbs are heavy. I can't even blink without pain. The loss of his warmth sends my heart sinking lower, if that's even possible. I feel like my mother just died. I swing my legs to the edge of the bed, but I don't know what to do after. I can't lie here forever, but I don't want to get up either. Arson moves in front of me, ruining any chance I had of ignoring him. He sinks to one knee, and it occurs to me that, just a few months ago, something as simple as that would have sent me into a tailspin of desire. Right now, I don't feel anything at all. You need to take a shower, Layla. You need to get dressed. I scowl even as my eyes burn. Tears I can't afford to cry sting like hellfire, but even still, I don't let them loose. I've cried enough for a lifetime. For what? For the funeral. Right, the funeral, my mother's funeral, which is happening because she's dead. I test the words out, rolling them around in my mind, but the thought just doesn't catch. Does not compute. I always thought cancer meant I'd have time to prepare, but that's turning out to be the biggest joke in the world. There's no preparing for this feeling. I've taken care of everything, he continues, per Marie's instructions. I hope that's okay. Okay, that's the second biggest joke in the world. None of this is okay. He's told me this before, what she wanted, how she wished to be laid to rest. I think I remember him telling me yesterday, or maybe it was last week. Might have been a century ago. If I ever cared, I don't now. I'm not in any state to plan a funeral. I look up to see he's watching me carefully. I lick my chapped lips and nod. Okay. I'll help you to the bathroom. He offers me his hand, large, warm, steady. All at once, everything in me wants to cling to it and never let go. But I clench my fists against my thighs instead. I can manage on my own. I use the bedpost to haul myself to my feet, but one step is all it takes before my knees buckle. I sag against his chest, because he's there, because of course he is. This time, when he wraps an arm around my waist, he doesn't ask, and I don't refuse. I let him lead me into the bathroom. A new bathroom, actually. As I look around, I realize none of this stuff is what it should be. He leans me against the countertop and turns on the shower. Steam begins to billow and fog up the mirror. Why am I here? Arson looks over his shoulder. You don't remember. I'm guessing I should, but I don't even know how long it's been, but it's hazy, all of it. Arson turns and unbuttons my pajama top with professional indifference. It doesn't matter. The room will be ready again in a day or two. You'll have it back soon enough. It's only when I'm standing naked in front of him that it hits me. I'm standing naked in front of him. But he just points to the shower. Go on, I'll get your clothes ready. I shuffle in, too numb to argue. The water singes away the grit and grief of yesterday. I inhale the steam, letting it cleanse me from the inside out. By the time I step out of the shower, I feel slightly more human. Arson is waiting for me with a fresh towel. He dabs me dry and helps me into a black bra and underwear. Then, he ushers me back into the bedroom, where a black dress is draped over the bed. There are other options if you want to look at them. You don't have to wear this one. Now you give me choices. I wheeze out a bitter laugh. Arson holds up the dress. Yes or no? I don't care. He unzips the back and I step into it. When it's zipped, he turns me towards the floor-length mirror. I look because I suppose I should, but I couldn't care less about my reflection. Distantly, I see the dark circles like bruises under my eyes, my splotchy complexion. None of it matters. I nod, let's go. Arson keeps a hand on my lower back as we wind through the house. He pushes a little harder as we pass my room, and it only takes one look through the cracked door to remember why. Yesterday washes over me in a rush of memories I don't want, but can't forget. I look down at my arms. For the first time all morning, I see the scrapes there. The slashes and bandaged cuts, the proof of what I did. I dig my heels in and stop us in our tracks to look through the ruined door. Most of my handiwork has been cleared away. The floor is cleared of glass and crystal, and most of the furniture is gone. I destroyed everything. It's okay, Arson assures me. It doesn't matter. I was out of control. I twist around to face him. You didn't stop me. I can replace everything you broke. You needed it. His eyes drift down my body, coming to a halt on a thick bandage wound around my elbow. I only cared that you were hurting yourself. Something passes over his face. He softens and takes a step towards me. But as he nears, everything in me recoils. Whatever he's going to say, I'm not ready for it. Can't hear it, not now. Before he can say anything, a door opens behind me. Polina emerges from the nursery carrying Nina. She's in a white dress with tiny black bows sewn around the hem. I want to reach out and hold her, but the wreckage of the bedroom flashes in my mind. Suddenly, I feel like a monster, too violent to be anywhere near a baby so pure. I curl my fingers into fists, my nails biting into my palms. Nina reaches past me for Arson instead, chubby fingers snatching at his shirt. He picks her up and presses his lips to her forehead. It's unfair how natural fatherhood looks on him. Unfair how easily he can melt back into Nina's life. How easily she's accepted him. I trail behind them, walking just out of sync. In a matter of days, I've become the outsider. There's no space where I fit. Maybe nothing will fit right ever again. 11. LA. Everywhere I look, fragments of my mother look back at me. Yellow daisies fill the room, cushioned by pockets of baby's breath. Bright and optimistic, just like she was. The casket is surrounded by white lilies, the lid sealed closed, another thing she'd asked for. You gotta leave the people wanting more, she'd teased. I didn't laugh when she first said it, and I'm not laughing now as I cross the narrow stage to the podium. Arson told me I didn't have to say anything if I didn't want to, but the rest of the day has gone exactly as my mother planned. I don't want to be the one hang-up. She and Arson worked out all of the kinks the last few months, leaving me nothing more than a guest, a useless bystander at my own mother's funeral. Which is why, when a laminated piece of paper is placed in my hands, I can't turn it down. I can't refuse the one thing she asked of me, the one thing that makes me a part of her last act on this planet. Warm lights drip from the rafters overhead. I can hear the crackle of the giant speakers behind me playing soft piano music. When I grab the microphone, the sound system squeals. The audience cringes against the noise. Sorry, I mumble, but the microphone is so sensitive that I might as well have shouted. Again, Aunt Lorelei gasps, laying a hand across her heart. Arson is waiting in the wings, looking painfully handsome in a black suit and tie. He nods in encouragement. The only reason I can return my gaze to the poem in my hands is because I know, if I leave this stage now, I'll fall into his arms. I won't be able to stop myself. But the moment my eyes pass over the first few words, they start to blur. Do not stand at my grave and weep, I start, my voice wobbling. I am not there, I do not sleep. I remember the first time she read this poem to me, days after she'd been diagnosed with cancer. I cried then, too. I am 1,000 winds that blow. I am the diamond glints on snow. I am the sunlight on ripened grain. I am the gentle autumn rain. She kissed my forehead afterwards and told me to read the poem back to her. I refused. I told her that she wasn't dead yet, that she was going to beat the cancer, and I'd never need to read it. When you awaken in the morning's hush, I am the swift and uplifting rush. Of quiet birds in circled flight, I am the soft stars that shine at night. That was 2 years ago. 2 years I had with her. 2 years of laughter and memories that I cling to now with every fiber of my being. Do not stand at my grave and cry, I am not there. I did not die. Tears streamed down my face as I read the last words, but my voice remains surprisingly steady. The poem is over. I'm supposed to leave the podium now, and for good reason. Mom knew I'd never make it through a eulogy without blubbering. Maybe she was right. But knowing her, and the way she knew me, she isn't surprised when I address my captive audience anyway. That was my mother's favorite poem, and I think I only just realized why. This poem isn't about death, it's about life. My mother believed that spirits carry on after our bodies are gone. She was trying to tell me, even now, that she'll always be here with me. The crowd dissolves behind my tears. I hold the poem to my heart. My mother was a remarkable woman. I only hope that I can be half the mother she was. Then I walk off the stage. And straight into Arson's arms. I don't mean to. It just happens, exactly the way I knew it would. He doesn't say anything. Neither do I, he just holds me until it's okay for me not to be held anymore. Then he rests his hand on the small of my back and leads me down the aisle towards the exit. We walk through a long line of men in suits with dark sunglasses and stony grimaces. As we pass, one of them steps up. His crew cut is shorn close to his scalp and his cheekbones are gaunt. He pulls off his shades and tucks them into his pocket. I just wanted to offer my condolences. Arson hems closer to me. Jasper, now's not the time. Jasper. He breaks into a toothy grin that's entirely out of place here. So he has mentioned me. That's good to know. It's very nice to meet you, Layla. I just wish it was under different circumstances. Someone moves in the crowd over his shoulder. A person standing and scooching down the aisle. My eyes flick from Jasper to the man in motion and back again before my brain can even begin to process what I'm seeing. Oh, right. Yeah, you're, oh my God. Arson's hand clenches against the base of my spine. What is it? I stretch onto my toes, trying to figure out if I really saw who I think I just saw. It was probably nothing. It wasn't nothing. Arson grabs my hand. You're shaking. People are queuing up in front of Mom's coffin, leaving flowers and paying their respects. Between the black-clad mourners, I catch another glimpse of the man. This time I'm sure. I reach for Arson, fisting my hand in his jacket because, otherwise, I'll drop to the floor. My dad is here. 12. ARCN. I planned every detail. I accounted for everything. Still, he's here. Who the fuck let him in? I curl an arm around Layla's waist and put myself between her and the sight of her father. Say the word and he'll be thrown out immediately. She could say the word, and I'd make this a double funeral without a moment's hesitation. But Marie doesn't deserve the dishonor of sharing a death date with her former husband. Layla considers it for a long few seconds. For several of them, I'm worried my wife is kind enough to allow her deadbeat fuck of a father to stick around. Then her mouth tightens. I don't want him here, Arson. I wave Dominic and Jedian over, but Jasper shifts into my peripherals. He told me he was Layla's dad, I thought. My hand is clasped around his throat before I can process what he's saying. You let him in. I didn't know, he squeaks in surprise. 3 funerals in one day. What are the odds? Then Layla squeezes my forearm. Arson, please, not here, not today. My fingers tight around Jasper's throat, daydreaming about murder for another heartbeat before I drop him and turn back to her. She's what matters, not Jas, not Charles, her. Thank you, she breathes. I cup her face and stroke a thumb over her cheek. She's letting me touch her, letting me help her. I'm sure it's only because she's too tired to argue, so I'm enjoying it while I can. Go out through the side door. I'll meet you there. She doesn't argue, which is only further proof that she's drained. Brother, I'm sorry. I fucked up, Jasper croaks the second she's gone. He looks as pale as Layla did when she stepped up to that podium to deliver Marie's poem. I grab his collar and yank him behind a large pillar. Apparently, that's your default setting, fucking up. You wanted today to be nice. I thought I was doing the right thing. You're a soldier, Jasper. You're paid to follow orders, not think for yourself. His jaw flexes, but he nods. Can I get back to my post now? I jab my finger into his chest. We'll discuss this later, and since we're on the subject, never approach my wife again without my approval. Is that clear? His throat bobs, and I can only pray he's swallowing his pride. Crystal. I twist around just as Charles is being escorted towards the doors by Jedian and Dominic. Weaving through the crowd, I head there myself, meeting them just outside the doors. What is the meaning of? His indignation is cut short the moment he sets eyes on me. He's still scared of me. That much is obvious by the sweat that breaks out across his forehead and the way his voice quakes. Listen, Arson. I grab him by the lapels of his ugly suede jacket and force his eyes to mine. Did I not make myself clear the last time we spoke? His eyes immediately fill with tears. Crocodile tears, I'm sure, but tears nonetheless. This was my wife, Arson, my best friend for years. I had to pay my respects. You've paid them, I growl. Now, stay away from my family. I won't tell you again. He turns without a word and leaps down the stairs 2 at a time. You let him go, Dom asks. Layla has already lost one parent this week. I'll be damned if I'm the reason she loses a second. I'd argue that Layla wouldn't care. Jedian scowls at Charles' receding figure. Layla might not, but Marie would, I say, mostly to myself. He was the only man she ever loved and the father of her child, whether he deserves those titles or not. Maybe Layla was onto something. Maybe I have more in common with her father than I thought. Dominic lays a hand on my shoulder. We haven't talked about it yet, but you lost Marie too. Don't waste your sympathy on me. I turn my back on him. I sure as fuck don't deserve it. Standing next to Marie's gravesite reminds me of my own mother's funeral. I see myself in Layla, in the tight press of her lips and the flutter of her lashes, barely holding back tears. When they buried my mother, I stood at the back of the crowd until the first shovel of dirt was dropped into the hole, and my father dropped to his knees. No, he screamed in a voice I'd never heard from him before. Please, Nina, don't leave me. My grandfather watched from a few feet away, his lips twisted in disgust. Get him to his feet, he barked at his generals. A man who is brought to his knees for a woman is no man at all. I shudder as the memory dissipates. The crowd starts to dissipate along with it, people patting Layla on the shoulder and offering their condolences before they depart. She bears it all with a paper-thin smile, clutching our daughter to her chest like her life depends on it. When there's no one left but our inner circle, Layla makes her way to me. Her voice is thick with tears. Take her, Arson, please. She doesn't wait before she puts our daughter into my arms. Nina lets out an unhappy cry and reaches out for her mother. Layla cradles her cheek for a second, but she doesn't take her back. I need some space. I'll find you when I'm ready. I can't just let you walk off without protection. Her jaw clenches, but she nods. Dominic or Jedian can follow me, but from a distance. Ah, yes, space. Not from the world, but from me in particular. The 3 of them disappear into the trees as Nina wails. My daughter looks like she needs some space of her own. I hold Nina out to Polina. Take her. To my surprise, Paul shakes her head. Soothe her, she suggests, as if it's that simple. She's your daughter and she needs you right now. She's miserable. Find a way to distract her. It's time for you to make up for all those months you missed. Nina cries harder, reaching for someone, anyone who isn't me. Everyone around me knows my daughter better than I do. I turn to Kira. You take her then. Kira backs away from me just like Polina did, stroking her baby bump. Layla had to be a single parent for 3 entire months, Arson. It's your turn. They leave me for the procession of black cars along the curb. Gritting my teeth, I focus on my wailing daughter. Her face is red, her little fists swatting at my chest. What do you need, little girl? She can't answer. Turns out, I'm as useless at comforting her as I am at comforting her mother. So I do all I know how to do. I hold her close, rocking her back and forth, whispering soft promises against her auburn curls until the crying eventually slows and quiets. When I dare to look down, my shirt is wet with tears, but her round cheek is pillowed on my chest. She's fast asleep. Layla did this on her own for months. I didn't give her a choice. Nina will forget, but Layla, the damage has been done. Marie told me I could make things right, but as I stare down at the fresh dirt on her grave, I think it might be too late. Some things are too broken to ever be made whole again. 13. LA. Hey there, princess. The soft rumble of his voice doesn't startle me awake. Not anymore. It's been days of Arson coming in at night and plucking Nina from her crib. Sometimes she's awake. Other times, he just rocks her in the corner, holding her while she snoozes in his arms. I'm so exhausted that I don't fight him on it. It's easier to lie here in the dark and pretend to be asleep. My milk supply dried up shortly after returning home. Grief screwed me on that one. On the upside, Arson's covert nighttime feedings mean this is the most sleep I've gotten in months. Which is annoying in its own way. Gratitude towards Arson is the last thing I want to feel right now. Nina babbles. I peek one eye open and see her chubby hand reaching for him. He picks her up and cradles her, running a fingertip down her cheek. You look more and more like your mother every day, little one. As soon as the words are out of his mouth, he glances towards the bed. I snap my eyes closed. By the time I open them again, he's turned away from me. His voice is muffled as he whispers to our daughter. I'm sorry I sent you away, he murmurs. I should have found another way to keep you safe. I was just. The rest of his words are lost to the hum of Nina's sound machine. It's a miracle I don't roll out of bed the way I'm straining towards them, desperate for every syllable. As if he can sense that, he rotates back, still whispering. I know I have a lot to make up for. You deserve better than me, but I want to be there for you, Malishka. It's just sometimes. I swallow down a groan as his voice fades again. The man shipped us away for 3 months. The least he can do is speak up. Suddenly, Nina cries out, making me jolt. You must be hungry, I'm sorry. He warms a bottle for her, singing softly under his breath the entire time. You don't have to worry anymore, he assures her as she eats, safe in his arms. I won't send you away again. I'll make this work, my girl. I promise you that. Promises, as beautiful as they are, they're wasted on my 5-month-old. She doesn't know any better, looking up into the reassuring face of her father. She trusts him. I'm the one who doesn't buy a word. Maybe that's why he hasn't breathed a word of apology to me. I'm only his wife, after all. Why should he bother with a conversation? Rage swells inside of me until tears burn in the corners of my eyes. I war with myself, get up, say something. Stay down, stay quiet. But the decision isn't made until Arson settles Nina in her crib and turns back to me. Our eyes meet. Did I wake you? You're a dick, you know that. He arches one brow. I'll take her to the nursery next time. I don't care about you waking me up, I snap. You're a dick because you'll apologize to a baby, but you won't apologize to me. He sighs, I've tried. No, you haven't. You've explained, you've justified. But you haven't once told me you're sorry. He drifts closer to my bedside. 3 months ago, I had a different take on our situation. And now you regret it. His gaze doesn't waver from mine. Intensely. How lovely that you regret it now that it's too damn late. A sliver of moonlight slashes across his face. He looks exhausted. I'm sorry for robbing you of your last few months with your mother, Layla. It was wrong of me. I lurch out of bed and stride to the far corner of the room. He follows me, his hands in his pockets like he isn't sure what to do with them. You know, I thought I'd feel better, but I don't, I whisper. I knew you made a mistake the second you sent us away. You should have, too. We can come back from this, Layla. I don't want to. Life with you hurts too much, Arson. He flinches, and I feel a sadistic sense of satisfaction in that. The contract I sent you, I'm standing by it. I want you to sign. His eyes harden. Anger so palpable, it makes the hair on the back of my neck stand on end washes over his face. I'm not signing a fucking thing. You promised me a divorce once. I also promised that you would have no involvement in Nina's life past delivering her, he spits. Things change. They certainly do. As in, I don't want to be married to you anymore. The words hurt, but they aren't entirely untrue. When I look at him, I see the months I lost with my mother. The time Nina lost with her grandmother. I see what he and I could have had, hovering somewhere just out of reach. It's painful. You're still deep in mourning, he reasons. You're not thinking clearly. He's wrong about that. I wasn't thinking clearly the morning of the funeral when I let him hold me in bed. I wasn't thinking when I walked off that stage, past my mother's casket, and fell into his arms. But I'm thinking clearly now. Don't do that. I wrote that contract before my mother died, so don't pretend like I don't know what I want. Maybe you know what you want, but you don't know what you need, he fires back. I have enemies, Layla. They'll come for you and Nina. You need my protection. I want to accuse him of using our daughter, but he's right. As much as I wish he wasn't, Nina needs to be protected. I'd die to save her, so staying married to her father is a concession I should be willing to make for her sake. Fine, I agree, the terms and conditions wafting around in my head. But I want a place of my own, away from you. His lips purse. I wonder if I've unleashed the beast that's been dormant these past few days. But when he doesn't say anything, I press on. I've had a lot of time to think about this, Arson, and since I can't have a divorce out of the question, then I want my own life. I want my own space. I gesture to the room. Everything here reminds me of you, and I can't deal with that right now. I can't be around you anymore. Not without seeing what I lost. Let me have this at least. He's stiff as a statue. The only indication he's heard me at all is the color rising up his neck. Are you even truly sorry? I demand. Do you really regret what you did? Of course. Then show me. Give me what I want for a change. You want to drown me in security? You want me to travel everywhere in armored jeeps? Fine. I'll agree to it all, but only if you give me something in return. He looks down at the floor with a sigh. There was a time when all you wanted was to come home, to be close to me. That was before I realized there was nothing left to fight for anymore. His chin juts out. You really believe that? I'm not holding on to something that was never real, Arson. You never wanted to marry me. I heard you when you said that loyalty meant everything to you, and I saw it for the truth it was. That's the only reason you think you still want to stay married to me, out of a sense of obligation. You told me not to tell you what you want, he says softly. Extend me the same courtesy. I can only shake my head sadly. I know what love is, Arson, and this isn't love. He's quiet for a long time. Even now, there are things he could say to fix this, if only he'd man up enough to check his demons at the door. He could save me, save us, but he won't. The future Arson says he wants is right there at his fingertips. He's just too stubborn to grab it. Finally, he walks past me towards the door. I don't think he's going to say a thing, but he stops at the threshold and turns back to me. This won't be forever, Rosa. He shuts the door before I can ask him what the hell that means. 14. ARCN. The moment Polina appears at my door, I scowl. Your face is gonna freeze like that if you keep it up, she warns. Great, it'll save me from having to tell everyone to leave me the fuck alone all the time. I pull Nina onto my lap. Go away, my hour isn't up yet. You agreed to the handoff at 6. She tips her head to the clock behind me. It's 5 till. Exactly, I have 5 minutes left. I hug Nina to my chest, not that there's any chance Polina could take her from me. I refuse to lose a single second with my daughter. Layla may not want to see me, but I refuse to budge where Nina is concerned. My little girl is going to know me. This whole business is ridiculous, I grumble. I know, Polina sighs as she lowers herself into a chair. But it's what Layla wants. Humoring her is in your best interests at the moment. I can't see how. It's been a fucking week of this nonsense, and I haven't set eyes on Layla once. I think that's the point, Arson. She doesn't want to see you. Just be grateful she's decided to let you see Nina. Let me, I growl. Let me. Nina is my daughter. She's as much mine as she is Layla's. Paul shrugs, unrepentant. You can be as grumpy as you want about this situation. But right now, you're in the doghouse, my friend. And that means you have to do what all screw-up husbands have to do in order to get out of the doghouse. She waits for me to ask, but I have more self-respect than that. At least, I thought I did. But I'm on the verge of giving in and asking what I should do when Polina finally puts me out of my misery. You have to grovel. Sitting around and waiting for her to realize she needs you and come crawling back isn't going to win you anything but an unhappy marriage. Newsflash, I've already got one of those. She shakes her head. You are two unhappy people in a work in progress. You're going through a tough time right now, and Layla needs you to be patient. Polina rises to her feet and reaches for Nina. I'm about to swat her hands away, but the clock behind me chimes. Polina punctuates each of the 6 chimes with a wag of her finger. On the final one, she takes Nina into her arms. Channel all that alpha male energy you've got pent up in there, and you just might have a shot at winning your wife back. On her way out, she leaves the door open for Dominic, who is already waiting in the hallway. Like Polina, he arrived a little early. Got the Jag gassed up and ready for our meeting with Enzo. You were supposed to check on Jasper. I remind him as I rise to meet him, locking my office door behind me. I did, there wasn't much to check, he says. He's pissed that I'm his new middleman between him and you, and I'm delighted that he's pissed. It's the least he deserves. Dominic isn't wrong. Letting Layla's dad into the funeral was literally one of the only things I asked Jasper not to do. Did he tell you he's pissed? He didn't have to. He almost choked on his tongue doing a little grunt work for me this afternoon. There's a difference between humility and humiliation, Dom. Is there? He asks innocently. I glare at him and he chortles. You've been playing favorites all this time, Arson. It's time the little shit gets a taste of what life is like in the real world. I haven't been playing favorites. If Jasper were anyone else, would you be questioning me right now about being too hard on him? I don't need to say anything for us to both know the answer to that question. That's what I thought. On to happier topics. How's the custody arrangement with Layla going? I unlock the Jag and slide into the driver's seat. Let's just say this meeting with the Italians will be a nice break from that torture. You want to split the Temple District? I ask in surprise. Enzo's eyes skirt over his copy of the contract he brought to the table. You'll get 60%, I'll get 40%. A gesture of good faith. It looks more like a peace offering for your late father's treachery. He concedes my point with a quick nod. Call it what you like. The bottom line is that you'll get the lion's share of both the territory and the profit it generates. I am the lion, Enzo. It serves to reason that I would get the lion's share. You're not giving me anything that isn't rightfully mine. His throat bobs. I have vested interests in that territory, too, Arson. I can't just concede the entire thing to you. I'm not asking you to. I keep my gaze fixed on him until he buckles. 70-30 then, he offers, his voice shaking. That's more than fair. I incline my head. I can live with that. Excellent, then it's a deal. He lets out a long repressed sigh. That brings us to the next order of business, Pobeda. He must see my immediate displeasure because he rushes to clarify, I'm asking for no more than sales rights. I want to be able to stock and sell your brand in my clubs and restaurants. That would make Pobeda the only non-Italian brand to be sold on Calcagno properties. A great honor. For whom? I smile sharply. Pobeda is an exclusive brand. Allowing you to sell it would be akin to declaring to the world that we're allies. He tilts his head to the side, the incandescent light bulbs of the speakeasy glinting off his greased black hair. Well, aren't we? That's optimistic of you. Enzo steeples his fingers and leans toward me. My father had a different agenda than I do. He wanted to disrupt the status quo, to cause chaos. But I can be of help to you. I have more to offer you than just money and territory, Arson. I search his face for a long time, but I find nothing to distrust. In the end, I agree. I'll put you in touch with my distributor after we've signed on the dotted line. Enzo's mouth splits into a satisfied smile. Wonderful, then we're in agreement. I glance down at the contract, stretching out the paws just to make Enzo squirm a little. We're in agreement. He extends his hand to me. This is great news. I want to celebrate with dinner. Both of our families should be there. I bite back a grimace. Layla is barely tolerating the fact I exist. Parading around like we're a happily married couple is definitively off the table. I have a better chance of convincing Polina to let her hair down and do the Irish jig on my bar counter. But the last thing I want to do is rouse suspicions in my new ally that I can't manage my own home. My wife is in mourning, Enzo. I'll have to see if she's feeling up to it. And if she's willing to share my air for a few hours. His expression falls. I was so sorry to hear about her mother's passing. Please convey my deepest sympathies to your wife. I acknowledge that with a simple nod of my head. I won't waste time trying to explain exactly what Marie took with her into the next life. As far as the dinner goes, this will be a long-lasting alliance. We have time. The important thing is that we're in agreement about our mutual interests, Enzo continues. And since we are, I have something I need to tell you. Fuck, I can smell bad news coming from a mile away. Testing the limits of my patience so soon. Strengthening it, I hope. He clears his throat. It's about the hit on your wife. Everything in me stretches taut. Reminding me of the hit your father ordered seconds after we've shaken hands isn't a sign of trust. It's stupidity. The hit was ordered without my knowledge or approval. So you say. And so I will continue to say, because it is the truth. He clears his throat and smooths the lash of anger from his voice once again. Since I had no knowledge of the inner workings of that decision, I did some investigating once I became Don. And it turns out that my father didn't make the call alone. If you're trying to posthumously prove your father's innocence, you can save your breath. He's worm food regardless. My father is indeed dead, Arson, Enzo agrees coldly. I'm the one that pulled the trigger. He pauses as if he can still hear the reverberations of the shot in the back of his mind. So believe me when I say that, if I didn't protect him in life, I'm certainly not about to protect his memory in death. Fair enough, I nod for him to continue. My father was approached by a man with his own agenda, but limited resources. My guess, Enzo says, is that he planned to make the hit and then use the fool as a scapegoat once the body had cooled. The casual mention of even the idea of Layla's dead corpse sparks a kind of white-hot rage I've never felt before. It takes all of my self-control to remain in my seat. "If you have a name, give it," I growl. "I'm not about to give you a fucking drum roll." "Barnes," he answers promptly. "The man who wanted your wife dead is named Charles Barnes." 15. LA. Why can't I just stay home? I twist and turn in the mirror, trying to get used to myself in the sight of something without an elastic waistband, as I talk to Kira on the phone. This is stupid. This is tradition. Also, you haven't been out in months. This could be fun. I let Kira's words hang unanswered until she sighs. It might not be awful at the very least. Wrong, I insist. It will be torture. It's supposed to be torture. Torture is what Arsen Adamov does best. As soon as Arsen knocked on my bedroom door last night, I knew there was trouble. Not only was he breaking the cardinal rule of my demand for space by coming to my room himself instead of using a middleman, but when he asked me to accompany him to this dinner, he actually said, "Please." "I don't think tonight is about you, Layla," says Kira, the sound of her washing machine humming in the background of our call. "I mean, Arsen asked you to come with him nicely." "Yeah, but the manners were a trick." I keep squinting in the mirror. If I'd refused, he would have ripped my door off the hinges and carried me to dinner anyway. I have no control. No control over where I live, what I do, or who I can see. Arsen has the world on a string, and I'm just another one of his puppets. "It still seems like a step in the right direction," she argues. "Don't kill the messenger, but he is doing this for you. This alliance is to keep you safe. A few months ago, the Italians wanted to kill you. Now, you're going to dinner with them. That seems like a move in the right direction. Except the direction I want to be moving is away from Arsen. He gets to send me away and bring me back and control every detail of my life, and I just have to go along with it. It's not fair. Also, I don't have anything to wear." I strip my blouse off and toss it into the pile of every other item of clothing I own that doesn't work for tonight. Can I make a lasting alliance in sweatpants? Suddenly, Kira gasps. I know she's in her house next door, but that doesn't stop me from spinning around and looking over my own shoulder anyway. "What? What's happening? What was that sound for?" That was the sound of me having a brilliant idea. "Oh, great. It sounded a lot like your 'there's a murderer behind you' sound, so I got confused." She ignores me and continues. "I think you've been playing this all wrong, babe. You don't want to avoid Arsen." Actually, yes, I do. That's all I want. You haven't been listening." "No, I mean, you've been away for months. He hasn't seen you in months. Arsen is well versed in what it's like to be without you," she explains. "If you really want to make him suffer, show him what he lost." I don't know that I want to make Arsen suffer. Then again, it would make the night more interesting. Why should I be the only one having a miserable time? What did you have in mind? Kira's plan has some pros and cons. Pro, the only thing better than avoiding Arsen is watching him almost swallow his tongue, admiring what he can't have. As soon as I appear at the top of the stairs, sliding my hands down the corset top of the little black dress I dug out of the closet, Arsen's eyes are locked on me. This is the first time Arsen has seen me in a dress when I'm not ginormously pregnant, and this dress is really highlighting the goods. Arsen also came to play. He looks edible in a dark gray suit over a fitted black sweater. Over the months we were together, I built up a tolerance to the effortless way Arsen could wear a trash bag and still make my heart race. But after being sent away, I'm an Arsen Adamov lightweight. I'm so struck tracing the broad sweep of his shoulders and the lean taper of his waist in his jacket that I stumble on the last step down to the car. He grabs my hand, catching me before I twist an ankle in the heels Kira insisted I wear. Another con. If I don't end the night in a full leg cast, it'll be a miracle. His hand is warm and steady, and I squeeze his fingers before the logical part of my brain can scream at me to stop. Arson exhales. Layla, you look. I snatch my hand away and turn to the line of cars idling behind Arson S in the drive. What's with all the security? It seems to take actual effort for him to drag his eyes away from me. Take that, I think bitterly. Just an added precaution for the night. I thought this was about making an alliance. It is. He pulls open the door and the meaning is clear. Be quiet, get in. He holds out a hand to help me into the passenger seat, but I brush past it and get in on my own. Because tonight, he may be able to claim my time, but he can't have me. Even still, I feel his eyes on me as we drive. His attention flits between the road and me the entire way to the restaurant, but he never says a word. No compliments, no idle chit-chat. While the silence stacks around us, my revenge plot starts to feel juvenile. I buried my mother 6 weeks ago, and now I'm pulling a she's all that on my own husband. If I'm smart, which this tight-ass corset is telling me I'm anything, but I'll keep my head down and get through this dinner without any extra drama. That's the decision I've come to as I'm striding towards the bronze double doors, with my best everything is fine and normal face on. Then Arson grabs my elbow and pulls me to a stop. This dinner is important, Layla. It better be. You broke our arrangement to drag me here. His eyes dip down to my cleavage before he can haul them back to my face. This alliance it's imperative that the outside world doesn't become aware of our situation. I scowl, my thin facade slipping fast. The situation where you abandoned me and our daughter, but now want me to pretend to play house with you. Is that the situation you're referring to, or is there something else I should know? Something I can't read flashes across his face. It's gone as quick as it arrives, and Arson just looks tired. I know you hate my guts right now, but fuck. For tonight, I need you to pretend that you don't. These people wanted to kill me a few months ago. I don't see why I should care what they think of our marriage. Again, something flickers across his face. Then he takes a step closer, swallowing me in his heat and the woodsy smell of him. Layla, please. I really am a lightweight now. My heart is thundering in my chest, but I ignore it. With a forced sigh, I grudgingly turn into his side and drag his arm around my waist. Arson's hand tightens on my hip, igniting a zing of something I refuse to name. If you even think about touching me under the table, I'll stab a fork into your hand. Enzo and his wife are already at our table when we arrive. Gilia jumps up when she sees us. She rushes forward to greet me with a hug, ripping Arson's hand away and stealing me for herself. Her red dress covers all of her bits and bobs like Enzo is campaigning to be a senator. Meanwhile, I look like a senator's mistress. It's so lovely to see you again, sweetheart. She kisses each of my cheeks. You look wonderful, an absolute vision. You have to tell me where you got that dress. I mumble my thanks and compliment her too, but we've only been here 60 seconds, and I'm already running on fumes. I thought I could play pretend for one night, but how am I supposed to match Gilia's energy? I'm so excited to get to know you better. She clasps both of my hands in hers. This is going to be the first of many dinners, I'm sure. I can already tell we're going to be good friends. Many dinners to come. A lifetime of standing next to Arson and hiding my true feelings. Of disappearing behind the mask of this person I never wanted to be. The weight of it is crushing, squeezing my chest even more than the corset. I'm so distracted by it that I barely notice when Gilia drops my hands and turns to look at my husband. And you, instead of a hug, he gets a sharp fingernail to the chest. You are a complete ass. I blink out of my doom-and-gloom spiral, suddenly entranced by the scowl pulling at the corners of Gilia's red lips. I cannot believe you are forcing this dinner on your wife mere weeks after she buried her mother, she snaps. It's ridiculous. Honestly, the things you men expect of us simply because you have a deal to close. Repulsive. My jaw drops. Arson just raises his brows and turns to Enzo. Gilia, darling? Enzo clears his throat awkwardly. Forgive me, Arson. My wife has a mind of her own, and I have very little luck reining her in. I've found it's best to conserve my energy. Gilia rolls her eyes as she turns to me. Yes, Layla, never forget. The men need lots of energy to smoke cigars and toast to themselves and their many successes. For the first time in as long as I can remember, I smile. Enzo takes Gilia's hand and presses a kiss to her knuckles. She's fiery, and that's why I love her. Arson slaps a thin smile on his face. I feel his eyes shift towards me as he says, I'm intimately familiar with her type, as beautiful as they are hot-headed. Gilia lowers herself into the chair next to her husband. You can rain down compliments all you want, Arson Adamov. Flattery won't work on me. Just like that, there's a break in the clouds hanging over my head. Gilia speaks her mind with her husband. Maybe I won't have to pretend around them. Maybe I won't have to paper over all the cracks in my marriage to keep them from putting another bounty on my head. You can't blame a man for trying, Arson chuckles. Enzo, I like your wife. Enzo sighs as he droops an arm around Gilia's shoulders. Me, too. So much, in fact, I've decided to hold off a little longer on wife number 2. She smacks his arm, but he just presses a kiss to her cheek. Within minutes, it becomes apparent that Gilia isn't just open about her thoughts, she's also open about her feelings. And she loves her husband. Enzo and Gilia are perfectly in sync. It's not just the way they play off one another conversationally, it's the way they move around each other, finding excuses to touch and play and share the same air. If there's a break in the conversation for even a moment, they kiss, their eyes locking as though they're the only two people in the room. I thought I wanted honesty, to not have to hide how I really feel. I thought I wanted to sit next to Arson, never touching more than is required, only speaking when spoken to. But as I watch Enzo and Gilia, I find I want what they have. And I wasn't prepared for how much it would hurt to know it can never be mine again. 16. ARCN. I'm starving as we leave the restaurant. The overpriced food tasted like cardboard, probably because the only thing I really wanted to take a bite out of was my wife. The woman looks phenomenal. Knowing Layla, I'm sure that was intentional. We're well past punishment now. She's trying to torture me. Part of the torture has to be the way she stiffened every time I got close to her. When I reached across to refill her wine glass, I thought she was going to stop, drop, and roll to avoid touching me. Now we're back in the car, and I've about had it with the broody silence. What did you think of Gilia and Enzo? Does it matter? She turns to look out the window. I wouldn't ask if it didn't. They were nice. Really nice, she sighs, almost like she can't help herself. They seem to be really in love. Probably why they got married. She turns towards me, but her eyes don't follow. I want to grab her chin and force her to look at me. Marriage is used for a lot of things in your world. It rarely has anything to do with love. It was nice to see a couple who actually want to be together. We were that couple once. She snorts. We were fooling ourselves, or at least I was. We never had what Enzo and Gilia have. I want to argue, but there's no point. Would Enzo send Gilia away? Would he turn his back on his infant daughter? The questions swirl in the back of my mind, but I ask one that's a little easier to swallow. Do you want what they have? She folds her arms over her chest. Not anymore. I just want to be left alone. Yeah, you made that clear enough at dinner. Finally, she turns her blue-eyed glare on me. I came, I socialized, I ate the freaking crab cakes. What more do you want from me, Arson? Everything. I want to talk to you about. No, she turns away again, facing firmly forward. I think this should be a silent drive. It's not healthy for Nina to have parents who don't speak to each other. We will speak to each other. She turns to me, a fake smile tugging limply on her lips. Hello, Arson, how are you? I'm here to pick up Nina. Thank you, goodbye. She holds up her hands like she just made some great point. See. The thought that this custody arrangement might last more than just a few weeks is unfathomable to me. That's not good enough. Nina deserves more. And she'll get it, she snaps. Eventually. One day, I'm sure, we'll figure out how to talk, look, God, fucking be around each other. But not now. Today is not that day. I need space. You've had months of space. That wasn't my choice. You're the one who started this, Arson. Don't blame me for following through. How much longer are you going to punish me for? I snarl. She flinches but refuses to say anything. I've gone along with your ridiculous demands, but it doesn't seem to be making a difference. She's a foot away from me, but she might as well still be in that tiny apartment with Jedian, with hundreds of miles between us. I feel the way I feel, Arson. Maybe you should just accept that things between us will never be the same again. My hands tighten on the steering wheel. I have half a mind to pull to the side of the road and hash things out, yell and curse and rant and rave. We need to settle this, one way or another. I'm never going to accept that my wife refuses to be in the same room with me. Do you know how insane it is to have you walk out of the room the moment I walk in? I know exactly how insane it is, actually. She turns her cold gaze on me, probably as insane as being forced out of the state with no real explanation as to why. You know why. No, I don't, she cries out. I get that there was a threat hanging over my head and you wanted me to be safe. That's exactly why. So why not increase my security? Why not keep me in the house? Or here, as a novel idea, why didn't you come with me? Her voice breaks, and I whip my attention to her. I'm flying down the dark road, the engine roaring under us, but my eyes are stuck on hers. On the shimmer of pain just beneath her anger. Yeah, she nods with a grim sense of satisfaction. Didn't even cross your mind, did it? Because, no matter what you claim, you weren't just trying to keep me safe. You were trying to push me away. Every argument I've been amassing in my defense, these last few weeks disintegrates. Because she's right. I didn't just send her away to protect her, I did it to protect myself. I open my mouth to tell her that, but my throat is dry, my tongue parched. Nothing gets past my lips. You're here now, Rosa, I rasp at last. I'm not sending you away anymore. Until the next threat comes, she mutters, or until you get sick of me, whichever is first. The threat is already here. Her own father wanted her dead. As we drive through the gates of my compound, I'm trying to decide whether telling her about Charles right now is the right move. But before I can make up my mind, she rips her seatbelt off. You know what? It doesn't even matter to me anymore. Keep me here, send me away, I don't care. Either way, I want space. She gets out of the car and practically runs into the house. Blyet, I hiss to the empty car before I finally kill the engine and make my way inside. I should leave her alone tonight. It's been a long one, and she's clearly not in the mood for more conversation. But my own restlessness has me trailing her perfume through the house until I'm standing on her doorstep. I knock gently once, twice, a third time. Open the door, Layla. I have something I need to tell you. Silence. Then, a second later, my phone pings with an incoming message. LAALA, I'm all bickered out. Biting back my frustration, I try again. I refuse to resort to my phone when I know she's standing a foot away on the other side of this door. I'm not here to fight, I just want to talk. To explain, I'm prepared to tell you everything. LAALA, somehow I highly doubt that. This is important, Layla. Laila. It's always important when you want to talk. This is childish. Just open the door. Laila, I'm going to bed. I could break down the door. Laila, our daughter is sleeping in here. I take a deep breath, but my hands ball into fists all the same. She's infuriating and exciting. She's mind-boggling and frustrating as hell. And so utterly fucking irresistible that I feel like my brain is melting. Fine, we'll talk tomorrow then. No answer, in text form or otherwise, but I can see her shadow shift across the crack at the bottom of the door. She's still standing there, waiting for me to walk away. Thank you for coming with me, I add softly, certain she can hear me. Her shadow doesn't move. I take that as a good sign. And by the way, I press a hand to the door. You looked beautiful tonight. 17. Laila. He's suing me. I shake the court summons Polina just handed me like it's an Etch-a-Sketch. If I do it hard enough, will it disappear? Who's suing you? Gilia asks, leaning forward to see. In hindsight, I'm not sure it was the best idea to open my mail in front of a guest, much less a new ally's wife. But the ship has sailed. Also, I like Gilia. My dad. In a different crowd, that would have earned an eyebrow raise, but Gilia isn't fazed in the least. What for? A house, my house. My mother got it in the divorce, but now that she's gone. You're mourning and he's coming for your house. Vulture, Gilia gasps. Petty, selfish vulture. Oh, so you've met my dad already? I ask sarcastically. Gilia rests her hand on my knee. There's a clean and simple way of taking care of this problem, Layla. I'm all ears. I mean, what's the point of having powerful husbands if we don't use them? The man would disappear, and so would that. She gestures towards the paper in my hand. Nonsense that it is. I blink and blink and blink. You're suggesting that I ask Arson too. I'm speechless, can't even finish the sentence. Thankfully, Polina chimes in from the corner where she's rocking Nina. I'm not sure that's how Layla wants to deal with this particular dilemma, gee. Oh, I'm sorry, Gilia flushes. I assumed you had a bad relationship with your father. I do. Then what's the problem? This woman is serious. She's talking about taking someone out the way I'd talk about putting bread on my grocery list. We have a bad relationship, but that doesn't mean I don't want to kill him. Sorry, cara mia, I forget myself sometimes. Gilia shakes her head like she's disgusted with herself. I was born into this world. Enemies end up dead. I might be a little desensitized to it all. It's okay, I stammer out. You meant well. I still think you should tell Arson, she says. He doesn't have to do what I suggested, but he can take care of the problem in other ways. Gilia still doesn't know that Arson and I are on the outs, which is for the best. I may not want to be married to Arson, but I don't want to turn his allies against him, either. I'm about to delicately change the subject when the man himself strolls into the sitting room. What problem? Arson, Gilia smiles. Nice to see you again. I heard you'd come to pay my wife a visit. I figured I should come make sure you weren't getting into too much trouble. Trouble us, Gilia gives me a wicked grin. Never. Says the woman, casually suggesting contract murder, no less than 15 seconds ago. Arson arches a brow. I'll be the judge of that. What problem do I need to take care of? Gilia, always cool under pressure, stands up. That's my cue to head home. Enzo is expecting me. If I'm late, this alliance could implode before it has a chance to begin. She pulls me into a hug, her lips against my ear. Sorry, darling, I didn't mean for him to overhear, but let's meet again soon. I nod and wave as Polina escorts her to the door, taking Nina with her. Arson drops onto the armchair next to mine, his eyes fixed on the envelope on the coffee table. Some spiteful, vindictive part of me wants to keep the news to myself. I want to prove to Arson that I don't need him, that I can handle things without him. But my track record in dealing with Charles Barnes is spotty, at best. And even with murder off the table, this is exactly Arson's wheelhouse. He may not be the husband of the year, but he is good at his job. I hand him the envelope. Charles is suing me for ownership of Mom's estate. He snatches it out of my hands, flipping through the pages with a dark look in my eyes. This is fucking ridiculous. He glances up at me. I can handle this for you. What does that mean exactly? Do you want him dead? My God, I mutter. I didn't realize execution was the plan A go-to with you all. Arson doesn't seem to hear me as he reads over the suit again. I've warned him over and over again. He doesn't seem to get the message. I let myself imagine it for a moment. A life without the threat of my deadbeat dad popping up like a monster in a haunted house every few months. A life without a father or a mother. Just me and Nina. Alone. I don't want him dead, not now anyway. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I shove to my feet. I can't believe I just said that. I'm awful. What kind of daughter thinks that about her own father? In your defense, he wasn't much of a father. Still, if people could go around issuing hits on crappy fathers, half the world would be at risk. I shake my head. I can't murder my own flesh and blood. Arson runs a hand over his scruff, and I see a flash of some sign, the same thing I saw that night in the car on the way to dinner. He wants to tell me something. What? I turn to him, venturing a step closer. What aren't you telling me? I wanted to tell you the other night, as soon as I found out, but you didn't want to talk. Then, after that, it never seemed like a good time. The way some people's old joints can sense rain, my hip can sense drama. Pain flares up, hot and stabby. Tell me now. Remember the bounty. The one that got me exiled for 3 months. I roll my eyes. Nope, forgot all about that. Turns out, Alessandro Calcagno didn't get the idea for that hit all on his own. I shake my head. I don't know what you mean. The suggestion came from someone else. Alessandro was just the man with the power to enforce it. He watches me carefully, letting me draw my own conclusions. Again and again, my brain connects the dots. But again and again, I refuse to see it. No, just no. It checks out, he warns. I shake my head. No, it can't be, he wouldn't. Enzo is the one who told me, Arson continues. He wasn't there for the original deal, but he got the details from his father. He's a reliable source. Chills run down my arms as my face burns. My eyes sting with tears, rage. I don't even know what I'm feeling, but I know that this can't be happening. He wants the house, I breathe. That's all he wants. I'm his daughter. I know this is a lot, Layla. It's not a lot, it's impossible. But as I say it, I know it's not. I know Arson wouldn't tell me that my own father took a hit out on me unless he had no doubts that it was true. This isn't about you, he says gently. Not entirely. According to my sources, your father is in deep debt. That house is his lifeline, his only hope. He owes some very powerful men millions. The house isn't worth that much. My voice sounds as paper-thin as I feel. Perhaps not, but it's a way for him to hold them at bay for a little while longer. None of this is funny, but I burst out laughing. He'd kill me for some stopgap money. He'd still be drowning in debt, but my life is worth another couple weeks of freedom for him. That's the kind of man he is, Arson grits out. He didn't have any qualms about sacrificing you. Why should you feel any differently about him? The way he phrases the question, it all sounds so reasonable. Why shouldn't I let Arson deal with my father the way he would with any other low-life criminal who crossed his path? Because it's not what Mom would want me to do. I drop my head into my hands. I'm not like him, Arson. If he dies, he dies. But I'm not going to be the one to order his death. That's not me. Arson nods grimly. I know. The silence stretches, making all the things we're not saying to each other painfully obvious. At least to me. I want to fight him in court, I croak eventually. Do things the right way. And if he starts fighting dirty, then I'll leave it up to you to handle him in whatever manner you choose, I concede. I don't need to know the details. Arson's eyes sharpen fiercely. I'll handle it, Rosa. I'll protect you, always. 18. ARCN. The meeting went well, don't you think? I thought it went well. Layla drums her fingers against her thigh. She kept her nerves hidden during the meeting with her lawyer, but they're out in full force now that we're back in my car. She seems really competent. You said she went to Yale. I didn't hire her because of her pedigree, I reply. I hired her because she's a shark. She'll take care of you. Layla turns to me, her eyes still searching. She said they could throw out the case before it even sees a courtroom. She did say that. She allows herself a little smile. That's good news. I hate courtrooms. I peek over at her as we drive away from the lawyer's office. She's in a simple red sundress, face barely touched with makeup, but something about her is so beautiful it hurts. Mom used to bring me to court for the divorce, she explains, gazing out the window. I used to sit there for hours, watching people come and go, waiting for our turn in front of the judge. It wasn't exactly a highlight of my youth. If I get my way, you'll never have to endure a single second more in the same room as Charles. She inclines her head in silent thanks. We should probably set up another meeting, huh? Just to go over the history of the house, ownership records, that kind of thing. She asks me like I might know. Like my usual method of dealing with this kind of thing doesn't involve my fists and a shallow grave. But it's important to Layla to do this the right way, slow and ineffective as it might be, so I can do my best. I can arrange that. I point to the clock on the dash. You hungry? We can grab lunch while we're out. I say it casually, because I am casual. I have Layla all to myself for the first time in months, and I'm the picture of cool, collected calm. Her smile falters. That's okay, I ate before we left for the meeting. That was hours ago, you must be hungry. No, she insists too quickly. I'm fine, I'd rather just go home. Meaning you'd rather starve than share a meal with me. I don't mean to push her, but I can't stop myself. Her hands tighten in her lap, and she doesn't deny it. I appreciate that you're helping me with this lawsuit, but nothing has changed between us. Nothing has changed. Yes, Layla needed help, and yes, I jumped in to save her without hesitation. Still, nothing has changed. All the times Marie told me to open up and be honest and vulnerable with Layla echo in the back of my head. I'm sure the woman is shaking her head from the other side of the veil, disappointed in my pitiful attempts to make things right. Maybe that's why I blurt, I hate courtrooms too. Layla's head swivels towards me. She doesn't say a word, but I've got her attention. I remember the first time I was marched into one. Handcuffs on my feet and bailiffs holding either arm, just licking their chops for the chance to beat my head in with batons. The judge looked at me like I was trash at his feet. I knew I was a goner. I can't believe you couldn't charm him, she murmurs, almost unwillingly. You charm everyone. Between a nice smile and money, money always wins. You mean? He was bought. My grandfather bribed him. Jeremy wanted to see me sentenced. I almost forgot about that, she murmurs. I just don't understand how you can put your own grandson behind bars for something he was doing on your behalf. I shrug a shoulder. I wasn't good at following orders. I questioned him one too many times. I guess that was his way of showing me who was boss. Still, you were so young. I was a man in all the ways that mattered to a person like him. She eyes me sadly. Were you scared? For the first time in my life, I didn't even have my name to carry me through. With my grandfather against me, I was working with nothing more than my wits. I give her a melancholy smile. So, yes, I was fucking terrified. Her gaze goes to the scars on my arms. I can't imagine going through what you went through. I wasn't alone, I had Jasper. That's the man who introduced himself at Mom's funeral. She's looking at me, so she doesn't notice me taking an unnecessary left turn. She may not want to go to lunch with me, but that doesn't mean I can't drag out this car, ride a little longer. That's the one, I shake my head. He's an idiot and a screw-up, but for some reason, I keep giving him chance after chance. I'm sure you have a reason, you always do. Per usual, Layla isn't wrong. Jasper was my first friend, I explain, once again amazed by how sad that statement is. He stuck his neck out for me when he didn't have to, when there was nothing in it for him. He smuggled cigarettes in for everyone, so he'd carved out a place for himself in the hierarchy. And where were you on the totem pole? That draws out a bitter laugh. I was Yeremy Adamov's grandson, so I was immediately seen as a threat. Someone tried to shank me in my sleep the first night in. She claps 2 hands to her face in horror. What happened to honor amongst thieves? There's no room for honor in prison. It's kill or be killed. My roommate wanted to get on the alpha's good side, so he jimmied the cell door and let in one of the man's goons. It was 5 on 1. They beat me up pretty bad. That's how I got this one. I point to the thin white scar on the side of my forehead. What about the guards? Layla whispers. Why didn't they stop it? The guards were more interested in placing bets on who would survive, till the end of the month. Her jaw drops. You're not serious. They all bet against me, I smirk. I lost those fuckwits a ton of money, one of the proudest days of my life. Jesus, she says, what happened afterwards? I was found unconscious on the floor of my cell the next day. Spent 3 nights in the medical wing. When I returned to Max, I was basically a pariah. If anyone was seen talking to me, offering me so much as a pudding cup, they were automatically blacklisted as well. Our justice system at work, how lovely. I take it as a good sign that she seems so worked up on my behalf. Jasper walked up to me 2 days after I re-entered Max. He did it in the middle of the cafeteria, right under everyone's nose. Handed me a cigarette and told me I looked like I needed it. He blacklisted himself. I guess he didn't like playing by the rules, either. Did he get flack for befriending you like that? Controlling the cigarette supply meant he got some immunity, but I wasn't beneficial for him, I can tell you that. But that's who Jasper was, I could count on him. Back then, at least. As we approach the house, I slow down, desperate to draw out this moment for as long as possible. Layla fusses with her hair, then sighs and looks at me. Arson, why are you telling me all this? I hear Marie's voice in the back of my head. I can practically feel her nudging me forward. Because I've never told anyone else, I explain softly. Because you're my wife. 19. ARCN. Progress. That's what I tell myself as I drag myself away from Layla's door. This is progress. I want to go inside with her, strip away all the bullshit that has built up between us, and lose myself in her for a few hours. Days. Weeks, if not more. But considering I'm currently celebrating the fact she didn't kick my ass to the curb, when I placed my hand on the small of her back and led her into the house, the marathon makeup sex will likely need a rain check. I could go work out some of my extra energy on my own, but the idea of getting myself off without Layla around seems like 3 steps backward. So I decide to let off some steam in a different way. Which is how I end up outside a shady-looking motel just off the highway. I stalk down the peeling beige walls to room 24. All it took was one stern look at the strung-out man manning the front desk before he coughed up Charles' room number. I could have gotten a key from him, too, but I like the idea of a grand entrance. The door splits nearly in half when I drive the heel of my boot into it. The chain lock shatters away from the wall, leaving Charles framed in the shredded wood, his pale lips hanging open in wordless horror. Arson! I kick in the rest of the door so I can step into the dank room. We really should stop meeting like this. He trembles as he backs into the furthest corner of the room, which isn't saying much. This place is a shoebox. I didn't go near her, Charles blubbers. Not since the funeral, not since. Since you wanted to pay your respects. I nod. And what do you call stealing the house that Marie left to her daughter before her body is even cold in the ground? Is that respectful? His neck stiffens. That's my house now. The house was Marie's to do with as she pleased. She wanted her only child to have it. I would have thought you'd want the same thing, being the loving father that you are. She doesn't need the damn house, he exclaims, his voice rising. She has money, a nice home, she has you. And you have debts. You owe more than that house could ever begin to cover. He drops his gaze to the floor. Nice to know the man still has a modicum of shame somewhere in that shriveled heart of his. It's a start. It's a waste of time, you have no case. My lawyer doesn't think so, he insists. Which bargain basement did you find this lawyer in? I shove my hands into my pockets, and Charles flinches. Don't worry, I didn't bring my gun. I wouldn't waste a bullet on you even if I did have it on me. The smell of his sweat is beginning to invade the room, mingling with whatever cheap disinfectant they used to scrub the last customer's remnants out of here. What are you going to do to me? He asks. I'm simply here to tell you the facts, Charles. I advance into the room. Your lawyer may not have been honest with you, but I will be. You tried to sell a house that wasn't yours to sell, not once, but twice. I believe that even your cut-rate lawyer would call that fraud. Charles's knees buckle. He slides down the wall with a sweaty squeaking sound that's almost as pathetic as he is. I was desperate. I am desperate. No need to tell me. I smelled it on you the moment we met. Then help me. He literally drops to his knees. Please, Layla may be mad at me, but I'm still her father. I'm the only parent she has left. If she hated me, she wouldn't be so angry with me. For my own sake, I hope he's right about that. Hate is closer to love than apathy is. So settle my debt for me, he pleads. Settle the whole sum, and you'll never have to see me again for as long as I live. I'm guessing that won't be very long, so why should I bother? His mouth trembles. Please. The sad part is that I would have settled your debt, I admit. But you shot that option to hell when you went to Alessandro Calcagno. I didn't. Spare me the lies, Charles. I have it on good authority that you floated the idea of a hit on my wife, your own fucking daughter, to the Italians. There's no coming back from that. His whole body is trembling now. I'm dead. You're going to kill me. I would. God, I'd love to, actually. I flex my hands at my sides, knuckles cracking. But the daughter you tried to have killed has decided to spare you. Now you have two options. See this lawsuit through and land your ass in jail, or leave and try to outrun your creditors. Your choice. They'll kill me if I run. I'll kill you if you stay. He presses his forehead to the floor, shaking all over, and I can't watch this. Killing him would be a mercy at this point, one he doesn't deserve. I'd leave tonight if I were you, I add. Clock's ticking. With that, I leave. The musty smell of him and his room lingers in my nostrils far longer than I'd like. But even when I get in my car, I don't pull away quite yet. I idle down the block, watching the motel. After 15 minutes, Charles slinks out with his few belongings strapped to his back. He catches a bus and is gone. I should probably leave it at that and hope he doesn't come back. But I find myself with my phone in my hand, typing out a text. ARSCN, your father is dropping the lawsuit. He won't be a problem anymore. I see that the message is delivered and opened. Seconds pass, and I can feel the little bit of progress I made today slipping away. I'm about to throw my phone into the backseat and find somewhere to drown the ache in my chest when my phone buzzes. Her reply is a simple, red heart. Progress. 20. LA. I should have known this was coming. Arsen Adamov doesn't fight fair. Admittedly, sending him the heart was my mistake. I was tired and grateful that I didn't need to deal with a lawsuit on top of everything else, and I sent an ill-advised emoji. Since that moment, it's been a full frontal offense from him. He saw my corseted black dress and raised me low-riding gray sweats. How am I supposed to coherently ask for space when I'm looking at a shirtless hunk of juicy man meat? Every day has been a barrage of flowers and pastries and gifts, so extravagant I can't bring myself to throw them away. I've been putting them in an expensive heap in my closet until I have enough to organize a high-end auction for charity. Worst of all is the fact that things have been good. He's loosened the reins now that Charles is out of the picture. I can go out with friends and a small army of personal security, yes, but it's better than nothing. It's the head of that security who's twisted around in the driver's seat, one hand raised in surrender, the other holding a small box out to me. Don't shoot the messenger. Kira groans. That better not be what I think it is, Dom. You're shooting the messenger, he replies, and I just specifically requested you not do that. I pluck the pale blue box out of his hands like it's a bomb. It might as well be. When I lift the lid, the swirl of pink and champagne diamonds nestled into the velvet box are so bright I have to snap it closed again. I want to bop him right in his audacious little face, I announce. Dominic meets my eyes in the rearview mirror. You're the first woman I've seen be pissed about getting expensive jewelry. Can I see? Kira opens the box and gasps. Wow, okay, fault him all you like, but he's got great taste. This is gorgeous. I know that. Of course, the diamond-studded rose pendant is gorgeous. Arsen doesn't half-ass anything in his life, including groveling. Kira lifts the necklace out of the box, letting it dangle in the air between us. Try it on, at least. I swear the necklace off like it's possessed. Not a chance, you take it. I can't, it's yours. That doesn't stop her from gazing longingly at it with stars in her eyes. Yes, as a matter of fact, you can. No, as a matter of fact, she cannot, Dominic interjects. She's not wearing jewelry from another man. It's not from another man, it's from me, I argue. Arsen gave it to me, and now it's mine to do with what I will. I want Kira to have it. And I want another job, Dominic mumbles under his breath. A nice, quiet desk job with high cubicle walls. I roll my eyes as Dominic pulls to a stop outside the Italian restaurant Gilia suggested for lunch. Kira, tell your husband to keep his nose out of my business. Honey, keep your nose out of Layla's business, she chimes sweetly, before pressing a kiss to his cheek and following me out of the car. When we get inside, Gilia is already seated by the window. She smiles as we approach, and then takes one look at my face and grabs me by the shoulders. What's wrong? Either Gilia is incredibly perceptive, or she has a team of spies. With my luck, it's probably both. What makes you think anything is wrong? I say weakly. It's this. Kira doesn't even attempt to lie. She just passes the Tiffany box across the table to Gilia. Gilia opens the lid before I can stop her and whistles. Now, that is a serious piece of bling. Do you not like it? 'Cause I'll take it off your hands if not. No, it's beautiful, I scowl. That's exactly the problem. Gilia glances back and forth between us, on the edge of her seat waiting for the punchline. When it doesn't come, she says, okay, I'm clearly missing something. Again, Kira isn't shy to spill all of my steaming hot tea. Arsen, S in the doghouse, and he's trying to win Layla back with trinkets and flowers and a lot of bullshit I don't need, I explode. Honestly, it's insulting. It's also a little endearing, which is another kind of insult. I did sense a little tension between the two of you at the restaurant the other night, Gilia admits. But considering I've seen wives pull steak knives on their husbands during those stupid political dinners, I didn't make much of it. I didn't plan to breathe a word about our situation to Gilia in case she'd think less of us, but I forgot who I was talking to. Whatever is going on with me and Arson, she's seen weirder. So I launch into the whole sordid explanation. Gilia listens intently. She doesn't interrupt once until I mention the forced exile. Oof, that's a tough one to recover from. Thank you. But I palm my forehead. Not you too, I don't want a but. I'm so sick of buts. Gilia smiles sympathetically. He's the pack-hen of the most powerful Bratva in the country, Layla. He's used to doing things his way, calling all the shots all the time. And I'm used to freedom. Why should I be the only one who has to give up what they know? Kira and Gilia share a look that tells me they have a ready answer for that question, but I don't want to hear it. He's not my boss. I won't defer to him for everything. That's for employees, not partners. And no one expects you to, she agrees. But you need to figure out how to handle the man. You need to embrace your position instead of rejecting it. I don't want the position at all. I asked him for a divorce. Somewhere, a record scratches. Both women look at me like I just stripped nude in the middle of the restaurant and started dancing on the table. Layla, Kira breathes, you can't be serious. I guess that answers the question of whether Dom can keep my secrets or not. If he keeps it up, maybe I'll get him that cubicle he's always dreamed of. This marriage isn't working for me. You really don't love him anymore? Gilia studies me, waiting for an answer that isn't coming. I play with my water glass instead, avoiding her gaze until she snaps her fingers. That's what I thought. You have feelings for him. Had feelings, they've faded, or they will fade, eventually. She laughs and pushes the Tiffany box towards me. I get it. You don't want to be bought. I respect that. But you could have a lot more fun if you played his game. Kira and I exchange a glance, and I know she's as lost as I am. Gilia ushers us closer. Let me take you young doves under my wing. I have much knowledge to impart. Consider this your first lesson in how to be a Bratva wife. All you'll need is Arson's credit card. I already told you, I don't want his money. You don't have to want it, she says. Actually, for this lesson, it's better if you don't. He's lavishing you with gifts and spending money on you, so whatever he spends, you need to spend more. How does that help? You're going to hit him where it hurts. You're going to push him to his breaking point and find out exactly how much leash he's willing to give you before it snaps. I frown. You want me to start a fight. She clicks her nails on the table, a sly smile on her face. It sounds to me like he started the fight. We are finishing it, darling. 21. Layla, a voice calls, open the door. I came home a few hours ago, arms loaded with bags for everyone. Gifts for myself, obviously, but also for Polina, Dominic, Jedian, Kira, and Nina. I even restocked a few of Arson's secret stashes around the house, though I kept that tidbit to myself. Gilia wouldn't have liked it if I was out spending Arson's money on Arson. Then finally, I dropped the rose pendant in Arson's palm and turned for my room. Apparently, he followed me. I don't want to talk, Arson. I answer through the door, punctuating the point with a loud, exaggerated yawn. Your credit cards are heavy. I'm tired from swiping them all day. No talking necessary, you just have to listen. There's a long pause. I hear the soft thud of his hand pressing against the wood. You're really not going to let me in. My hand inches involuntarily towards the knob, but I tuck it behind my back. Nope. There's another thud and then a slide. I see his shadow under the door. He's sitting in the hallway, his back against the door. Something about it plucks at my heartstrings. I almost want to open it. I need to see the great Arsen Adamov sitting on the floor outside my room, just so he can talk to me, or I'll never believe it. But that's what he wants. So I stand my ground. All right, I'll talk from here, he concedes. I wasn't trying to bribe you with the necklace. I just saw it and I thought of you. Plink plink go my stupid heartstrings. I know you're still pissed at me, and I know that diamonds won't fix anything. But you thought you'd try anyway. She's just a stupid woman. She can be distracted with something shiny. Is that how it went? No one would ever accuse you of being stupid, Rosa. You're the smartest woman I know. You and Marie. My heart constricts the moment he mentions my mother. Fuck you. I slump down to the floor to mirror his position, my back to the door, just a few inches of wood separating us from one another. I still can't believe she's gone. Some days, neither can I. An anger I thought I'd suppressed rises up in me hot and fast. You're the one who got to be with her in those final months, and she even wasn't anything to you. She was my mother-in-law, he demurs, and my friend. I visited her every single day while you were away. We'd eat lunch, we'd talk. I turn towards the door, wishing I could see his face, read his body language. What did the two of you talk about? Nothing, everything. I trace a knot in the wood, my finger circling and circling. So much for trying to pretend I don't care about what he has to say. I'm drinking in every word, every sigh. Mostly you, he admits from the other side. You were the love of Marie's life. The lump in my heart travels up to my throat. You lost your mother, so you decided to steal mine. The words are out of my mouth before I've had a chance to think them over. My guilt rushes in to fill the silence between us. I'm sorry, I mumble quickly. That was a horrible thing to say. It's okay, his voice gives nothing away. You have every right to feel that way. I robbed you of time with Marie. Then I was there instead, having the conversations she should have been having with you. Did she ask you to bring me back? There's a small pause. All the time, she was furious at me for refusing, but she put up with me because she was lonely. She missed you. I close my eyes and a tear slips free. You're lying. She told me that she didn't want me to come back. It was because she loved you, Layla. She didn't want you to see her struggle. I bite my lip to hold back a sob. When I feel more in control of myself, I wipe the tears away. Thank you for lying to me. I never meant to hurt you, you know. I wish I could do it over. If I wasn't so consumed with preventing my own pain, I could have avoided causing yours. My breath hitches. My cheek is practically kissing the wood. What do you mean? I sent you away because of the bounty, but there was more to it. After Dom and I were attacked, it shook me. I didn't see it coming. I haven't felt that way in a very long time, not since my parents died. His voice softens, but I've never heard him so clearly. I hate not being prepared. After what happened with my father, I vowed never to be taken by surprise again. No one can be prepared for everything in life. You have to pay attention, stay alert. There are always signs, but I was distracted and I missed them. He groans in frustration, and when I close my eyes, I can picture him tugging at his hair. My dad stopped eating after my mom died. He wouldn't speak. He was a shell, and I should have seen it coming. I'm almost afraid to ask, but I can't stop myself. Seen what coming? He committed suicide, Arsen rasps softly. Right on her grave, I'm the one who found him. Oh my God, Arsen. Before I can think better of it, I yank the door open. Arsen is as surprised as I am when he turns to face me, and I throw my arms around his neck. I crawl into his lap and bury my face in his shoulder. Why didn't you tell me before? Because it's not something I talk about. I pull back to look at him. We're sitting in the threshold between the hallway and my room. No man's land in more ways than one. You can't blame yourself, Arsen. Except it was my fault. You were a child. I was his son, and I failed him. His hand hovers over my knee like he's still not sure if he can touch me. The night Dom and I were attacked, I was distracted, with myself, with his eyes search out mine for a moment before dancing away again. With us. If I'd been paying closer attention, I would have sensed the trap. So you sent me away because I was a distraction. For months, I wanted an explanation, but nothing about this makes me feel any better. Something like that. He drops his eyes. I was scared. I thought the only way to run this empire and keep the people I love safe was to be alone. How did that work for you? We're here, aren't we? He lets out a scorned laugh. We both know I made the wrong choice. That's why I'm trying to fix it. That's why he's opening up to me. That's why he's here. How many times did I watch my father weasel his way back into my mother's life, just to take some money and run? Arson is not like my father, but I'd be stupid to ignore the hard-won lessons my mother lived through. I open the door because I hear Gilia's question from lunch echoing in my head, but the word love might as well be a different language. I can't bring myself to say it. Not now, not when everything is still up in the air. Because I still care about you, not because I forgive you. He nods, I know. I could stay here on the floor with Arson forever, but where would that leave us? I long to touch him, give him my comfort, be his wife, but nothing has changed. Despite the fact that he's holding the metaphorical door open for me, I can't seem to walk through it. Not yet, anyway. Reluctantly, I remove myself from his arms and rise to my feet. He follows suit, standing in the threshold without crossing over. I need to sleep, I tell him. His eyes skim past me into the room, but he doesn't ask to come in. I'm grateful for that. I'm not entirely sure I could say no to him right now. Okay, good night, Layla. Good night, Arson. He hesitates for a moment, then he leans in. His lips find my forehead. It's nothing more than a fluttering, the lightest of touches, but it says more than either of us know how to put into words. Then he turns. He walks away. He gives me space. The last fucking thing I need. 22. LA. I follow the smell of freshly baked bread to the kitchen and find Polina pulling out a tray of scones. Whoa, who are you trying to impress? She pops a kiss on Nina's forehead as she passes. You, actually, I'm hoping I can get you to eat a proper meal today. I've been picking at my food like a bird for weeks now. Polina has made it clear that if I skip any more meals, she's going to start to take it personally. The problem is, I just haven't been hungry. Not since the moment Arson came in to tell me about my mom. Polina takes Nina from my arms and plops her on her lap. I still don't have much of an appetite, but I sit down anyway. How can I say no to fresh scones? Ah-ta, girl. Polina pushes the tray of jams towards me. Help yourself. Is it just me today? Where are the boys? Jedion's on duty and Dominic is spending the morning with Kira. For the first time in a while, I wasn't just talking about Dominic and Jedion. I haven't seen Arson since the other night outside my door. He's finally giving me the space I asked for, and now I'm seeking him out. I don't miss the irony in any of it, but I choose to ignore it anyway. I was kind of hoping for a quiet morning, just the two of us. Polina pulls a white envelope from her apron pocket. I have something for you. I'm reaching across the table for it when she tacks on, it's from Arson. My hand hovers there, frozen with indecision. The envelope is too small to be more jewelry or the severed head of Arson's enemies, but I know better than to underestimate him. It doesn't matter, though. Polina pushes it into my hand. Open it. If I do, reality as I know it could crash down around me. If I don't, I'll always wonder what was inside. Curiosity wins out, and I rip it open. I recognize Arson's slashing penmanship. The lines are as neat and efficient as the man who wrote them. Layla, I've enrolled you in Zen Academy. Before you refuse, you should know this isn't a gift, it's an investment. When you complete your training and open your own studio, I plan to invest. I intend to make sure my investment is successful. Jedian or Dominic will drive you to your classes in the morning, and I'll make sure your afternoons are free to be with Nina. Love, Arson. I read the letter once and then again, trying to process what it means. Everything okay? Polina asks. I try to respond, but I can't find the words, so I hand her the letter instead. She reads it through with a frown. Zen Academy. It's a yoga training school. I scan the letter again just to make sure I didn't imagine it all. It's expensive, one of the most prestigious yoga schools in the state. Polina seems confused, her eyes flicking from the letter to me, trying to gauge how she should respond. That's great, right? Maybe if it was anything else, I'd be able to school my reaction, to see this as just another attempt by Arson to buy my forgiveness. But this isn't anything else. I can finally get my certification, Polina. Tears well in my eyes, and I have to blink them back. Definitely great then, Polina grins. I'm happy for you, Layla. I'm happy for me, too. For the first time in weeks, I'm happy. It's impossible not to trace the feeling right back to my estranged husband. I put the envelope on the table, nerves and excitement gnawing at my insides. He's trying to make amends. Sounds like he's doing a good job. You should let him. I pick at the scone on my plate, too confused to care about the perfect tang of berries against the sugar lemon glaze. I just don't want him getting the wrong idea. Especially since I might be getting the wrong idea. Which is what? That you want to become a yoga instructor. I level her with a glare. You know what I mean. Honey, you might be overthinking this. It's a lovely gesture, but I don't think he's expecting anything from you. Wake up and smell the bribery, Paul. He's trying to wear me down. I wouldn't be so upset about it if it wasn't working so well. Nina swipes out for the letter, and I let her take it. She bunches it in her chubby fists before Polina can pluck it away again. Wear you down as in. He wants back into my life. He wants things to go back to the way they used to be. She arches an eyebrow. Would that really be so bad? I should have known you'd be on his side, I grumble. She rears back, offended. I slapped that boy in the face for the way he treated you. I moved out. I stiffen. You did. Sure as hell did. The only reason I came back was because Arson told me he was bringing you home. Suddenly, my eyes and throat are all scratchy. He never mentioned that to me. You'd have to be talking to him for him to mention anything to you. She points out gently. We talk, he talks, I guess. Last night, he told me about his father. A small jar of jam tumbles to the table, making us both jump. Polina writes it and then presses a hand to her chest. He did. Yeah, and I thought it was a pretty big deal, even before you reacted like that. He never talks about his father. Polina is squinting at me as my daughter tugs on her tight bun. Nina has almost got the thing unbound, and Polina doesn't even realize. He wanted me to understand why he sent me away, why he pushed me away after Dominic got hurt. I hope you understand why I felt it wasn't my place to tell you, she says softly. But I'm glad he finally did. Were you there? I whisper. Polina's eyes fill with tears she has to blink away. Yes, I suppose we all hold some of the blame. I saw how badly Dmitri was suffering after Nina's funeral. I just assumed it would pass. You couldn't have known. But I should have, she insists. He was my best friend's husband. Nina asked me to take care of him for her. Not even a month after she was gone, I failed her. I place a hand on her knee. You and Arson aren't responsible for what happened with Dmitri. He was a grown man. Who needed help, she says harshly. My help. I gently pry Nina from Polina's lap, giving the woman the freedom to sink down in her chair the way I can tell she wants to. I've watched you do this job for over a year now, Polina. You haven't failed Nina at all. In fact, I think you've made her proud. Polina sniffles. That's kind of you to say. I'm not saying it to be kind. I'm saying it because I think it's true. He's letting you in, Layla, she says. He's trying to share himself with you. That's not something he's ever done, with anyone. I close my eyes for a moment, trying to fight the wave of fear that rises in my throat. I want to move forward, Polina. I'm just scared. What if I lower my guard and he pulls the rug out from underneath me again? I'm not sure I can survive it a second time. Love is always a risk, sweetheart. My lips seal together. I love my mother, but I don't want to make the same mistake she did. She wasted her life loving a man who didn't love her back. I don't want to do that. Polina's eyes are sharp and searching. Do you really believe that Arsen doesn't love you? My heart jabs at my ribcage. He didn't marry me because he loved me, Polina. He married me because it was convenient. He had motives. Still does, I'd wager. Two things can be true at the same time, can't they? Maybe, I concede. I'm just not sure they are. 23. ARCN. Nina wails. I cringe. Because I know the other parents at this park smell my weakness. You may have a $7,000 stroller, but that doesn't make you a father, their stares say. She kicks her legs as her face goes red. I park her under a sycamore and fight my way through the maze of straps and buckles to pull her out of the stroller. But she still doesn't stop crying. Polina offered to come with us, but I told her I could handle my own daughter. Ha, joke S on me. What's wrong, little one? I murmur as she swats at me with balled fists. I run through the emergency checklist. Diaper, bottle, the bouncing walk that makes me feel like a fool but usually does the trick. None of it works. Two mothers across the park are sitting on a bench while their kids play happily in the sandbox, and I feel their pitying looks. Poor girl stuck with a father like that. God help her. I'm juggling a squirming Nina when a woman with dreadlocks parks her stroller next to me. She points to the bench. You mind? She probably wants a front row seat to this train wreck. I can't even blame her. It must be appointment TV. Go ahead, then I turn my attention back to my furious daughter. We do so well at home, Malishka. What's the issue now? Nina just squints her eyes at me as if to say, I don't trust you. Her mother has rubbed off on her, I see. How old is she? The woman asks. Her son is sitting up in his stroller, looking curiously at Nina and me. 6 months. Callum is 7. She smiles at her baby and then turns back to me. I'm Marion. Arsen, I point to myself and then to the screeching thing in my arms. This is Nina. Marion beams at Nina like she isn't a banshee right now. Look at all that drool. Are you teething, little one? I frown. Would that make her cry? To her credit, Marion doesn't laugh. Is she your first? Is it that obvious? Instead of answering, Marion points to the soft, plastic ring hanging from the side pocket of Nina's diaper bag. Try giving her that. What will it do? Pop it in her mouth and find out. I can't imagine Layla would pack anything poisonous in Nina's diaper bag, and since the bouncing walk didn't work, I'm all out of tricks. So I pop the pink ring into Nina's mouth. The moment she latches on. Sweet, blissful silence. Nina blinks innocently at me as she gnaws on the ring, chewing and exploring. What are you? I ask in awe, turning to Marion, the baby whisperer. Just a seasoned veteran. She lifts Callum out of his stroller and settles him on her lap. Cal here is my 4th. She must see the horror on my face because she laughs. Yeah, I know. He was a surprise. We thought we were done after our 3rd. Abigail was supposed to be our youngest, but she's 8 years old and the proudest big sister in the world. Life had other ideas. Exactly. Her deep brown eyes brighten. When I got pregnant with him, I didn't know how I was gonna manage 3 kids, a full-time job, and a house. But you just figure it out. I keep waiting for that to happen. Marion tickles Nina's stomach, and the adorable little bundle, who was screaming not 30 seconds ago, has the audacity to giggle. You're doing just fine from where I'm sitting. Not sure my wife would agree. I wince as soon as the words are out of my mouth. I shouldn't have said that. She gives me a sad smile. They say the first year of marriage is the hardest, but it's not. It's the first year after you have a baby. If the sleep deprivation didn't kill us first, Derek and I were going to tear each other's throats out. And yet you have 4 kids. We found a rhythm, she says with a shrug. I'm sure you and your wife will, too. Some days, all I could focus on was loving my husband a little more than I hated him. Layla has got the hate part of the equation down, I mutter, only half joking. We're working on the love. I'm sure she doesn't hate you, Marion assures me. She's just a new mother. No matter how much you try to help, women end up doing the lion's share. It's a biological inevitability, but that doesn't make it easier. Also, not making it easier is the fact I wasn't around much the last few months. I don't know why I'm sharing so much with a stranger. Maybe because she is a stranger. And probably because she isn't giving me the judgmental glare I definitely deserve. Is that what you're doing here, making up for lost time? Trying to. My wife is also busy this morning, working on her yoga certification. She wants to be a teacher. Marion whistles. Good for her. I didn't get back to my own hobbies until well after kid number 2. Layla's ahead of the curve, that's good. She'll feel like herself in no time. I want that to be a good thing, but what if Layla's normal self hates my guts, too? I'm still not sure she'll forgive me. Marion bounces her son on her knee. Just keep showing up. She'll get there eventually. Easy to say when you don't know how badly I screwed up. She raises her eyebrows and considers me for a moment. In my experience, there's no screw-up so bad that you can't come back from. If only I could believe that she's right. Pobeda is front and center, lining the glass shelves of the bar like glittering trophies on display. Rurik, the bartender I poached from one of the biggest clubs in Manhattan, is standing behind the counter, pouring drinks for Dom and me to sample. Well, Dominic asks, wagging his eyebrows at me over the bar. Everything looks pretty good, am I right? I can't bite back my smile. It looks pretty fucking great. No one would ever accuse me of counting my chickens before they hatch. There's always time for shit to go sideways, but at this moment, it looks like Pobeda is going to be a success. How's the cocktail list coming along, Rurik? I've been experimenting with the gin and the bourbon. He slides a handwritten menu across the bar to me. I've got 3 new cocktails for you to try. Let me make you a Pobeda signature. He pours a dark red liquid into a martini glass and tops it with rock salt and mint before pushing it towards us. Let me know what you think. I take a sip and damn. There are notes of citrus, mint, honey, and the star of the show, dulcet tones of Adamov gin. It's strong, but I don't skimp on the alcohol, Rurik explains, especially when it's this good. I'm glad my label has you inspired. Rurik dips his head to me and turns to Dom. By the way, the new guy, he's doing okay. He has an attitude, but he's thorough. I turn to Dominic, and he answers my question before I can even ask. Jasper, I put him to work. As a barback, I grimace. We've all worked our way up from the bottom, says Dom coldly. He may be your favorite, but he's not mine. So this is you riding the scales, I ask. You're gonna treat him like shit because you think I'm too easy on him. No, this is me testing your theory that Jasper has turned over a new leaf, he fires back. If he has, then grunt work isn't going to scare him. Gritting my teeth, I turn back to the bar. Fine, let me know how he. I heard you the first time, damn man. Jasper calls over his shoulder as he rushes around the corner, lugging a huge crate of bottles. I've only got 2 hands. In his anger, he doesn't see Rurik, so he's as shocked as anyone when he slams into Rurik's back, dropping the crate in the process. Glass shatters, liquid shoots up in a geyser, and Rurik roars out a curse. "Fucking hell, man, that was the liquid gold. It's our most expensive whiskey." Rurik eyes the damage. "How many bottles is that?" The man Jas was calling to, Anton, comes around the corner and clicks his tongue at the destroyed crate. "Only 2 hands, more like 2 left feet." Jasper's upper lip puckers. The 2 hands in question fist at his sides. I've known him long enough to know that Anton better get the fuck out of the way before he's bleeding on the ground. Before reckless fists can fly, Dom clears his throat. "I guess this assignment isn't going to work out either, is it, jazzy boy?" Jasper's eyes slide from Anton to Dominic, then to me. His brow twitches as he comes over. "You had to pick today of all days to show up." "Decided to put on a show for me." I try to tease, but the mood is tense. "That's all this is, a show. I should be doing a legitimate job," he snarls. "But your little bitch of a lapdog here keeps insisting on giving me these fucking bullshit roles." "Because you haven't yet proved that you're responsible or capable enough to handle anything important," Dom interrupts. "I've done everything you've asked of me." "I don't remember asking you to break a dozen bottles of liquid gold. That crate alone is worth over 10 grand. Once you've paid off your debts, you can repay arson for the—" "That's enough, Dominic." I step in between the 2 men and push them apart. "Go to the back and check inventory. We should have plenty more liquid gold." Dominic throws me an aggravated glare before stalking off towards the staff area. I turn to Jasper. "You won't get on Dom's good side talking to him like that." Jas's chin is high and proud. "I was defending myself." "You don't have to defend yourself against your brother." His eyes drop. He wrings his hands like he doesn't know what to do with them. "You're right, it's just fucking Dominic. The man gets to me." "Anton and Rurik must have the same talent then." He flushes. "They've been riding me all day." "And you can't handle it." "No, that's not, I can handle it fine." Jasper takes a deep breath, running a hand over his crew cut. "I'm being a fucking baby. I was a bartender before I even went to prison. This feels like a step backward. Plus, this time I can't even enjoy the drinks. I guess I'm just—" It takes him several seconds to get the words out. "Sobriety hasn't been easy." "I get that." "I doubt you would," he sighs. "You're good at everything." "You trying to flatter me?" He gives me a shit-eating grin that takes me right back to our days in Max. Then he passes a hand over his nape. "I get why you're keeping me on the outskirts, but I'm willing to put in the time it takes to get to the inner circle. I want to prove to you that I'm worthy of it." "Good, because I've gone to bat for you, Jas. Don't let me down." He nods emphatically. "I won't." I meet up with Dominic outside. I know the second he shoves his hands in his pockets and rolls back on his heels what he's going to say, but I let him say it anyway. "You should have turned him away the day he showed up arson." "Don't start this again, Dom," I snap. "I don't have the fucking energy." "Yeah, well, that makes 2 of us. You've repaid your debt to him 10 times over. So why the hell do you still feel you need to take care of that screw-up? He's dead weight." "Maybe he was once, but he's trying to be more. He's sober. He wants to make something of himself. As long as he wants it, I have to give him a chance." "It's a mistake," Dominic snaps. "How can I expect Layla to give me a second chance if I don't extend the same courtesy to Jasper?" He works his jaw back and forth. "That's not the same thing." At the end of the day, it's all the same. Forgiveness is forgiveness. I'm trying to learn it from both sides. 24. LA. Arson's eyes flare when he opens the door and finds me standing there. They take a slow, meandering trip down my body, and I have to admit, it gives me a little thrill to know that he still wants me. "Where are you going?" Arson plucks Nina out of my arms. He presses a kiss into the crook of her chubby neck, making her giggle, and I'm tempted to say, "Nowhere, and stay right here for the rest of forever." I mean, I told Arson I needed space, and I did. I do. But a woman has other needs, too. I clench my thighs and tell him the truth, but only because I know it will piss him off just as much as if I refuse to tell him at all. "A tattoo parlor. I have an appointment in half an hour." Arson snorts. "Very funny. Where are you actually going?" "It's called Stonemasons in Curry. Gilia told me about it. They specialize in really detailed, intricate body art." Arson's face plummets. "You're serious?" "Deadly, I'm going to be late." I flip my hair over my shoulder and turn around. Arson follows me. "Since when do you want a tattoo?" "Oh, I dunno, since like an hour ago," I drone. "I'm feeling spontaneous." He overtakes me in 2 large steps, cutting off my path to the door. "Tattoos are permanent, Layla." I'm aware. Unlike some people, I have no problem with long-term commitments. Nina tugs at the collar of his shirt and blows slobbery raspberries against his cheek, but he just scowls at me. I'm not trying to start a fight. "You're so good at it, you don't even have to try." I try to move around him, but he sidesteps, staying in front of me. "Do you know what kind of tattoo you want?" I tap my chin, pretending to think. Maybe a butterfly holding a sign that says, "Take me here," right above my ass. For a moment, I think his carefully controlled mask of patience is going to crack. But then he breathes out through his nostrils. "How about property of Arson Adamov?" I wrinkle my nose. "Nah, what about open for business?" His arm twitches, and now I'm sure he's going to break. His cheekbones are so sharp that I could use them to carve marble. Instead, he sweeps to the side, giving me passage to the car where Jedian is waiting in the driver's seat. "Well, then, I won't keep you. And for reasons I'll never be able to untangle, I'm disappointed. Would I feel better if he dragged me inside and barred the door? I might not be getting property of Arson Adamov tattooed on my lower back, but that damned man is forever imprinted on my heart. I might need a therapist, Jedian," I sigh as I drop into the passenger seat. "I'm a basket case." He just snorts. "I could have told you that a long time ago." We slip into silence as he drives me across town and pulls to a stop outside of a brick building. The exterior is in rough shape, but the inside is clean and modern. The doors are painted a glossy black, and the tabletops are slabs of white marble. Jedian finds a leather chair in the waiting room, while I'm led into a private room to wait for my tattoo artist. Wolfgang Ramsey isn't easily missed. He's a huge man with forearms as thick as my midsection. Every ridge and swell of his overly muscled body is covered in ink. He gives me a cursory glance and then does a pretty obvious double take. "Hello there." A jolt of nerves shoots through me. "You must be Wolfgang. And you're Layla Barnes." He flashes his pearly whites and sits down, leaning in a little too close for comfort. "We didn't have a consultation. Trust me, I'd remember you. If you're still mulling things over, I can make some suggestions that I think will look amazing on you." I try to put a little distance between us, but he moves with me. "Oh, that's okay, actually. Boob tattoos are all the rage right now," he bulldozes over me. "A nice intricate little something on your chest, maybe the right side." His eyes veer down to my breasts as though he's simply fulfilling his professional duties by ogling. I don't think so." "Left side, then. From where I'm sitting, there's more to work with there." What the hell? I honestly can't tell if he's pulling my leg or if he's actually a huge creep. Because I refuse to leave this tattoo parlor without a tattoo and prove Arson right, I grit my teeth and carry on. I want Marie written on my wrist, something small and delicate. His tongue flickers out over his bottom lip. Is Marie your girlfriend? Marie is my mother's name, I say icily. She died a few weeks ago. The dead mom bomb has been dropped. I expect him to fall all over himself apologizing, but he just chuckles. Looking at you, Marie must have been a babe. Like mother, like daughter, I assume. And there goes any chance he had to redeem himself. Also, any chance I would let this world-class creep be associated with a permanent fixture on my body. You know what? I leap out of the chair. I've actually changed my mind. Tattoos are permanent, and I haven't thought this through properly. Cold feet, Wolfgang nods knowingly. It's totally normal. I can put you at ease. Maybe a massage, it helps take the edge off. What might take the edge off is a sharp elbow to his eye socket, or maybe a pointed toe to the crotch. Are you for real? Oh, I'm all real, baby, he purrs, his pecs flexing and jumping through the thin material of his shirt. Wanna touch and find out? Can I play? A deep, furious voice rumbles from just behind me. But if I touch, you're the one who's going to find out. Relief so intense it almost brings me to my knees washes through me, and I hate myself for it. But I can't help loving the way Wolfgang's smile vanishes as he takes an arson. Hey man, this is a private session. You can't just barge in. And you can't talk to my wife like that. Now that you have, I'm well within my rights to remove those ping-pong balls you call testicles. Wolfgang shrinks back. Listen, man, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just having some. Finish that sentence and I'll take that piercing gun and stab you through the eye with it, Arson snarls. Wolfgang takes the threat seriously, tripping on his own chair in his rush to get out of the room. The door slams behind him and I sag against the wall. So much for my tattoo. Arson jabs a finger at the tattoo chair. Sit. What? You want a tattoo of Marie's name on your wrist? He picks up the tattoo gun like he's actually going to do something with it. I nod, and he nods back. Then that's what you're gonna get. Sit. He looks so serious, so severe that I park my ass back down. What are you doing? You pick up interesting skills in prison. He lifts his gaze to mine. You sure about this? Weirdly, I'm more sure than I was before. Go for it, and then without thinking I add, I trust you. 25. Alley. Kira bats playfully at her bump like it's a tetherball. Enough already, come out. Hey now, I gently take her wrists. He'll come, just give him a little more time. She whips her attention to me, and I immediately regret saying anything. Time? He's had 42 weeks of time, Layla. 42. A month ago, Kira was lounging on the couch, saying she could stay pregnant a little longer, even. She wasn't that uncomfortable. Then baby boy decided to stay tucked away for 2 extra weeks, and her tune has changed dramatically. You've made a nice home for him in there, Polina suggests, trying to be encouraging. That only earns her a withering glare. Have you tried anything to induce labor? I wag a brow. You could discuss that with Dominic, see if you can get things going. She jabs at the chicken pot pie she's barely touched with a harumph. I could do that. Except, 3 months ago, we had a conversation about our birth plan. Apparently, I told him that I wanted a natural delivery without any outside interference, and if I ever changed my mind about that, he was to remind me of what I really wanted. I wince, Every time I bring it up, he reminds me that he made me a vow. And as a man of his word, he refuses to let me sway him. At least you know you can trust him. Kira turns her scowl on me, and I duck my head, mostly because I'm afraid she might take a swipe at me. Polina snorts politely into her cup of tea and tries to push the pie towards Kira. Come on, honey, try to eat. I can't eat, she declares loudly, rubbing her enormous belly. I'm too full of baby to eat a thing. I get full after 3 bites. And then, she looks down at her lap and throws her hands up. Great, I have to pee. Again. I spring up to offer her a hand. She swats it away, instead rocking herself backward and forward like a boulder. Everyone, look at the amazing pregnant lady. Come and see her, folks. She's enormous, and this baby is never coming. Oh. Water splashes on the tile floor, and I jump out of the way. What was that? Oh my God. Kira's eyes go wide with shock. I don't even have control over my bladder anymore. This is a new low. I stare at the little puddle between Kira's legs, and I'm hit with a wave of nostalgia. Kira, I think the baby's coming. She blinks at me. No, he's not. I already told you, he's never coming out. But even as she says it, she grips her stomach, her eyes wide as saucers. Ow. Polina squeals and reaches for her phone, ready to make calls, and I take Kira's hand. You're about to be the amazing pregnant woman no more. Girl, it's go time. Kira pales. Her eyes bounce from me to Polina and back again. Dominic. Breathe, Polina waves her phone. I'm on it. I try to pull Kira towards the door, but she resists. She squeezes my fingers until I wince. I'm not ready. You were just screaming about how ready you were a few minutes ago. That was a few minutes ago, she says. This is now, and I'm not ready. She punctuates each word with a quick clench of my hand. Stay calm, breathe. Come on, breathe with me. I try to coach her through a few deep breaths, but she grabs my arm, nails digging into my skin. I need my husband, Layla. I need Dominic with me. I can't do this. Hun, believe me, I understand the feeling. I was as terrified as you are, but trust me, you can do this. Polina hangs up the phone. Okay, so Dominic is in the next state, but... He's not even in the state? Kira shrieks. What in the hell was he thinking? I'm about to pop. Actually, I'm popping. Right now, he can't be out of the state. Polina holds up a hand. He's currently out of the state, but he's coming, honey. He has plenty of time. You still have a long way to go. Kira actually sways on her feet, and I blanch. The last thing this situation needs is a fainting pregnant woman. Since Polina is not helping, I step between them, forcing Kira to focus on me. Just breathe, Kira. Everything is fine. I can't do this alone, she gasps. Dominic and I planned everything out. He's supposed to hold my hand and rub my back. He promised to cut the cord. Who is going to cut the baby's cord if Dom isn't here? Her chest is heaving as she doubles over with another contraction. I can't do this alone. I can't. Once it passes, I put my hands on her shoulders and look her dead in the eye. You're not alone, Kira. I'm right here, and I'm not going anywhere. She blows out a shaky breath. You promise. Cross my heart, now come on. I push her towards the door. Let's get you to the hospital. It's been 5 hours, and Dominic still isn't here. Evelyn's holding down the fort with Nina back at home, and Polina is running around fetching ice chips and tubs of Jell-O, trying to distract Kira from the very real possibility that her husband might not be there for their son's birth. I keep checking my phone, praying for an update, but there's nothing. Dominic hasn't called. There's been no news. When Kira asked, I smiled and told her Dom was so close. That was 2 hours ago. When my phone finally rings, I want to rejoice. Until I see which husband is calling. Where in the hell is Dominic? I bark into the phone. He's not answering his phone, and I've been calling for hours. When you talk to him, tell him goodbye. 'Cause I'm gonna kill him. You might not have to kill him, Arson says. He's driving like a maniac. Also, you're on speaker. You should be driving, I cry out. He's an expectant father. He's supposed to be freaking out. He's also supposed to be here, so everything is backwards right now. No one is driving but me. Dominic growls, the engine revving. So when we crash and die, you can tell Kira it's because Dominic was trying to get to her, Arson adds. It'll be a very romantic way for him to go. If you crash and die, Kira will go into labor alone, I remind him. We'll be there in 40 minutes, Dom interjects. There's a beat of hesitation and the engine revs again. An hour, tops, just stall her. Stall her, I gawk. There's no stalling a baby when it's ready to come. You can't just, put a cork. Dominic, I screech. Fine, he grits out. No cork, but you'll be with her. Of course, I'm not gonna leave her side, I assure him. I can hold her hand every step of the way, but you are the one she wants. Take it from someone who knows. She needs you here. I hear tires screech. I'm gonna be there. Then the line goes dead. Back in the delivery room, Kira is walking laps around the perimeter, pacing like a caged tiger. As much as I relate to what she's going through, I also have no idea. Arsen was there when Nina was born. He drove me to the hospital. He held my hand and massaged my back and fed me ice chips. He was there for me. Physically, at least. It wasn't until the nurse placed Nina in his arms that I realized something was wrong. He didn't smile, didn't look at me. There was no moment of bliss where our eyes met when we looked at each other like, look what we made. His face was blank, his eyes were cold. Then he left. My mom was there with me, there in all the ways that mattered. My entire life, she was always there. I run my thumb over the fresh tattoo on my wrist. Her name stares back at me, written in an intricate, slanting cursive that comes close to mimicking her own handwriting. I feel better every time I look at it. Ironic that I blame the artist for all the time I lost with Mom. Suddenly, Kira screams, and the thoughts in my head scatter. A nurse nudges me out of the way to check Kira's pulse. Then she moseys, calm as you please, down between her legs. Well, looks like it's time to take you down to the delivery room. No, Kira grabs for my hand like she's expecting me to hold her here in this room. Maybe a cork isn't such a bad idea, after all. I'm not ready. My husband isn't here yet. The look on the nurse's face tells me she doesn't get paid enough for this. So I kneel down next to Kira. Hun, it's time to have this baby. Dominic will still get here in time, but we've got to get this show on the road. I think the baby is on my team because she grinds her teeth together through another contraction. As it ebbs, she's panting. Stay with me, begs Kira. I'm not going anywhere. We're moved in a hurry, an armada of fast-walking nurses and wheelchairs as we make our way to the delivery room. The nurses are a buzz of activity doing this and that, and Kira is muttering to herself as she is helped into the bed. I can't believe this. All that planning, all that preparation, and he's not here. The doctor sweeps into the room, sleeves rolled up, game face on. All right, Kira, I'm told your son is ready to make his grand entrance. His gaze passes casually over me, but he's tactful enough not to mention Dominic's notable absence. Kira cranes to see the doctor over her giant belly. Is the baby really coming right now, doctor? The doctor plops down onto a stool between her raised legs. In my professional opinion, he takes a peek. His eyes widen before he looks back up at her. Definitely, yes. God help us all. Kira looks like she's about to heave, and I smooth her hair back. You can do this. In a few minutes, the only thing that will matter is your baby boy will be here, safe and sound. That actually gets a smile out of her. The doctor claps his latex-clad hands together. All right, Kira, give me a big push on 3. 1, 2. I'm here, the doors fly open, and Dominic rushes into the room. He's pale and sweaty, his arms flailing in the air like he's trying to land a plane. He takes one look at Kira, and relief floods across his face. I didn't miss it. I grab him by the collar and haul him over to the bed. By the skin of your fucking teeth, friend. Now, go hold your wife's hand. But even as Dominic hurries around to the other side of the bed, Kira doesn't let go of me. Layla, can you stay, too? Please. But Dom's here. You don't need me anymore. You're the reason I'm not still in denial, giving birth on the kitchen countertop right now, she insists. Please stay. Dominic kisses her sweat-slicked forehead and nods. You should be here for this, Layla. He's looking down at Kira like she's the center of his whole world. Like there's no place in the world he'd rather be. I blink back tears and slap on a smile. If anyone asks, they're happy tears. 26. ARCN. As soon as Dominic opens the door, I shove my present into his arms and push into the house. Hey, Dom. I scan the empty living room over his shoulder, straining to hear if there are any voices coming from upstairs. I wanted to check in, see how the wife and kid are doing. He looks down at the gift with a raised brow and then turns the incredulous look on me. Yours or mine? I should grab my gift and leave in return for that little crack alone, but I don't want to give Dominic the satisfaction. Plus, no one else is going to get any use out of this personalized, sterling, silver baby rattle. Why would I come to your house to see my wife and daughter? Good question, he fires back. It does seem weird. Then again, Layla's been over here a lot lately, and I've noticed you getting restless. That has nothing to do with Layla. So you admit it, you've been restless. Shut up, Dom. I poke my head down the hall, but it's all silent that way, too. For a house with a newborn in it, the place is almost eerily quiet. She's not here. Blyet. Who? I feign ignorance, turning back to him. Kira. Dominic sighs. Layla. She and Nina left a little while ago. Now, are you going to see this ruse through and stay for a drink, or are you finished? Whiskey, I snap, stalking into the living room. Po betta whiskey. Dominic heads over to the bar cart in the corner and pours me a glass, but he doesn't indulge himself. Instead, he makes himself a cup of tea with a ready kettle. Since when do you drink tea? Kira cut out caffeine while she was pregnant, and I joined her. He raises a fist. Solidarity, brother. Son of a bitch. It's like he's trying to show me up at every turn. I accept my glass of whiskey and knock it back in one go. Dominic eyes me cautiously, but he doesn't comment. He takes a dainty sip of tea, his nose wrinkling like he's ingesting lighter fluid. If you don't like it, you don't have to drink it. You can still have the world's best husband trophy. You joke, but I'd totally accept that trophy. I'd put it on the mantle, right under our family picture. My pulse thrums as I resist the urge to stomp over to the bar and pour myself another glass. Well, if I can't have that trophy, at least one of us can. I take it things aren't going the way you want them to at home. I snap my attention to him. Has Layla said something? Not a word. It's my job to notice things. I don't actually want to hear how visibly miserable my wife is to everyone in her life, but I can't stop myself from asking. Like what? Probably the same things you've noticed. She's here a lot. She's quieter than usual. He shrugs. It seems like she's trying to avoid going home. If Layla isn't here with Kira and the baby, she's at the academy working on her yoga certification. If she isn't there, she's holed up in her room with Nina. Regardless of where she is, the message is clear. I'm not welcome. I was prepared to take a big, humbling step backward and start talking to her through the closed door again. But every time I've stopped by her room, the sliver I can see under the crack in her door has been dark. This is all your fault, I say. Me? What did I do? Mr. fucking Dad of the Year over here, I accuse bitterly. She's coming over here and comparing me to you. Dominic snorts. I got news for you, friend. The two of you weren't doing so well even before she had another dad to compare you to. He's right, but again, I won't give him the satisfaction. How is it going anyway? I had no idea it was possible to function on 2 hours of broken sleep every night. But somehow, you get through it. I wouldn't know. I wasn't there for most of it, I admit. When I say it out loud, I can't blame Layla for not wanting anything to do with my sorry ass. You put me to shame, Dom, but I'm proud of you. Dominic's eyes go wide. Wow, thanks. I'm trying to be more open. It's my turn to wrinkle my nose, not that it's doing much good. I'm sure it'll pay off in the end. I huff out a bitter laugh. Or I'll spill out my sad, twisted guts, and Layla will still decide she's better off without me. Silence languishes for a few moments before Dominic clears his throat. Let me pour you another drink. You sound like you need it. He takes my empty glass and returns with a heavy pour of whiskey. This time, I savor the deep, rich flavor I spent so long honing. I spent countless hours in tastings and meetings, perfecting every inch of Adamov liquor, from the product to the branding to the presentation. I had complete and total control of every element, which is exactly how I like it. But when it comes to Layla, nothing is up to me. I feel out of my depths. I've never seen it done before. I run a hand over my stubbled chin. A successful relationship and a successful Bratva. Dominic shrugs. I do it. You're not the pack-hen. You're not the one in charge. No, he agrees, unperturbed. But I've made sacrifices for the sake of the Bratva. Sometimes they've come at the expense of my time with Kira. But there are lines I won't cross, even for this Bratva. Even for you, brother. I arch an eyebrow. Is that so? This Bratva means the world to me. So do you. But I still wouldn't choose you or it over Kira or Misha. They come first, always. As they should. Dominic raises his teacup like it's a glass of whiskey. Kira knows that. She knows without a doubt that I will always put her first. Is Layla confident of the same thing when it comes to your priorities? I sigh. It's not so simple, Dom. Of course it is, he interrupts. It comes down to one simple question. Would you rather have your Bratva or your family? My family, I admit without a moment's hesitation. There's no debate. But Layla doesn't want to hear it. You think I landed Kira by sitting around and playing by the rules? Her parents hated me. They were doing their damnedest to talk her out of giving me a chance. He shrugs. That didn't stop me from pulling out the big guns. I can't pull out any guns, I grumble. She's avoiding me like the plague. I can't believe that I have to tell you this, but he leans in with a wry smirk. When it comes to matters of the heart, sometimes you have to fight dirty. 27. ARCN. The puttanesca is bubbling on the stove when Layla walks in. She freezes when she sees me at the counter and tries to reverse right back out of the room. But it wouldn't be a very good trap if I let her escape so easily. Layla. She sighs and steps back in. Nina tosses a wooden spoon from where she's perched in her high chair, squealing in delight at the sight of her mother. Layla busies herself picking it up for Nina, who promptly flings it to the ground again. Where's Evelyn? I sent her home early today. Polina, too. I thought they could both use some downtime. Her eyes fly around the kitchen like I just told her we're surrounded by armed snipers. So no one else is here. Aside from the security team, no. I pretend not to notice the panicked flush of her cheeks. I'm sorry for not bringing Nina up to you earlier. I was busy cooking. I lost track of time. It's all right. She peeks suspiciously into the pot on the stove. It smells amazing. It's no coincidence that I chose one of her favorite dishes. I send my silent thanks up to Marie for dropping that little nugget of information during one of our many chats. Care to join me for dinner? She stiffens. I should get Nina ready for bed. Actually, she's probably not gonna go down for another hour, at least. She woke up late from her afternoon nap. Screwing with an infant sleep schedule just to buy myself an hour with her mother is low, but Dom said to play dirty. This is me playing dirty. I pull the pot of pasta off the stove and place it on a hot pad on the counter. I made more than enough. I had a late lunch. I'm not hungry. It might be nice. For Nina. Layla looks cagey, and I can feel the opportunity slipping through my fingers. You don't want her to have parents who can't share a meal together, do you? Layla's eyes narrow. Are you using our daughter to manipulate me? That depends, I shrug. Is it working? Her mouth pinches at the corner to fight the smile that wants to spread there. I guess it won't kill me to eat a little pasta. But I don't give her a little pasta. I dish out a heaping bowl full of the stuff. It's simple math. The more she has to eat, the longer I get to spend with her. But the second she swirls the pasta on her fork and takes a bite, I realize what I've signed up for. Her eyes flutter closed and her lips purse. She moans, soft and deep in the back of her throat as she savors the bite. This is amazing. Suddenly, I'm hungry for a lot more than pasta. I clear my throat. Did I do her recipe justice? Wait, is this? She looks down at her plate, lips parted in shock. Is this my mom's recipe? I nod. Hard won after many promises that I wouldn't share it with anyone else. Marie made sure I knew that I was breaking a long tradition of this recipe, only being passed to the women in her family. Layla studies me like a puzzle she can't figure out. I can't believe she gave it to you. Her hand trembles, and I think this gesture could be backfiring. It makes sense. Marie's funeral is still fresh. Maybe I should have started with a less nostalgic recipe, some random Aunt Sloppy Joe's, and worked my way up to childhood staples that remind her of her recently dead mother. I hope you don't mind. I probably should have run it by you first. She shakes her head, steadying herself with a sharp exhale. The only person's permission you needed was Mom's, and apparently she gave it to you a long time ago. Silence descends over the meal, and I officially regret the puttanesca. Forget emotional manipulation. It's time for reckless honesty. I visited Dominic today. Oh yeah, she reaches for her water. Who knew that under that gruff, bodyguard exterior lived such a soft-hearted papa bear, Misha's one lucky kid? Watching him has made me realize how badly I let you down. You and Nina, both. Layla's fork clatters against her plate. She scrambles to pick it back up quickly. Arson. Let me get this out. If I don't, there's a chance I won't get another opportunity. I disappeared when you needed me most, and I know I screwed up. I need you to know that I'm sorry. I should have been there to help when Nina was a newborn. I should have driven you both home from the hospital and changed a zillion diapers. I should have been there to be sleep-deprived and exhausted and blissed out on new baby smell. I should have held your hand and supported you, and I'm sorry I didn't. I'll regret it forever. She stares down at her half-eaten plate of pasta and nods numbly. I appreciate you saying that. I'm going to do better from now on, Layla. I'm going to be here. She raises her eyes to mine. Something defiant flashes across them, turning those blue irises to ice. That's a big promise, Arson. I know. You've made promises to me before. I know that too. Her hand is resting on the table, inches from mine, and I can't help myself. I reach across the gap, squeezing her fingers. Do you believe me? I want to. She bites her bottom lip. I really do, Arson, but this isn't just about me. This is about Nina. I believe you want to do better, but if you don't, she is the one who gets hurt. And I'm not willing to take a chance on that unless I'm positive I can trust you. She slides her hand away and stands up. Thanks for dinner, but it's time for Nina to go to bed. She pulls Nina from her high chair and carries her upstairs. And I'm left feeling like that could have been worse. It wasn't a roaring success, seeing as how Layla isn't in my lap, letting me do unspeakable things to her under the table. But she didn't dump my plate over my head, either. Layla didn't say she wasn't willing to trust me, but she needs to be sure. So I'll make her sure. I pull out my phone and make a call. Miguel answers on the first ring. Mr. Adamov, he says brightly. He has good reason to be so chipper. Any call from me is usually accompanied by a handsome paycheck for the realtor. Miguel, I have a job for you. 28. LA. My eyes flick from the clock to the door. Every so often, I catch Nina looking that way, too. He'll be here soon, I coo, poking the perfect dimple in her little cheek. Daddy is going to be so excited to see you. But not as excited as Mommy will be to see Daddy. At first, I tried to deny the flutter in my stomach when Arson walked through the door. Or the way I would come home from my classes and go straight to the kitchen, looking for Arson at the stove, hoping to find him and Nina there waiting for me. One pot of puttanesca and I'm putty in the man's hands. I'd be ashamed of myself if it wasn't so predictable. I'd also be ashamed if Arson hadn't been so predictable. He's been running like clockwork for 2 weeks. He picks Nina up when he's supposed to and delivers her back to me with a warm, friendly smile. There hasn't been a single problem. Except he hasn't tried to bend me over the sofa, even once. Okay, so there may have been one dirty dream a few nights ago that involved arson and a sofa and a slow striptease that ended with me waking myself up in the middle of the night, whimpering his name. I glance at the clock again, counting down the minutes until I may or may not maul my own husband. When the door opens, my mind is made up. My heart soars. And then immediately sinks. There's my sweet girl. Polina sweeps into the room and scoops Nina off the floor without a second glance at me. Are you ready to spend the morning with Auntie Paul? Nina squeals, and I'm not sure which of the two of them is more excited. I know it isn't me. I can't do any seducing with Polina in the room. Sorry, Paul, but Arson is coming to get her in just a few minutes. That was the plan. Polina blows a raspberry on Nina's belly, making my daughter giggle. But something came up, and he had to work. He isn't coming today. I swear I actually hear my sexual frustration erupt. It spills over, fizzing through my veins until I'm almost vibrating. Arson promised he'd be here. He swore that our family would come first. But at the first inconvenience, he sends someone in to pick up our daughter without even coming to tell me himself. Let me guess, I grit out, pobeda. For the first time, Polina looks at me. It sounded important. He wanted to be here, but he's the boss, Paul, I interrupt. If he wanted to be here, he would be. And if he wanted to ravish me, he would have already. Clearly, I'm alone in these aching, needy, desperate feelings. Feelings that make me feel even more pitiful now that Arson didn't even bother mentioning that he couldn't make it today. No text, no quick drop-in. Nothing. I don't think that's true, Polina argues. And I'm happy to babysit Nina. He's been around so much, I haven't had as much alone time with her recently. It's not about. I snort out a frustrated breath and stalk past her towards the door. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I imagined Arson walking through the door, tossing a smile my way. I thought he would say, "Hey, Layla, why don't you come with me and Nina today? Let's spend time as a family." Then hours would pass, Nina would go to sleep, and we would talk and laugh until it was too late for me to go all the way upstairs to my room. And then we'd recreate my dirty dream and patch things up. Bing, bang, boom, easy as that. Instead, I storm through the house alone, shove through his unlocked office door, and slam it shut behind me. Like the Greek statue come to life that he is, he's leaning over his desk. One hand is resting on the desktop, the muscles in his forearm flexing and defined. He lifts his head when the door thunders closed. What was so important you had to ditch your daughter, huh? His eyebrows knit together. I'm not ditching anyone. Something came up this morning and... You sent Polina in your place, I snap. I know, I was there. I didn't plan on this, Layla. I don't think anyone ever really plans to abandon their family. I'm sure it just, happens. His eyes gleam. That's not fair. Don't talk to me about fair, Arson. Nothing about this situation is fair. It's not fair that he looks this good in the middle of a fight. It's not fair that I still want him so much. It's not fair that I can't stop, no matter how hard I try. He edges around his desk, stepping into my space. I have to tip my head back to meet his green eyes. You were supposed to be there. He looms even closer until he blots out everything else in the room. I know, but I had to rearrange my time so I can handle my shit at work and still be there for her. I'm trying to deal with the situation at Pobeda as fast as possible so I can rush back home and salvage my morning. Yeah, see, what I'm hearing is that work comes first. Pobeda comes first. Your duties as Pakin come first. And when you have the time, when it's convenient for you, then you'll throw your family a bone and spend some time with them. All at once, I have the feeling he can see straight through me. What is this really about, Layla? Are you pissed that I'm letting Polina babysit for me, or is this about you? I drop my arms. Don't turn this around on me. I'm simply asking you a question. I've been consistent these last few weeks, months, really. I've been present. I've put Nina to bed at night. I've handled her late-night feedings. I've spent more time with her than you have. Only because of my training sessions at the academy. Does that mean you're prioritizing your yoga certification over Nina? I rear back as though he's just slapped me. Silly as it seems now, I didn't expect him to fight back. I've been the one doing all the fighting recently. I expected to come in here, burn off some energy, and then be on my way. Of course not. Nina is everything to me. So why do you assume it's different for me? Arsen demands. I don't, not anymore. Arsen left, he abandoned us. He sent us away. But he's trying to make it right. Mom told me he would make it right if I let him, and this is what she meant. I just didn't expect it to be so hard. Blyet, he mutters, running a hand over his clean-shaven jaw. You're still angry with me. I'm not. A surprised tear slips down my cheek, and I brush it away hastily and turn away from him. It would be easier if I was just angry. It would be so much easier if I could hate you for what you did, but... Suddenly, his hand is on my cheek. He tilts my face to his, and I'm helpless to stop him. But what, Rosa? But I want you. I want you to keep your word, Arsen. I want to believe all of your promises, and I want to trust you. He bends to meet me, his forehead touching mine. Then trust me. I squeeze my eyes closed. It's not that easy. It is. His breath is warm on my face. I inhale the woodsy, minty scent of him, and God, I've missed him. He cradles my face. Trust me. I'm trapped between his body and his desk. Even with pain flaring through my hip, I don't want to move. I want to stay here in this moment for as long as I can. But Arsen's hand strokes down my side. Your hip hurts. How do you know? I may not know everything, but I know you. He lifts me onto his desk. Without meaning to, my legs wrap around his waist. I'm far from perfect. I'm going to make mistakes, but I'll never stop trying. His fingers brush over my thighs, up and down, following the rhythm of my ragged breathing. It's been so long since he's touched me like this. I should go. No, stay. His thumbs work over my thighs, slipping along the insides of my legs. We should. This can't happen. My heart is in my throat and hammering in my chest and thrumming between my legs. It's been so long since I felt like this that I thought maybe I was broken. But now, my body is making up for lost time. What do you think is about to happen? He gently slides me to the edge of his desk. My legs open for him, parting until I feel the hard evidence of his need against my center. Nothing is sorted between us, Arsen. I force out, trying to ignore the way his hand is sliding beneath the hem of my skirt. We're blurring a lot of lines. The lines are pretty fucking blurred already, baby. He pushes a lock of my hair back behind my ear. Then, Just when I've made up my mind that I'm going to push him off me and get the hell out of here, he drops his lips to my neck. I bury my fist in his shirt and tip my head back, giving him better access. There's nothing blurry about that. I feel his smile against my skin. There's nothing blurry about what I want. I can't think with his lips on my neck, with his thumb tracing the line of my panties, with his palm kneading the hard point of my nipple. Arson, I mean to follow that up with a well-thought-out argument for why this is a mistake and why he should take his hands and his lips off of my body. But all I manage is his name in a breathy, whispered moan. That's all the invitation he needs. Arson kisses my neck and my collarbone and my ribs, gently working down my body as he pushes me back on his desk. He shoves my skirt around my waist, and I don't have the capacity to do anything but lift my hips when he tugs my panties free, flicking them over his shoulder. "I missed you," he whispers, his breath warm across the scar that twists over my hip. "I missed all of you, us. I want to agree, but I don't even know what this is. We aren't back together, are we?" The blurry lines become damn near invisible as Arson hooks his hands around my hips and lifts me to his mouth. I grip the edge of the desk, desperate for some way to ground myself as the world as I know it crumbles around me. There's nothing except Arson's lips, his tongue, the press of his hands into my ass like he can't get me close enough. I know doing this with Arson isn't a good idea, but that doesn't stop this from feeling like the best decision of my life. I rake my fingers through his hair and drag him closer. "More," I pant. But as soon as the word is out of me, he's gone. I blink my eyes open and find him over top of me. He looks as lost in this as I feel. He's breathing heavily, his lips swollen. I stretch up to kiss him, squeezing my eyes closed because, yes, I definitely missed this. Then I unbutton his pants, and we shove them down together. There's a fleeting moment when I feel him pressing into me that I think we could stop this here and reclaim some sense of boundaries. But the thought shatters as he fills me. There's no going back from this, from him. No matter what happens with us from this moment on, this part of me will always belong to Arson Adamov. I'll always want this. "Layla," he growls my name, banding an arm around my back to haul me against his chest. He tips my head so our eyes meet, but he doesn't kiss me. He doesn't bring me closer. He just holds my gaze as he fills me again and again. Like he wants me to remember it was him, as if there is any chance I could ever forget. I'm gasping for air, poised on the edge of release, but I can't let myself fall. I don't know what's on the other side. Like he can read my mind, Arson grips my hips and slams me against him, forcing a cry out of me. "Don't overthink it, come for me." I fall apart like I was just waiting for his permission. The orgasm tears through me, and I collapse against his chest, clinging to him as he pumps into me. His breathing grows heavier and heavier until his hands slow on my body. Arson squeezes his eyes closed, and then he kisses me. His usual grace is gone as he groans into my mouth, chasing his own release. We lean against each other, sweaty and breathless, and I barely remember why I came here. Then I hear Nina's excited squeal from outside, and I stiffen. "Shit," I shove against Arson's chest. He slides out of me, drawing another involuntary breath from my lips. I hop off his desk and find my skirt. Arson slides his pants up and leans back against his desk, arms crossed over his bare chest. I don't even remember him taking his shirt off. "Where are my shoes?" I bend down to look under his desk. "You weren't wearing shoes." I hate the smirk in his voice. I hate even more that he's right. We shouldn't have done this. What were we thinking? One damned sex dream, and I lose my mind. "I know what I was thinking," he says, "but I'll spare you the gory details." That, I can't help staring at his messy desk, the scene of the crime, shouldn't have happened. It makes everything so much more complicated. I happen to think it's simple. Simple, I gawk. How, on what planet? He crosses the room and grabs my chin, pressing a kiss to my lips. We're husband and wife, Rosa. What could be simpler than that? 29. LA. So, let's talk revenge. Gilia wags her brows over her drink, and I have to actually look around the restaurant to remind myself where I am. I know where I'm not. Not in Arson's office. Not wrapped around his waist while he drives into me. To say I've been distracted since last night would be an understatement. Gilia's plate is almost empty, and I've barely even touched my salad. How long have we been sitting here? Things may be simple for Arson, but my head has been a mess. I focus on Gilia. Who are we getting revenge on? Your husband? Gilia raises a brow. Please tell me he didn't take your credit cards after just one little shopping trip. If so, not to worry, you can get lines of credit through the store. This plan can still work. Oh, I take a sip of my cherry lemonade. He didn't take my cards. I actually think he's glad to see me finally using them. Gilia sighs dreamily, cupping her chin in her palms. A man after my own heart. Remind me why you're on the outs with him, because he's looking pretty dreamy from where I'm sitting. I snort. Does Enzo know all it takes to put hearts in your eyes is an unlimited shopping spree? He knows, and he's gone that route more than once. She chuckles. I've maxed out enough of his cards that I can't blame him for being nervous when I put my shopping face on. I run a finger over the rim of my glass, laughing without really hearing what she's saying. Funny. Gilia lays her hand over mine, stopping my mindless circling. What's going on in that head of yours? Images of Arson shirtless flicker in my mind. I hear echoes of the words he rasped against my skin. I missed you. I missed all of you. My face flushes and I wince. I'm sorry. I'm not looking for an apology, hun. How are things with Arson? Hot, out of control, complicated. Things are okay. What does that mean? I don't know what it means. I toss my hands up. We've been co-parenting fine. He's actually with Nina right now. He wanted some quality time with her. Gilia presses her hands to her heart, and yeah, I know. The man is a dreamboat. Arson being a good dad the morning after he wrecked me on his desk isn't offering up the clarity I thought it might. Shocker. It's quality time with me, that is the problem, I mumble. I drum my fingers against the table. I'm scared to be alone with him. Gilia's eyes narrow to slits. All at once, she's the woman who snaps her fingers and gets people killed. Did he hurt you? What? Oh no, never. She blows out a breath. Thank God, it was going to be a shame to kill a man so pretty. Arson has always been gentle with me. Except the times when he isn't gentle at all, like last night. My face flushes. I just don't trust myself around him, especially since he's been making such an effort lately with me and with Nina. Gilia clicks her tongue knowingly. You have feelings for him, and he's making himself hard to resist. I groan, dropping my face into my hands to hide my blush. I'm pathetic. Are you kidding? You forget I've seen your husband. As a very happily married woman, I can barely keep my hands off him. But sex complicates everything. How am I supposed to know what I want when I look at him, and all I can think about is licking whipped cream off of his abs? Gilia offers. When I frown, she laughs. Fair enough. Food play isn't for everyone. What about handcuffing him to the bed? My frown deepens, and she raises her hands. Don't yuck my yum, Layla. I have as much right to my fantasies as the next girl. Just as long as you keep my husband out of them, I hear myself say. Jesus, I sound a lot like Arson. Gilia cocks an eyebrow at me. Well, it seems like you know exactly what you want, Arson all to yourself. I drop my face to the table, mumbling through my folded arms. Not wanting him with someone else doesn't mean I want him with me. Oh, who are you kidding, honey? You want that man, you're just scared to get hurt again. She yanks on my arm until I sit up. Her smile softens. I know it's a cliché, but love is a risk, Layla. Heartache is unavoidable when you're that deeply involved with someone. My advice, if he's willing to try, then let him. That's rare. He's not the kind of fish you just toss back to sea. Arson is waiting in the driveway when Jedian and I get home. Whipped cream and handcuffs flash in my mind thanks to Gilea's demented fantasies, and I have to blink them away as I climb out of the car. Where's Nina? Arson opens the back door to show me Nina strapped into her car seat in the back. She's playing with a crinkly avocado toy I don't recognize and wearing a pink dress I've never seen before. Did you two go somewhere? I ask, reaching to pull her out of the seat. Arson closes the door before I can. No, but we're about to. Come with us. That's okay. I back away from him like the walking, talking temptation he is. How can he smell this good when we're outdoors? It's like his pores are pumping out pheromones at triple the rate of normal humans. I'll just go upstairs and... Arson steps towards me. I'd really like you to come with us, Layla. There's something I want to show you. I glance over my shoulder, but Jedian has disappeared into thin air. My heart is thundering like he's asking me to go cliff diving with him instead of on a simple drive. Cliff diving might be the safer option. What do you want to show me? It's a surprise. For me. For you and Nina. He sinks his teeth into his lower lip, rocking on his heels like he's on the edge of his seat waiting to hear what I'll say. Come on, Rosa. Come with me. Nina squeals from the backseat as if she already knows where we're going, and I relent. Oh, all right. Arson doesn't touch me as he holds the passenger door open. He doesn't even try to make conversation on the drive. That doesn't stop the tension from building between us until I'm sure the axles on the car will snap under the extra weight. There's no way Arson can't feel it, but he just drums his fingers on the wheel and keeps his eyes on the road. Almost there, he says eventually. I jump, realizing I've been staring at the side of his face for God only knows how long. I whip my attention to the window, face flushing, and see we're in a fancy neighborhood. The cobblestone roads are narrow, with thick shade trees lining the sidewalks. The houses sit far back from the road, nestled into the woods like fairytale cottages, if fairytales were set in multi-million-dollar mansions. Arson turns at the end of the street and weaves up a secluded drive that stops in front of a wrought iron gate. On the stone pillar on the side, there's a new bronze sign that reads, Barnes House. Arson, I whisper, unable to take my eyes off of my name embossed on the sign. What is this? He doesn't answer. Instead, he pulls out a key fob and presses the round button in the center. The gates spring open, and we drive through them and towards the 2-story stone house in the center of the property. Ivy crawls up the facade and wraps around tall, arched windows along the front. I'm still staring at the deep front porch and the cobblestone sidewalk when my door opens. Arson is standing there, already having gotten Nina from her seat. You bought a house, I ask, sliding out of the car on shaky legs. Somewhere in the distance, I hear running water. Actually, he pulls out a large key on a gold keychain and hands it to me. I bought you a house. My jaw drops. Excuse me. His smile is lopsided, a little uncertain for the first time in his life, as he puts an arm around my shoulders and leads me towards the front door. You can do the honors. This can't be real, I whisper in awe, even as I slide the key into the lock and push open the wooden double doors. Our footsteps echo across the hardwood floors and the high ceiling. Nina lets out a little wail and then giggles when her voice comes back to her. I wanted you to be able to decorate it the way you envisioned, Arson explains. I'm sure you'll have ideas of what you want to do. I don't have any ideas right now, I croak. But that's not true. In each room we walk through, I can see everything perfectly. The plush sofa I'll put in the living room with a matching ottoman for movie nights. The bar stools we'll install at the island in the kitchen, so Nina can sit and watch me make dinner. Arson pushes through the French doors out to the backyard, and I can see myself unrolling my mat on the brick patio and doing yoga out here at sunrise. Finally, I turn to him. What's the catch? No catch. He raises his hands. It's yours, Layla. It's in your name, and you are in total control of it as of this morning when I signed everything over. But you said I couldn't move out. Now feels like a bad time to point this out. Maybe Arson forgot about when he refused to let me get my own place, and now that I've reminded him, he'll snatch the keys and my new favorite place to do yoga away. But he just shrugs. I realized you were right. If possible, my jaw drops even lower. I want that phrase embossed under my name on the front gates. This is a momentous occasion. He rolls his eyes and kisses the top of Nina's head. You're having a hard time seeing I'm capable of change. I figured the best way to prove it to you was to change. Now, if you ever want to leave, you have a safe place to go. Leave Arson. Leave his house. A dull ache forms in the center of my chest at the thought. Before it can spread, Arson adds, I'm not inviting you to move out. I don't want you to leave. Actually, he runs a hand over the back of his neck. I'd fucking hate it if you left, but I want you to know that you can, if you need to. So it's an escape route. He grimaces. Can we not make our marriage sound like a hostage situation? How about we call this a gesture of good faith? I'm giving you this house because I plan to keep my word and make sure you never have a reason to need to escape. I don't know what to say. My eyes burn, but I swallow down the emotion and make a slow turn, taking in the place. I can't believe anyone would ever sell this place. Believe me, they didn't want to. I whirl around, eyes narrowed. You didn't kill the previous owners, did you? If the catch is that I'll have to be haunted by the aggrieved previous owners, well, it would be a steep price to pay. But I'd pay it. God, what is wrong with me? I gave them an offer they couldn't refuse. Now I'm even more positive you did. Sighing, I take in the rolling hills of the backyard, the chimney stacks rising from the peaked roofline. This place is perfect. It's like you plucked it out of my dreams. How did you know? I had some help. The curve of his lips has me smacking my forehead as I realize the source. My mom helped you. How? I already told you. Our main topic of conversation was you. She told me everything. I dab at the tears pooling in the corners of my eyes. She always was rooting for you. It's one of the many reasons I miss her, he agrees. My team is a little sparser these days. My hands twitch towards him. I'm not sure if I want to throw my arms around him or kiss him or strangle him or little bits of all three. Problem is, I'm not sure I'll be able to rein myself in if I cross that line. Thank you, I murmur instead, unable to say more because of the giant lump in my throat. Do you want to stay a little longer, he asks, or do you want to go home? I study his face, searching for signs of a test, some sort of ultimatum that will determine the rest of our lives, but he gives nothing away. I think about what I want, what I really want. I genuinely believe that if I asked to spend the night here, Arson would allow it. Maybe that's why I take a step towards him, seeking out his warmth. Let's go home. He smiles, those bright green eyes softening under the fading light, and when he takes my hand, I let him. 30. ARCN. Jedian strolls into my office and drops down on the windowsill just behind my desk, a lit cigarette dangling from his mouth. Where's Nina been? On a walk with Polina. I pluck the cigarette from his mouth and flick it out the window. But she'll be back soon. Keep your smoke out of my house. He sighs. Is this even your house anymore? You showed Layla the new place, right? When are you all moving? Jedian was a huge help in finding the house, actually. Which is why he's almost as invested in Layla's reaction as I was. It's also why he's going to be as disappointed as I am in her response. After the initial shock wore off, Layla hasn't breathed another word about the entire subject. I'm starting to wonder if the whole walkthrough wasn't something I dreamed up. I have no clue, I admit. I think she liked it. You think she liked the house you almost sold your firstborn child to purchase for her. If I'd sold our firstborn, Layla would have hated the house. And me. Jed dips his chin. You know what I mean. That greedy old bastard who owned the place raked you over the fucking coals, and you let him all because you were sure the house would be a slam dunk. I know, I grit out. It was. Good, good. Jedian sketches his finger in the air like he's working out a complicated math problem. It took millions of dollars to get this far, so maybe, by the time you auction off your organs on the black market and crack whatever the hell Bitcoin is, she might even want to be in the same room as you. Speaking of being in the same room, I'll shove you out that window if you don't shut your mouth. Jedian grins, but I don't miss the way he steps away from the window, suddenly preferring to lean against a solid wall. I drag a hand through my hair. I'm trying to give her time. Space. That's all she's asked for from me. The house was a gesture of goodwill. Making demands about how she reacts to it is going to look like I've attached strings. It'll push her away. Look at you, Jedian whistles, all evolved and patient. I never thought I'd see the day. I never thought I'd see it either. But Layla hasn't given me much choice. It's either be patient or lose her, and only one of those is an option. Has she mentioned anything to you? I ask, trying to sound way more casual than I feel. About the house or me? Please, Jedian snorts. We may be friends, but she knows I'm in your pocket. She stopped sharing things with me months ago, about the time you made me her prison guard in exile. Can we stop referring to it as prison and exile? I growl. I sent her there to make sure she was. You did it to keep her safe, he interrupts, circling his hand through the air like he'd love to fast forward through this conversation. I've heard it all before. I know, you love her. He says it easily, like there's not a doubt in his mind. The only doubts in mine come from a lifetime of being warned against it. I was taught that falling in love with a woman would be the end of me. Every so often, I have to stop and wonder if my asshole of a grandfather wasn't right. How long do we have before you have to go pick Layla up from class? He checks his watch. Half an hour, give or take. Then you might as well make good use of your time. I jab a finger at the chair across from my desk. Fill me in. You talking about Charles? He asks, sinking into the chair, one ankle crossed over the other knee. Because there isn't much to fill in, he's disappeared. I lean in, suddenly tense. What does that mean? If Charles is off the map, it means the irritating little gopher is going to pop back up again. The bastard just doesn't know when to die. Sorry, Jedian says quickly. I meant he's left town. He's somewhere in Oklahoma last time I checked, getting into bar fights and swindling the good people of the Panhandle state out of their hard-earned money. The man is a waste of space, no matter where he goes. What about his creditors? Hot on his trail, he'll be heading west before the week is out is my guess. Jedian chuckles to himself. I'll almost miss the guy when they finally catch up to him. It's been fun to watch him squirm. Nothing about Charles Barnes has been fun. When he's gone, I'll gladly never give him another thought. He's been on his last life for too long. It's time for him to go. For Layla's sake, I'm just glad I wasn't the one who had to do it. I shove out of my chair and pace to the window. Polina is coming around the back of the house, pushing Nina in her stroller. I can see my daughter playing with her feet and laughing at the clouds. It's mesmerizing, the way she sees the world. I've never had an interest in children, but the second Nina was born, I was fascinated. I still am. I could sit next to her crib and watch her breathe for hours. You've had to make some tough calls to keep them safe, Jedian admits. But I'm glad you didn't have to make that one. I turn back to him. If there's nothing else about Charles, we can talk about Enzo. What about him? Jedian sits up tall. Is he causing trouble? Not yet, and I don't expect him to, which is why it's about time to announce our alliance. Jedian relaxes back into his chair. How about a skywriter? It can be both of your last names written in the clouds with a big heart around it. Cute, but Enzo was thinking that me attending the opening of his restaurant might do the trick. He actually wants my entire inner circle there. Jedian whistles. That might be even more official than my cloud heart idea. He wants to make a big statement. I happen to think it's not a bad idea. It signals to the underworld that I've tamed the Calcagnos, and it means another level of protection for my family and his. Jedian shrugs. I'd never say no to a good party, so long as it's an open bar. Good, then we'll plan on it. Tell Dom, but I don't expect him to join us. I glance at the clock. It's about time for you to go. Jedian starts to rise to his feet, but he hesitates. He wavers on the spot before he sinks back down into his chair. Actually, would you mind doing me a solid and picking Layla up yourself? I frown. You're asking me to do your job for you. Did something more important come up? Never. He makes a big show of bowing to me in feigned respect. But the truck was giving me trouble this morning. The engine sounded, I don't know, but it needs to be checked before I drive her around in it. I grab my keys and toss them to him. Take my car. He catches them and tosses them right back. I would, but I should stay with the truck while it's being looked over. You know, make sure there are no tracking devices or cut brake lines or pressure cooker bombs strapped to the underside. I raise an eyebrow, studying Jedian's tapping feet and nervous smile until I understand what's happening here. Fine, I stand up and walk around him to the door. I'll get her, but you owe me. Oh, I don't know about all that, he mutters under his breath. I think you might owe me. Jedian can play matchmaker all he wants, but there's nothing that breaks the ice like a cute baby. Which is why I pull into the Yoga Academy's parking lot with a chubby-cheeked angel babbling in the backseat. Layla may not be thrilled to see me, but she'll be overjoyed to see Nina. Are we here to get Mama? I coo at her, reaching around to let her squeeze my finger in her little hand. She's gonna be so happy to see you. Nina bats her green eyes out the window, watching the leaves in the trees like she's never seen anything more wonderful. Fucking adorable. I watch the entrance of the academy with a similar intensity. My chest clenches every time the door opens, but at least a dozen people walk through the doors before Layla finally appears. When she does, she's not alone. She's with a tall, blonde-haired man who is the genetic result of Vikings going surfing. Even worse, he has his megawatt smile aimed right at my wife. Goddamn it, a man can't let his guard down for one fucking second. If I wasn't worried about leaving Nina alone in the car or bringing her with me and making her bear witness to me smearing Viking surfer boy across the pavement, I'd be out of the car in a hot second. As it stands, I do nothing more than roll down my window so I can try to catch some of their conversation. They're too far away to hear much, and the breeze that was nice a few seconds ago is now a veritable wind tunnel. But I don't need to hear anything. My eyes see it all. The man is leaning towards her, his elbow brushing hers as they walk. He runs his hand through his prince's charming locks and laughs at every other word out of her mouth. He won't be laughing when my hand is wrapped around his throat. That would teach him to mess around with married women. She's taken. Check the rock I put on her finger, motherfucker. But just then, Layla waves her hand in the airs, and her ring finger is bare. Not only is she walking around with that body, that face, that smile, she's doing it all without my ring on her finger. The man flips his hair over his shoulder like he belongs on the cover of a 90s romance novel, and it's the last straw. I climb out of the car, gently lift Nina from her car seat, and take the least obvious route to where my wife is being hit on so that I won't be noticed until the last second. "Could be teaching the class yourself," he's saying with another wide smile. "Your downward dog is impressive." I narrow my eyes. No man compliments a woman's downward dog unless he's imagining himself standing right behind her while she's doing it. This fucker has got some balls on him. I don't know about that. Matilda's way ahead of the game. The difference is that Matilda has all that hot air weighing her down, he mutters, nudging Layla's arm. Layla cackles. "Trevor, stop." "Yeah, Trevor," I snarl from where I'm watching this mating ritual a few feet away. "Stop." They both turn to me. Layla is surprised, but just as I planned, the sight of Nina puts a smile on her face. She rushes over to pluck our daughter out of my arms. "My sweet girl," Layla kisses her neck, making Nina giggle. She has no idea the danger she just put Trevor in. My hands are free, and Trevor is looking me over like I just stole his lunch money. "Who's this?" Trevor asks. Your worst nightmare is on the tip of my tongue when Layla beats me to the punch. "This is my husband, Arson. Arson, this is Trevor. He's one of my yoga instructors." Trevor's jaw drops. "You're married?" Layla nods. "I am, and this little beauty is our baby girl, Nina." "Married?" He closes his mouth with some effort. "And you're a mom." "I mentioned her before," Layla laughs. "I showed you pictures." Was that before, after, or during her impressive downward dog? I have a good idea what Trevor might have been distracted by. Layla ignores the disappointed slump of Trevor's shoulders and waves. "Anyway, I'll see you next week. Bye, Trev." Before I can tie Surfer Boy to my bumper by his bangs or throw Layla over my shoulder and carry her back to the car, she dismisses Trevor and reaches for my hand. "Shall we?" she asks, walking back to the vehicle before I can answer. "Who was that?" I growl. "I told you, my instructor." She waits for me to open the car door for her and then straps Nina back into her car seat. "Also," she adds, "a man you shouldn't slaughter in a public parking lot." I wasn't going to slaughter him. She closes the door and crosses her arms over her chest. She looks unreal in her black sports bra, and it takes serious effort to keep my eyes on her face. "So you weren't considering the cleanest way to dismember and dispose of him?" I never said that. I just said I wasn't going to do it. Probably. I open her car door, and she slips in with an eye roll. "Is this why you came to pick me up?" she asks as soon as I open the driver's door. "Are you here to check on me and make sure I'm not running around on you?" I start the car with a little more force than necessary. "Should I be worried? Trevor sure seems surprised you were married, and you aren't wearing your ring." "Because I get hot during class and my hands swell. I don't want to get the band surgically removed, so I took it off," she explains. "Also, Trevor is a good yoga instructor, but he's too busy listening to the sound of his own voice to listen to anyone else's. I've told him, and everyone else, about you and Nina. They all know I'm married." I'm a little ashamed to admit how much the possessive beast in my chest likes to hear that, even if it also liked the idea of my ring being permanently welded to her finger. "You're my husband, Arson," she finishes softly. "That means something to me. Does it mean we're going to sleep in the same bed again? Does it mean she's going to forgive me? I want to demand she tell me right now exactly what she means, but I have a strong suspicion Layla doesn't know herself. It means something to me, too. Namely," I say under my breath, "that I'll fight any asshole who thinks he can have you." Her hand slips across the console, and I think she's going to grab my hand or touch my thigh. Instead, she drums her fingers on the leather. "I know you want to fight for me, but you need to trust that I'm fighting for you, too." Our eyes lock together. Something passes between us. I'm pretty sure Layla feels it too, because she pulls her hand back into her lap and forces her eyes to the windshield. I turn the engine on, feeling for the first time that I may have a real shot at coming back from all this. 31. LA. I can't stop seeing Arson with another woman. Another woman in his passenger seat. Another woman with her hand tangled with his as they walk down the sidewalk. Some blonde, leggy supermodel, probably, with perfectly plump Cupid's bow lips and a set of gravity-defying boobs that plastic surgeons all across the world would request blueprints of to try to replicate on the operating table. All that grinning up at my husband. I groan at the cruelty of my own imagination, which in turn makes me lose my balance and sends me tumbling onto my ass from my shitty attempt at a scorpion pose. What is wrong with me? I mumble, pounding a fist into the plush carpet. Ever since Arson picked me up from my classes this afternoon, I've been on edge. At first, I blamed it on him charging up to me and Trevor, all puffed-out chest and unspoken threats. It's the 21st century, not the Neolithic era. Who acts like that? I was just talking to Trevor. It's not like he was giving me naked piggybacks through the parking lot or something. Arson is my husband. He should know I'd never cheat on him. But then I got to thinking, would it even be cheating? We're separated, technically. I asked Arson for space. I meant that I wanted my own room, but does it mean I could date around if I wanted? I don't want to, not at all. But it leads to the next horrifying question. Could he? When Polina poked her head into the bathroom an hour ago, she could immediately tell something was up. I was giving Nina a bath, so lost in thought that I was about to wash her hair with hand soap. You look like you could use a nap, she suggested, plucking the hand soap and the rubber ducky I was slathering it on out of my hands. Or a good, long soak of your own. I'll watch Nina. With my head in such a mess, Nina wasn't exactly getting great quality time from me. So I let Polina take the reins and retreated up to my room for some yoga. I don't know why I thought yoga would help clear my mind. All it did was make me think of the academy and Trevor, which made me think of Arson getting jealous, which made me wonder if I'd get jealous of him in the same way. Enter the hypothetical blonde bimbo I created in my mind, who is hypothetically wrecking my home and hypothetically stealing my husband. I sit up, legs crossed, back straight, and talk out loud to myself. Be rational about this, Layla. Arson isn't seeing anyone else. Yet my snotty subconscious adds in. But keep him on the hook much longer, and he might get tired of waiting. I squeeze my eyes closed, trying to find my inner peace and block out the negative thoughts. But my inner peace is looking more and more like a tall drink of water with auburn hair and captivating green eyes. I picture Arson walking down the street again, but this time I'm the leggy smoke show walking next to him. His arm is slung low around my waist, his hand spread possessively across my hip. He pulls me against his hard body, pressing his lips to my cheek, my neck, my collarbone. My breath catches, and I snap my eyes open. No, I breathe, jumping to my feet. Nope, nah, not going there. But it's too late, I already went there. This hell I'm in is the direct and obvious consequence of letting Arson Adamov take you to bed. You think it's going to be a one-time thing, but that's what he wants you to think. That is how he gets you right where he wants you. After months of celibacy, my body is wide awake. And it wants more. Without really meaning to, I walk around my bed and pull open the bottom drawer of my nightstand. I'm not going to grab anything, just look. But looking turns into grabbing and changing old batteries, and suddenly, what do you know, I'm naked in the center of my bed, a vibrator buzzing between my legs. This is for me, I pant softly. I deserve to feel good. My feminist mantras are all well and good, but the second I find a good rhythm, my hips rolling off the bed, my toes curling, Arson's face floods my mind. I yank the vibrator away and sit up. This is about relaxation, I remind myself icily, heat pooling low in my belly. This isn't about him. It's not about wanting him, or about the way his eyes burned when he saw me with Trevor this afternoon. I'll fight any asshole who thinks he can have you. I can still hear the deep rumble of his voice in the car. I can see the way he gripped the steering wheel, remember the way I wondered what those hands would feel like squeezing my hips, dragging me against him again and again. When I press the vibrator between my thighs once more, I'm too desperate to pretend this is anything else. Fine, fuck it, it's him. I stroke a hand over my chest, pretending his rough, calloused fingers are rolling my nipples into hard points. The buzzing head nuzzles my clit, and I moan out, "Arson." Even his name on my lips feels right. My skin tingles, and this is the feeling I was after. Arson, that's who I want right now, and is that such a crime? After all, this is purely physical. I need to come, and he is the fastest way to do that. It's economical, not a betrayal of my principles. Leaping from the dizzying heights of my moral high ground, I plunge headfirst into the fantasy world waiting below. I groan as I imagine his lips on my skin, his dirty words in my ear. There, I whine, circling the vibrator against my center. Right there, that's it. I swear I can even hear the heavy sound of his excited breathing. My eyes flutter open for just a second, and all at once, the fantasy comes tumbling down around me. Because he's here. I lose my grip on the vibrator, and it goes tumbling from my grasp as I take in Arson leaning over the bed, his eyes pitch black as he watches me. The toy is still whirring softly against the plush mattress while I stare up at him, frozen, horrified. Slowly, he leans in. His fingers brush over the sensitive skin of my inner thighs as he retrieves the still buzzing vibrator and presses it back into my hand. Don't stop on my account, Rosa. The nickname shivers over my skin, sending goosebumps racing up and down my arms. Fantasizing about Arson is one thing, and it's bad enough on its own. But experiencing him in the flesh is very different. Any sense of control I might have scrambled together is gone. I feel naked and vulnerable. Scratch that, I am naked and vulnerable. Which is exactly why I meet his eyes and say, "I don't plan on it, I need this. But you need to leave." In one small thrust, I put the toy back in place while he watches. "Layla," Arson swallows, his eyes locked on where I'm gently fucking myself. "There is no way in heaven or hell I'm walking away from you right now." My back arches, and I already know this isn't going to be enough. My body knows what I could have instead, and it won't settle for second best. The only thing doing anything for me is Arson's attention on me. I can feel a desperate need rolling off of him in hot, heady waves. "Fine, but if you're going to stay, you have to help." He kneels next to me on the bed. "Tell me what you need, Layla. Ask me, and I'll give it to you." My heart lurches into my throat, and I immediately swallow it down. This is still about me, what I need. This isn't about him or us. "I need to come, that's it," I whimper. "I need you to be my release." His hand smooths over my thigh, and I almost jerk off the bed. "You're my wife, my Rosa. I'll be whatever you desire." I narrow my eyes. Don't make this something it is. This is sex, nothing more. It's more for me. It's everything for me, Layla, and it'll be everything for you, too. He wraps his hand around mine, claiming control of the toy. But I can wait for you to come to terms with that. 32. ARCN. Working a vibrator into my wife isn't what most people would call giving her space. But I'm not fucking her with my fingers, so it's more space than I want to be giving. "Arson," Layla gasps, lifting her hips. Her hand snakes down between us to wrap around my wrist. Her nails bite into my skin. "Arson, more." And just like that, what little space existed between us is gone. I all but snap the vibrator in half as I toss it to the floor and put my hands on my wife. I massage my palms up her quivering thighs and work my thumbs up and down over her opening until she's whining for me. You said you'd be my release. Our eyes meet over the length of her body, and fucking hell, I want to stay in this room forever. I want to bar the door and melt the key and make her look at me like that until we're both too exhausted to stand. She pouts out her full lower lip, and I work one finger into her. I watch the way her mouth softens and parts. Her eyes flutter closed, and she sighs as I stroke into her again and again, faster and faster. Her thighs clench, but I pin them to the mattress. No moving until I give you permission, princess, I murmur. Then I bend low and kiss along the inside of her leg, tasting every inch of her until I seal my lips over her center and she screams. I clap a hand over her mouth as I taste and tease her orgasm out of her. No screaming until I give you permission, either. She scrapes her fingers through my hair and grinds her hips against my mouth, using me exactly like she said she would. And I let her until she sinks back into the bed, limp and panting. Then I stand up. It's a dangerous game I'm playing, but I adjust my aching cock in my jeans and turn for the door. Where are you? She lifts herself onto her elbows. Her hair is mussed and her cheeks are flushed, and my fucking God, no one has ever looked so thoroughly fucked and fuckable in all of human history. I thought. Her voice trails off and I arch a brow. You wanted me for release, if I'm not mistaken. I lift 2 slick fingers to my mouth and take a long, luxurious taste. That was your release. You don't need me anymore. Unless. Something sparks in her eyes. A recognition of the dangerous game we're playing. An acceptance of it. A desire to keep on playing. Slowly, achingly slowly, she slides a hand down her body, touching herself everywhere I want to touch her. But I want more, she purrs. Again, miracles abound. The fact I don't lunge across the room and drive every inch of myself into her is a feat of human willpower that will never be repeated. We shouldn't make this something it is. I wield her words against her like a weapon, and I savor the moment they land. Her lips purse. Brow furrows. Fuck, this entire thing could go sideways in an instant. There's every chance I end up back in my room, finishing in my own damn hand to the image of my wife falling apart beneath me. But if Layla is going to look into my eyes and lie to me again and again, I need her to know it's a lie. I'm not just here to be her release. I'm not just here for the sex. She was crying my name before she even knew I was in the room, and that fucking means something. Carefully, Layla slides to the end of the bed and stands up. Her body is sheened with sweat, all of her lean, tight curves glistening as she walks towards me. What this is, she breathes, walking a slow circle around me, her hand trailing lazily from my chest to my shoulder down my spine, is sex. Good sex, if we'll let it be that. And nice as that little appetizer was, I'm not done yet. Neither are you, by the looks of it. She stops in front of me and palms the bulge in my jeans. I press against her palm with a growl, because even miracles have their limits. She stretches onto her toes and unzips my pants, working her hand under the waistband of my boxers until she's gripping me, stroking to the rhythm of my ragged breathing. Her mouth curls into a satisfied smirk. I know you want it. In a flash, I rip her hand out of my pants and spin her around. I crush her back against my chest, my lips brushing against the curve of her ear. I know exactly what I want. It's no secret, Layla. You're the one who won't admit the truth. She's breathing hard, shocked by the abrupt switch in control. I want sex. Then say someone else's name when you touch yourself, I growl. See someone else's face. I dare you. Fuck you. She tries to pull away, but I hold her tight. She's not going anywhere yet. I walk us forward until she's pinned between my body and the plate glass window. Let me go. I drop my arm from her waist, but before she can take a step, I palm her breast. I slide a hand over the swell of her hip and dip between her legs, and she grinds to a halt right there so she doesn't lose that tiny point of contact. Leave if you want. I massage a circle over her clit, and she gasps, dropping her head back on my shoulder. No one is stopping you. Her body melts against mine. I kiss a line down her neck and the slope of her shoulder. I touch her until she wraps a hand around my neck, clinging to me to keep from sinking to her knees. Finally, she reaches behind her and frees my aching cock from my jeans. I spring free, settling against her ass with a groan. When she tries to position me between her legs, I arch away. Who do you belong to, Layla? Arson, she complains. Don't. But it's not good enough. I band a hand loosely around her throat. Who the fuck do you belong to? She hesitates, but we both know I won't touch her the way she wants until she tells me the truth. You, she finally whispers. I reward her with an inch. Say it again. I belong to you, she whines, planting her hands against the glass as I give her a little more. I'm shaking with the restraint it takes not to fill her to the hilt, but third time's the charm. Tell me one more time, baby. I belong to you, she moans, working her hips back against me at the same time I slam into her. We meet in the middle with a satisfying slap, both exhaling as she adjusts to the full length of me. As soon as she's ready, I press her to the glass and fuck her the way I wanted to the second I walked into the room. It's savage, really. I want to break her and she wants to be broken. Each time we crash together and that breaking doesn't happen, we both try again harder. Grunting, thrusting, every breath pluming hot in the darkness. The lawn is lit in silvery moonlight as I fill her again and again. If anyone is down there, they'll see you, I grit between clenched teeth. They'll know who you belong to, they'll know you're mine. She slaps her hands to the glass. I'm yours. The words are sending me over the edge, and I want to take her with me. Then come for me, I order. Finish with me. She clenches her pussy around me, and my vision goes dark. Everything I have spills into my wife as I roar against her neck. Then, silence. 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 It feels so much smoother, without the jagged edges of everything we just left behind. Layla reaches back to stroke a hand through my hair, coaxing me down with her until we're gently rocking together against the window, pulsing with the little energy we have left. She sighs, her breath fogging the glass. There's no way you're not going to make this complicated for me, is there? I grab her chin and turn her face to mine so I can claim her mouth in a long, hungry kiss that has me twitching inside of her again already. It's not complicated. As soon as you accept what we are, you'll see that. Her forehead falls against the glass. She looks at me over her shoulder like she's trying to find the answers to a test in my eyes. This was just for tonight, Arson. I slide out of her, shaking my head. The very first moment I touched you, I knew it wouldn't be a one-time thing. Even before I realized it myself, I was playing for keeps. You're my wife, and you always will be. She gives me a sad smile. But there's nothing sad about this moment. She's breaking, and she doesn't even realize it. Layla Barnes is about to see exactly how I won over my empire, with my entire focus. This will be no different. 33. ARCN. I'm pacing in the entryway, checking the drive every 15 seconds to find out where the hell Jedian is, when I hear my name echoing down the stairs. Arson, Layla was sleeping peacefully when I left the room half an hour ago, but now she sounds panicked. Arson. I'm here. Hurried footsteps race down the stairs and across the wood floor. Sorry, I have a meeting, so I snuck out. I would have left a note, but... Layla turns the corner, and the words drop out of my mouth. Her eyes are wide and terrified, her skin pale. She holds our daughter out to me. If Nina wasn't crying, I'd be sure she was dead based on the way Layla looks. She's sick, she blurts. She's coughing and she can't breathe. Nina inhales for another ear-splitting scream, and I'd have to disagree. It sounds like she's breathing just fine. Layla just shakes her head, bringing Nina closer. She can't catch her breath. Her lips are blue. She's sick. She's sick, and we need a doctor. A horn honks outside, and I turn to see Jedian idling in the driveway. He's relaxed in the driver's seat, one arm resting on the sill. Then I turn back to Layla, and there's nothing relaxed about my wife. All signs of the woman who fell asleep in a languid pile in my arms last night are gone. I have a feeling if I tell her I need to leave right now to go to a Bratva meeting, she'll be gone for good. It's probably just a cold, I say instead. It could be whooping cough, or RSV. Nina stops crying just long enough to let out a few racking coughs before she begins again in earnest. Layla looks stricken as she holds our daughter, powerless to do anything to help. It could be anything. We have no idea. We have to do something. We will do something. She's going to be okay. I press a kiss to Nina's forehead, and it does feel a little warm. Why don't you and Evelyn keep a close eye on her, and then if things get worse, we can. You want to wait for her to get worse? She's sick now, Arson. I open my mouth to argue, but she waves me off. I'm not crazy. Babies are tiny, helpless. It's like the flu. That affects babies more than other people. This could be like that. Maybe it is a cold, but if we don't do anything and something happens to her, I'd never forgive myself. She'd never forgive me, either. I don't think Nina is in any immediate danger, but that doesn't mean shit to Layla. I turn towards the door, and Layla grabs the back of my shirt. Where are you going? To free up my schedule. Jedian waves as I open the door, but he frowns as I get closer. I'm not that late. Only a minute. We're still going to be early for the meeting, so you shouldn't look that upset. It's not you. Actually, I change course. It's all on you. The meeting today, I need you to handle it yourself. He kills the engine and starts to open his door, but I slam it closed before he can. Stay in the car, because you are actually 5 minutes late, and you need to go. By myself. You're up, brother. You've wanted a bigger role in the Bratva. Well, here it is. He eyes the promotion suspiciously. What's going on? Nina is sick, and Layla needs me here to take care of her, both of them. Blyat, he mutters. Are you sure? They're expecting you today. They might take it as an insult to get only me. Then they can stick their deal up their asses. They want to do business with the Adamov Bratva, then they'll have to play by my rules. I clap a hand on the roof of the car. Go be my eyes and ears. You're speaking with my voice today, Jed. His jaw squares. I won't let you down, boss. The moment he's speeding down the drive, I make a call to Nina's pediatrician. If Dr. Simone thinks it's strange that I'm asking her to make a house call, she doesn't say so. She just tells me she can be here in 15 minutes and hangs up. Armed with that assurance, I head back into the house to find Layla cradling Nina. She's still screaming her lungs out, which tells me things can't be so dire. With lung capacity like that, she might actually be too healthy. But she's turning 10 shades of red and her nose is snotty. Something is wrong with her, Layla whispers without looking up. She's never been like this before. I can always calm her down. But no matter what Layla tries, Nina squirms and cries uncomfortably. I can tell the effort is taking a lot out of Layla as well. She winces with every step, like her hip is starting to ache. I pull Layla against my side until I have both my girls cocooned in the circle of my arms. You need to breathe. We have to stay calm for Nina. Layla shudders out a breath that sounds painful. Her tears fall against my shirt sleeve, and I just hold her a little tighter. It's going to be okay. I'm here. I'm right here. Nina will be fine. When I finally convince Layla to take a seat, I go into the kitchen for some towels and a bowl of cool water. While we wait for the doctor to arrive, I run the wet towels over Nina's flushed skin. She's still whimpering, but by the time Dr. Simone breezes into the kitchen, Nina is significantly calmer. The doctor takes one look at our setup and nods. Good thinking. That'll bring down any fever. Layla leaps to her feet with a wince. She's been coughing all morning, doctor. I think she's having trouble breathing. Let me take a look at our little shining star. Dr. Simone pulls a stool over and sits down in front of me. I hold Nina while she conducts an examination with her stethoscope. Well, Layla asks, chewing on her nails as she hovers between us. She has some congestion in her chest, Dr. Simone informs us, and it's causing her some discomfort. She can't breathe, Layla interjects. She can't breathe because she's crying so hard, Dr. Simone explains calmly. It's best to distract her so that she can get a few good inhales in. You don't sound worried, I say. It's just a little cold. Every child gets them. It's a good thing, really. Little Nina here needs to build up her immune system. Her fever is down, so now we need to make her comfortable so she can get some sleep. Rest is the most important thing for her right now. Layla doesn't look at all comforted by the doctor's assessment. I'm so careful with her. She hasn't been exposed to that many people, and I wipe her hands after we. You've taken good care of her. Viruses are normal. You just have to live and trust that her immune system is going to do its job. You're not going to prescribe anything for her. Layla chokes back a sob, and, as if she can sense her mother's mood, Nina's cries amp up another notch. I wrap an arm around Layla's shoulder and say above the crying, "Thank you for your time, doctor." As Polina shows Simone out, I take Layla's arm and lead her to my bathroom. She follows me blindly, her eyes locked on Nina in her arms. Where are we going? We're going to calm you both down. By the time we get to the bathroom, Nina's crying has subsided somewhat. But I'm pretty sure it's from pure exhaustion. Her breathing is labored and raspy, and as much as I think Layla is blowing this out of proportion, it's still tough to watch. I point the shower head at the tile wall and crank the heat as high as it will go. Steam instantly starts to billow above the glass door. Layla is so busy trying to calm Nina that she barely notices as I grab her by the shoulders, press her to my chest, and lower all three of us to the floor. What is this? She asks. What are we? Breathe, I command, smoothing my hands down her arms. The air is warm and humid, and after a few wails, Nina starts to calm. She's still hiccuping, but her breathing is coming easier and easier the longer we spend in the makeshift sauna. She's doing better, Layla whispers as Nina's eyes finally start to droop closed. How long do we stay like this? I kiss the back of her head. As long as you want, as long as you need. 34. ARCN. It's as if a home decor shop went through a shredder. Interior design magazines are spread across the floor of Layla's room like a mosaic, dojered or lolling open, or ripped apart entirely. A smattering of colored sticky notes is plastered to the loose pages. Layla herself is sporting a few squares of neon pink and yellow on her sleeves. I have to make a wide circle around the carpet so as not to step on the graveyard of magazines. I take it this is for the new house. She nods without looking up at me. I've been experimenting with ideas for each room. I even found this amazing wallpaper store in the city. They make custom wallpaper according to your specifications. Isn't that cool? I grunt in response, walking over to Nina's cot to watch her snooze, because it's easier than looking at my crazed wife right now. So, you're moving out? I can feel Layla's eyes on my back, but I don't turn around. Not until I'm sure I can fight back my scowl. Were you going to tell me before you left, or was I going to wake up and be surprised by your empty room? You're mad. I'm not mad. I force myself to breathe. I gave you the keys. I just might have been hoping you wouldn't take me up on the offer. She steps nimbly over the magazine to stand next to me at the crib. I want to get the house ready, Arson. That doesn't mean I'm gonna move in right away. But you do want to leave. For the first time, she reaches towards me of her own volition, her hand grazing my arm. This house is wonderful, but it's yours. I've come and gone too many times to feel like I belong here. I know I've been an asshole. She tightens her grip on my wrist. I'm not looking for another apology. I'm not asking for one. You've done that already, and I accepted. I'm just trying to explain to you how I feel. Okay, I say evenly. I'm listening. Barnes' house is my dream house. You literally brought to life a fantasy I never thought I would ever have. It feels like the kind of house I could turn into a home for all of us. I arch an eyebrow. Mrs. Adamov, are you asking me to move in with you? I know we're doing this all backwards, but if things continue to go the way they have been between us, she shrugs. I just thought it might work. The hairs at the back of my neck are standing on end. This is the closest she's ever come to giving me any kind of hope, and I'm not ready to jump at it just yet. Not until I know it's real. Her face falls. If you don't want to leave this house, then. I never said that. I pull her towards me, and she hits my chest with a soft little gasp. She flushes scarlet, and her pupils dilate. This could be a fresh start for all of us, a home we build together. I like the sound of that. Good, so can I keep looking at magazines, or do you have equally strong opinions about wallpaper designs? I have none, I assure her. I want this house to be exactly what you want it to be. Tell me what you want, and I'll buy it. She wags her eyebrows mischievously. You might regret that later. When it comes to making you happy, Rosa, I'll regret nothing. On second thought, I might have a few regrets. The first being not leaving when Layla, Kira, and Gilia gave me the chance. Kira told me I wouldn't be able to hang with them, and I laughed, actually laughed in her face. I don't spend hours in the gym every week to not be able to handle a shopping spree, I scoffed. But that was 5 stores and 7 hours ago. Now, my feet ache, and if I look at one more wallpaper sample, my eyes will never uncross. Meanwhile, Kira and Gilia bounce around behind Layla, discussing color palettes, paint samples, and bespoke light fixtures like there's nothing in the world they'd rather be doing. Gilia snatches the tag off of a sideboard and adds it to the stack in my hands. Here, another one, Adamov, don't lose it. I glare at her, but she doesn't notice. To Gilia, I'm nothing but a giant, walking credit card. The only time she bothers to acknowledge me is when it's time to pay for something. More than once, I've been tempted to remind her who the fuck I am. Enzo's restaurant launch is coming up, and there would be more than a little talk if his newest ally wasn't there to support him. But then Layla is indecisive about some curtains or a lamp, and Gilia gives the problem her full attention. She and Kira are amazing with my wife, and that covers a multitude of sins in my book. They compliment her taste, support her decisions, and bite their tongues when Layla has her heart set on something they don't like. Take, for instance, the item we've been standing in front of for the last 15 minutes. Judging from Gilia's pinched nose, she's not a fan of the light-up cloud mirror Layla is considering for the nursery. But when Layla turns to her, she transforms the grimace into an approving smile. Do you think it's too much? Layla chews on her lip. Too cutesy. I think you love it. Layla blushes. It's kitschy, I know, but yeah, I do kinda love it. Then you should get it. My wife frowns, turning back to her uncertain expression in the mirror. What do you think, Kira? I think it's whimsical and fun. If that's your vision, go for it. With their approval, Layla finally snatches the tag from the mirror and hands it to Gilia, who adds the tag to the pile in my hands. Layla loops her hand through Kira's arm and practically skips to the linens department, but Gilia hangs back, eyeing me with a curious arch of her eyebrows. I had money on you leaving within the first hour. I promised Layla I'd be here, so I'm here, I reply. Even though you're bored shitless. I smile. I'm with my wife, I could never be bored. We both look across the aisle at Layla, who has just found an even larger version of the cloud mirror. Tell me, she says, what do you really think about that mirror? It's hideous, as you well know. Gilia stifles a laugh. Why didn't you say anything? The same reason you didn't, because the only thing that matters is what Layla wants. And she wants that ugly-ass mirror. So she gets it. Layla uses the remote to change the mirror to pink and then purple, her smile growing wider with every color. I'll pay for 100 of those fucking things if it means seeing that smile on her face. Well, I'll be damned. Old dogs might be able to learn new tricks after all. Her grin turns into a scowl, but I've still got an eye on you. I smirk. I wouldn't expect anything less. 35. LA. My alignment is all out of whack. Every pose I attempt feels stilted. My muscles are aching and my hip is on fire. What kind of yoga instructor can't even move through a basic vinyasa flow without wincing in pain? Oh, right, the non-existent kind. Because I am so failing this test tomorrow. I push through the discomfort and lift my leg, bringing the bottom of my foot to the side of my knee. Tree pose. Even a clumsy toddler can do tree pose. I close my eyes and do my best to breathe through the anxiety clenching my chest. But the second my lids close, the world goes topsy-turvy. I pinwheel my arms, trying to reclaim my balance, but it's no use. I feel myself tipping sideways just as strong arms wrap around my waist. Oh, thank God. The moment of relief is short-lived, as I shriek and shove away from whoever is holding me. Layla, it's me. I twist in Arsen's arms, squinting up at him. Do you know what time it is? Why are you still awake? I left Nina asleep in her nursery and Arsen alone in bed. I would have gone out to the lawn to practice, but the grass was already a bit dewy, so I set up shop in the sunroom instead. I could ask you the same thing. It's 3 a.m, you should be asleep. My tests are coming up, I explained shyly. I wanted to get in a little extra practice. You practice plenty. You just caught me falling out of tree pose, Arsen. Tree pose. That's like the first yoga position they teach you. It's just standing on one leg and I fell. Because it's 3 a.m. But I'm already talking over him, assuming another position I'll probably fall out of. And just look at my cobra pose. The angle of my neck is all wrong. I can feel my muscles straining. That's not supposed to happen. I've seen you do that pose before. Yeah, back when I was young and agile. Last week. Back when I had hope, I throw my hands up. But look at me now, I've been fooling myself, I'm washed up, a fraud. Arsen smooths his hands across my tense shoulders. You're spiraling. I'm thinking clearly, I fire back, brushing him off. I'm not ready for this, I should just postpone my test. Maybe I should take the course again, or maybe I should give it up and get a new dream, a safe dream. Like I dunno, stamp collecting. Knitting, underwater basket weaving. I'm pacing back and forth across the room when Arsen snatches me around the waist again and pins me to his chest. His green eyes are sleepy, but his grip is sure. Don't take this the wrong way, beautiful, but you're nuts. I slap his arms away. You're the one who's nuts, you thought I could do this. Because you can, I've watched you practice for months now, he replies calmly. You've been working towards this test for years, you're ready. I bite my lip, wincing as I lean to my other leg. Arsen catches the movement. The problem is that your hip is giving you trouble. Maybe a little bit. That's because you're stressing out. He palms my hip, kneading the joint. That hip is your mood gauge. As soon as you're stressed, it flares up. So let's get you unstressed. Show me some positions. What? He squeezes my butt. You heard me. You're way too in your head to view things clearly, so I'm going to view it for you. Get into some of your twisty positions, and I'll tell you if they're satisfactory. You're not trained for this. He nudges me towards my yoga mat. When it comes to calming you down, I'm an expert. Go ahead. Okay? Fine, I sigh, turning to my mat. Giving in is easier than arguing with him sometimes. It's like debating a brick wall. Let me start with warrior pose. It's good for opening your hips. I stretch one leg in front of me, leaning deep into the aching joint. Though, with Arson's eyes raking over my body, I hardly feel the pain in my hip. I lean into the stretch, bending to touch my toes as I straighten my legs. Then, slowly, I twist at the waist and reach one arm towards the ceiling. This is triangle pose. It looks fantastic. Arson's eyes dip to my chest. How does it feel? Not horrible, I admit. Better than anything else has for the last hour. I put both hands to the mat and switch positions, pressing my hips towards the ceiling. What's this one? Arson growls from behind me. Adho Mukha Svanasana. If I make a little extra show of wiggling my ass in the air, I'll never tell. Otherwise known as downward dog. Arson circles me slowly, moving closer with every pass. Finally, he steps behind me, his hands coming to rest lightly on my waist. Arson. I'm here to help, remember. As he speaks, he pulls my ass against his crotch, grinding our bodies together slowly. How is this helping? Just breathe, Layla, relax, forget I'm here. As if I could ever do that, I almost lose my balance in a burst of laughter. Ironically, it does relax me. How do I look now? Fucking incredible. With a laugh, I collapse and roll out of the position. Just so you know, you're not helping in the slightest. I'd say I'm doing wonders. Now what's next? I don't think this is. He points at the mat, and possession roars to life in his eyes. His voice drops, his posture straightens, and it's like he grows another 6 inches taller as he snarls. Get on your hands and knees and show me what's next, Rosa. Well, okay then, at your service. Clamping down on the inside of my cheek to keep a fluttery little gasp from escaping into the world where it will no doubt cause all sorts of trouble. I lie down and assume bridge pose. Shoulders and the soles of my feet to the mat, while I arch my back to send my hips high toward the ceiling. I'm shaking, not with the effort of the pose, but with a nervous anticipation as Arson circles around me once again. I feel like a steak tossed into a lion's cage, and to be clear, I mean that in the best way possible. The pain in my hip is long since forgotten. Arson kneels in front of me. One hand grips my hip as he slides between my legs. His eyes burn a path up my body, and I can feel the heat of him simmering through his clothes. He is achingly close to exactly where I want him. Suddenly, I'm not as interested in the test as I am in the man kneeling in front of me. I start to slump out of the pose so I can reach for him, but he catches me by the ankle. Mrs. Adamov, Arson chastises, you have a lot of practicing to do. I'm looking to try a few different partner positions. I could really use your help. He only shakes his head. Show me what's next. I gulp. Slowly, I spin belly down. My arms go long and lithe, reaching out in front of me as I rock back on my heels into child's pose. By the time I settle in and sigh with the relief of the stretch, my ass is mere inches from his hand. When I feel his fingers ghosting along my waistband, that sigh gets caught in my throat. But I don't say anything. That would only break the spell. Instead, as he slowly, suffocating slowly peels my yoga pants down the curve of my waist, I don't speak a single word. I don't breathe. I don't move. I just hold the pose as he bears me. It's only when I can feel the cool air of the room, wafting between my thighs, that I lick my lips and try to say something. Art. But I only get a single syllable out before he reaches up and clamps a hand over my mouth. Hush, he growls in that same commanding voice he used to boss me back down to the mat. Let me tell you what's going to happen, Layla. A single fingertip strokes up and down the outer boundary of my wetness. I shudder, but he plasters his weight along my spine to keep me right where I am. I'm going to make you come. You're going to moan into my hand and see stars, but you're going to stay right where you are. If you're a good girl, you get my fingers. If you're a very good girl, you get my tongue. And when I'm finished making you gush all over me, I'm going to carry you upstairs, rinse you off, and pull you back into bed with me. And you're going to sleep the best you've ever slept. Do you understand? Nod if you do. I nod. And if there's one thing you can say for certain about Arsen Adamov, it's this. He is a man of his word. We're going to be late, I mutter for the millionth time since we left the house half an hour ago. We're not going to be late. Arsen eases the car along the curb, taking his time, straightening the wheels and altogether being relaxed in a way I'm no longer capable of. Least of all today. The test starts I check the clock on the dash and my chest tightens. 2 hours. He kills the engine and pats my knee. And we're 15 minutes away. I think you have time for a pit stop. I just want to get there early, just in case. In case the parking lot opens up and swallows you whole on your way inside. Arsen bites back a smirk. I'll tell you what, I'll carry you inside myself if that will make you feel better. I almost regret telling him about my nightmare last night. It was midday, sunny and bright, and I was crossing the asphalt parking lot to walk through the doors and take my certification test, but the building kept moving farther and farther away. I ran, but it was like my feet were encased in cement. I was practically crawling on all fours to make it, but I hadn't even reached the doors before my classmates were pouring out with their test results in their hands, cheering and celebrating their success. Then the parking lot opened up and swallowed me whole. It was very realistic, I mumble. Arsen ignores me, walking around the car to open my door. I try to pretend like I'll resist and stay in my seat, but the moment he holds a hand out to me, I can't stop myself from taking it. He pulls me onto the sidewalk of a narrow street lined with small businesses. There's a tailor, a used bookstore, a coffee shop, and a deli. Are we here for lunch? Are you hungry? He arches a brow as he looks down at me. My stomach churns nervously. No, absolutely not. I didn't think so, which is why I have something better in mind. Consider it motivation. I snort. I have plenty of that. The threat of being a failure, disappointing my mother from beyond the grave, and having no future prospects is all pretty motivating. He squeezes my hand tighter. Okay, then, consider this motivation that isn't a massive bummer. So I might be a bit doomsdayish about the yoga certification. It's only because I've been training for months, and I spent countless hours away from Nina. If it was all for nothing, I'll be embarrassed to show my face at home. Also, I'll feel the need to pay my own husband back for the wasted investment. Those are the thoughts swirling around my head as Arsen stops in front of a blank storefront. The windows are papered over, and a for-lease sign is hanging in the glass. Before I can ask what we're doing here or request again that we get back in the car so I can pace outside the academy for the next 2 hours, anxiously awaiting the start of the test, Arsen pulls out a key and unlocks the front door. What is this? I already told you, motivation. Arsen ushers me into the dark space. I'm a few steps into the room when the lights flicker on. There's a low hum coming from the fluorescents. I'm thinking we replace those with something softer, he says, tipping his chin towards the lights. Calming, zen, isn't that what you yogis say? I pace across the shiny, hardwood floors. The walls are a dusty beige, torn remnants of wallpaper left behind. A few broken shelves are piled in one corner, along with what might be a rat trap, but I do my best to not think about that. What are you gonna do with it? Between his sleek office at Adamov Industries, his office at the house, and now, Pobeda, I can't imagine what this place would be used for. Me, nothing, he shrugs. Giving it to you was my only plan. I spin towards him, my shoes squeaking on the hardwood. What? I figure once you pass your test, you'll need a place to set up shop. This studio is on the smaller side, but I have eyes on a few other spaces in the city once you're ready to expand. I see his mouth moving. I hear the words coming out, but all I can do is shake my head. What? I breathe again. Arson closes the distance between us and wraps his arms around my waist. This is going to be your yoga studio, Layla. Tears burn the backs of my eyes. I don't even have my certification yet. He winks at me. You'll get it. And if I fail? Like I said, you'll get it. If you fail, you'll try again. I'm not worried about it. That makes one of us. Arson, you can't. I wipe tears from my cheeks. How much did this place cost? He waves me off. Once your yoga empire is up and running, I'll make my money back and then some. Consider this my second formal investment in the Layla Adamov business. I try to argue with him, but as I look around the room, I can see it. A little paint, some softer lighting, a water feature in the corner. This could work. This could be mine. I don't realize I'm openly weeping until Arson pulls me against his chest and pats my back. Come on now. You have a test to get to still. We should probably get going if you want to get there insanely early and check the parking lot for sinkholes. A laugh bubbles out of me. I turn in his arms, my head resting back against his chest. He wraps his arms around me, holding me in the center of the room. It'll be okay, I whisper. I want to stay here with you for a few more minutes. 36. ARCN. These are airplanes. Layla helpfully points out the jets in front of us in case there was a chance I might have missed them. We usually take a car home from dinner. She's right, but there's a lot about tonight that isn't usual. Starting with Layla earning her yoga certification. I could have thrown her a family-style dinner at home. We could have celebrated her accomplishment with our daughter and friends and sat around, eating food and chatting all night. But at my core, I'm a selfish bastard. And from the moment she accepted her certification and sprinted off the stage directly into my arms, I knew I wanted her all to myself. We would if we were going home. I grab her hand and pull her towards the hangar designated for my private jet. She shuffles along behind me, dragging her feet, still frowning in a way that most people about to board a private jet don't do. But what are we doing here? Just think of it as a high-altitude joyride. You said during dinner that you didn't want this night to end. That's just something people say, she argues. I was having fun and eating cake. Of course I didn't want it to end. And now it doesn't have to. You're welcome. Arson, this is crazy. We have to get home. We have to. She comes to a grinding halt when she spots her Louis Vuitton luggage being rolled onto the tarmac. Are those mine? I certainly hope so. It would be unfortunate if I packed someone else's luggage for our trip. What trip? Why did you pack so much? Where are you taking me? She tries to wriggle free, but I have a feeling if I let her go, it'll be hard to catch her again. I'm starting to think you don't trust me. With my life, till the very end, she concedes, still trying to squirm away. With responsibly managing our time, not one bit. How long are we leaving for? Baseline, 4 nights, but we can extend if we want to. I hold up a hand before her mouth can drop open. I know what you're thinking, Nina. Exactly. Have you forgotten about our daughter? I'm the one who just brought her up, but I don't bother pointing that out. Polina is thrilled to be on babysitting duty the next 4 days. Over the fucking moon, really. I thought she was going to start dancing. But she's also on standby, ready to hop on a plane and join us on this little honeymoon the second you start missing Nina. Honeymoons. I swing her around so she's in front of me, her body soft and warm in my arms. We never had a proper one. I figured now is the perfect time. Before you start your yoga empire and don't have a spare moment in your day for me anymore. A little smile glows in the corners of her mouth, but she tamps it down. I don't know. Nina is going to be fine. Polina and Evelyn have it covered. Even if they do need help, which they won't, Kira is right next door. And it's only 4 days. 4 days is a lot, considering I've never been away from her. Not even for a night. I've tripled security on the house, I assure her, even though there hasn't been a peep out of Charles since we sent him packing. And like I said, the second you miss her, they'll get on a plane and bring her to us. She glances towards the plane, no small amount of longing in her eyes. You're making it very hard to say no. I wouldn't dare leave alone time with you up to chance. I pull her against my chest. But it's your call in the end. If you can't deal with leaving Nina behind, just say the word, and she'll be here with her retinue in half an hour. We can chill out on the jet with a cocktail and wait for them to join us. She looks severely tempted. I suppose a few nights away won't hurt. As soon as the words are out of her mouth, she drops her face in her hands. I pry her wrists away. You don't have to feel guilty. You're a brilliant mother. You deserve some time to yourself. We deserve some time together. It would be nice to get away, she admits. Somewhere different, just you and me. That's the spirit. Her smile spreads. All right then, I'm ready, I think. I don't stop holding my breath until the plane takes off and we're airborne. Only then do I pop a bottle of champagne and pour us each a glass. To you, my wife, I raise my glass. Layla raises hers too. We already toasted to me at dinner, repeatedly. This is our honeymoon. I'll toast you every hour if I want. I lean down, hands on the armrests of her chair. We can do whatever we want. I grab the glass from her hand and press it to her lips. Slowly, she parts them, letting me serve her. Before I can get any other ideas, she spots the tray of chocolate-covered strawberries on the bar. This is crazy. I never, in my wildest dreams, thought I'd be on a private jet to Where Are We Going? Let the pilot worry about the destination. All you and I have to worry about is the journey. I pin her against the bar, unable to stop myself from following the low neckline of her dress across her chest. After everything you've been through, you deserve a break. Her hand combs through my hair, and it takes me a second to realize she's pulling me away. Arson? I drag my mouth away from her skin by sheer force of will. Her brows are knitted together. There's something I've been wanting to say to you. Anything. Silently, though, I reserve the right to respond however I see fit. If she suggests we enjoy this honeymoon separately, I might just jump out of the emergency door. She swallows nervously. I never told you how much it meant to me that you were there for my mom in her final days. I blink at her, rendered mute. Of all the things I thought she might say, that didn't even rank. Her smile trembles. I was so focused on resenting and blaming you that I didn't stop to think about how I was actually grateful. Grateful that she didn't have to be alone those last few months, that she had someone to have lunch with and talk to and connect with. Her eyes fill with tears, but she blinks them away. She was right about me. I wouldn't have handled those last few months well. I would have fought to keep her alive. I would have been talking to doctors and researching new therapies and denying the fact that she was dying. It would have been a nightmare for everyone. You loved her. Of course you'd do anything to keep her with you for a little longer. She swallows her tears. She would have been so happy to see us together. I nod in agreement. I think she knew we'd end up together eventually. Yeah. I press a kiss to her neck. Yeah. The night sky is just outside the window, but I'm mesmerized by my wife. By her strength, her forgiveness, her perseverance. Her eyes float slowly to mine. What are you thinking? I'm thinking about doing this. I slowly drop to my knees between her legs, the need to continue that sentence gone the second I begin to bunch her dress around her waist. Here, she balks, now. I slide her panties down to her ankles, helping her step out of them. I want to fuck you over the clouds, Mrs. Adamov. What do you say to that? Her eyes flutter as I slide my hand between her thighs. God, she breathes, I love it when you touch me. Rosa, that makes two of us. 37. LALA. Our yacht, YAWT. I roll the word around in my head and my mouth, trying to make sense of it. I pop one pinky out like a cartoonishly rich supervillain. Let's dine on our yacht, dear husband, shall we? Arson drops his chin and looks at me over the top of his sunglasses. How many times are you going to say that? As many times as it takes to believe that. I gesture with both hands to the superyacht floating just off the coast. Belongs to us. When the hell did you buy a cruise ship anyway? He frowns, thinking about it. As if buying a yacht is the same as grabbing a sandwich at a bodega on your way home. Utterly forgettable. I don't know. A few years ago, I needed to funnel some cash out of my accounts, but I don't remember if that was when I bought the yacht or if that was the skyscraper downtown. I choke on my sip of Mai Tai. You bought an entire skyscraper in downtown Manhattan. A few, actually. Eventually, he shrugs. Anyway, I'm not sure, but within the last few years, I think. I shake my head at him. I will literally never get over your life. It's your life now, too. I'll never get over that, either. It's been 3 days of our St. Bart's honeymoon, and I'm still finding new things to be amazed by every minute. You'd think at some point, the luxury would get boring. But no, never. Waking up to fresh-baked croissants and fruit bowls and mimosas. Magical. Parasailing in the bluest waters I've ever seen. 10 out of 10. Leaning over the panoramic infinity pool on our private balcony to watch the sunset as my husband fucks me from behind. Keep M coming, baby. Both literally and figuratively. When I first got on the private plane, I thought 4 days sounded like an eternity. Now, I'm not sure how we'll manage to fit everything in. Are we snorkeling with the turtles tomorrow morning? If you want. Arson is reclined in his beach chair, his hands folded over his tanned abs, eyes peacefully closed. Or we can go shopping. I do want to get Nina one of the little summer dresses and some sandals. The thought of her in the outfit, the thought of her in general, actually makes my heart squeeze. We've been so busy that, as bad as it sounds, I haven't had time to miss her. But whenever we slow down for a second, I feel the familiar ache. As if he can sense the mood shift in the air, Arson squeezes my knee. We can video chat Polina and Nina before dinner if you want. Really? I swipe at my eyes, hoping he doesn't notice. That would be amazing. He peeks over at me with one eye. And I've told you, if you want to head out early, we can always. No, I snag his hand from my knee and bring it to my mouth to kiss. I want to be here with you, just like this. I can't believe you let me miss our dinner reservation. You looked so peaceful, I couldn't bring myself to wake you up. Arson clutches my hand, walking me through a series of winding sidewalks and narrow roads. And we didn't miss our reservation. Ellis is our personal chef on the yacht. I'm paying him whether he cooks for us or not, and tonight, he's not. I wasted your money. You wasted our money, he winks at me, and I have more than enough. I do feel bad about my afternoon nap turning into a 5-hour-long coma, but I can't fully bring myself to regret it. Mostly because, for the first time in months and months, I feel rested and refreshed. Also because there's something about being out with Arson. No plan, no private chefs, no luxurious resort pools. That feels exciting. So much of the last year has been dictated by contracts and sickness and responsibilities. Tonight, we're just two people in love, walking the streets of St. Bart's. As if he can read my mind, Arson slows down. He winds an arm around my lower back and pulls me close to him. I can't believe you're not asking where I'm taking you. Turns out I don't care. Does that mean you trust me to manage your time responsibly? He fake gasps, my shrug confirmation enough for him. What a momentous step in our relationship. I'm honored. Something about napping all afternoon has put me at ease. I haven't seen you that relaxed in ever, he admits. After Mom died, I wasn't sure I'd ever have a good night's sleep again. But now, I shake my head. Sorry, I'm not trying to bring down the mood. Arson squeezes me closer and kisses the top of my head. It's our honeymoon, our rules. We can talk about dead parents if we want to. It's macabre, but I can't help but smile. Mom would have loved this place. Mine did. I look up at him. They came here. For their honeymoon. He gives me a sheepish smile. It felt right to bring you here too. Tears well in my eyes, and I bury my face against his chest, letting him lead me down the street without a single worry for where we're going. Wherever it is, Arson will be there. That's good enough for me. 38. LA. What do you guys think about an ocean-inspired wallpaper right here? I squint towards the wall in the far corner, trying to imagine it. A week ago, it was a mouse graveyard, so anything would be an upgrade on that. Still dreaming of St. Bart's? Gilia squeezes my elbow as she joins me in my corner staring. Must have been some trip if you want to permanently commemorate it. My sudden need for beachy wallpaper has nothing to do with St. Bart's, although it was an amazing, magical trip. You mean sensual, Gilia corrects. Toe curling, Kira chimes in from my other side. Orgasmic. Multi-orgasmic. I roll my eyes. Why did I ask you two for help? I can't remember anymore. Because we're amazing. And magical, Kira adds. Don't forget magical. And sometimes multi-orgasmic. Whenever the hubby pops a little purple pill for me. Before I can shove the two cackling hens out of the front door, Gilia fans her hands out in front of us. Plus, between the three of us, we can turn this space into the hippest, coolest yoga space in the city. Starting with plants, Kira declares, clapping her hands. Paint colors should come first, Gilia says. Or, I suggest, grabbing my purse, we can start with coffee. I'm buying. They shout their orders at me, and I leave them behind to walk to the coffee shop right next door. It's a cozy little space with only 4 tables and a couple of stools, but the display counter is absolutely filled to the brim with the most gorgeous cakes and pastries. If the coffee is as good as the pastries look, I'm living the dream. The woman behind the register has bronze hair in tight ringlets and a nose piercing. She waves as I walk in. Hi, gorgeous. What can I get you? I rattle off the orders and add a couple of pastries to the list. Is there a possibility of setting up a tab here? I wonder. I'm renting the space next door and... You're the new tenant. She sticks her hand over the counter for me to shake. Welcome, neighbor, I'm Carrie. Layla. Pleasure. It's so nice to see another woman-owned business enter the strip. She glances to her left. I mean, the boys are nice, but I'm all about championing female entrepreneurship. What's your business? I'm opening a yoga studio. The goal is an opening date sometime in September, but... Who the hell knows? She laughs. I totally get it. I've always been interested in yoga. It's just I have this bum leg. She walks out from behind her counter and lifts the leg of her baggy khaki trousers to reveal a prosthetic. Sorry about the nasty scars. I served 2 tours in Afghanistan. I'd show you my scars, but that would require partial nudity, and I'm not sure that'd be good for business. Carrie raises her eyebrows. You served. Oh God, no. I rush to correct her. I was in a car accident when I was young and it left me with a bad hip and chronic pain. Yoga really helped. I think it might help you too. Carrie purses her lips. I don't know. I've actually been thinking about having an accessible yoga class every week for people with disabilities. The idea came to me a week ago, and I'm still so excited about it that I can't stop myself from roping this almost perfect stranger into my schemes. Your input could be super helpful in getting the class started. I'll even give you the girl boss discount rate. Carrie laughs. Well, how can I say no to that? I have a couple of other military buddies I can bring along for the ride. I have to bite my tongue to stop from squealing like a little girl. Absolutely living the dream. And she said she'd bring a bunch of her veteran friends for a group session. I penciled them down for the 7th of September. You've got yourself a launch date. Arson smiles proudly. I can't believe it, I trill. I'm gonna have my own studio, my own students, my own business. You worked hard for it, Rosa. I couldn't have done any of it without you. I abandon my chair for his lap. Nina is sleeping soundly in her bassinet, having zonked out halfway through dinner. All is well in my world. I spear the last carrot on his plate. How was your day? Great. We got an international client interested in stocking Pobeda in all their hotels, bars, and casinos. They'll be flying in next week for an in-person meeting. He plucks the fork out of my hand, carrot still intact, and places it on the table. But let's not talk about work. The only thing I'm interested in right now is getting you to bed. And here, I thought the honeymoon was over. If I have my way, it will last the rest of forever. We leave the dirty plates on the table, while Arson gently lifts Nina out of her bassinet and carries her to her crib in the nursery. I turn the baby monitor on, and then Arson takes my hand and walks me into our bedroom. He stops at the foot of our bed, noticing the wooden box resting squarely in the center. What's this? I smile coyly. Why don't you open it and see? Layla. Remember that shopping spree I had in St. Bart's just before we left? Well, I got you something. I almost laugh at the scrunched look on Arson's face. The man's clearly not used to being on the receiving end of gift giving. Layla, this is really. Stop wasting time and open the damn gift, please. I saw it and immediately thought of you. With a sigh, he lifts the lid to reveal a smaller leather box inside, embossed with the words Patek Philippe. He groans, I already know this is too much. Don't become a Scrooge on me now, you're worth it. Go on, open it. Arson flips the lid and, sitting on a black velvet cushion, is a stunning silver watch with a bright green dial. He admires it silently for a few moments before finally picking it up and holding it to the light. It's magnificent. And the green dial, it's exactly the same shade as your eyes. I blush. I wanted you to have a little reminder of me on your arm all the time. In a cute way or an I'm always watching kind of way. I slap his arm. Don't ruin the moment, Weiss. He chuckles as he drapes an arm across my shoulders. Baby, you're in my heart constantly. I don't need a physical reminder. Turn it over, I implore, resisting the urge to do it for him. I had it engraved. He turns it over and mouths the words that I had engraved on the underside. You're the sun to my rose, always and forever. His gaze drifts towards me. His jaw is locked tight. Is this what it's like to see Arson Adamov emotional? I was not prepared for it. Is it too much, too sappy? I wince. I knew I should have gone with. He cuts me off by pressing his lips to mine. It's perfect, thank you. Immediately, he replaces the Rolex on his wrist with the one I got him. I love it, and I love you. I swallow the lump in my throat and fall into his arms. It's the first time he's ever said it to me. Instead of replying, I just sink into him and savor the feeling. I was not prepared for that either. 39. ARCN. I can hire people to do this shit, Layla. My wife turns to me with paint splattered across her face and the front of her overalls hanging off her small frame. More paint snakes across her tight white tank and the tanned skin of her exposed midriff. I want to follow the trail with my tongue. I know, she replies, but this is my studio. This isn't a painter's, keeper's situation. It'll still be yours even if we get professionals in here to do the dirty work. She sighs, that's not the point. She spent every spare second for weeks inside these four walls, late nights, early mornings. I've had to deliver lunch more than a few times just so she won't forget to eat. Layla is pouring her heart and soul into this studio, and I don't want her to be the only one. Okay, then. I shrug out of my jacket and drape it over the only piece of furniture in the place, a stone table that's been put to work propping open the back door. I guess we're getting our hands dirty. What do you think you're doing? What does it look like? I'm going to help you get this place painted. She looks me over from head to toe, eyebrows raised nearly to the smudge of paint along her hairline. You're wearing Tom Ford. Your point. I won't be responsible for ruining those shoes. I shrug as I roll up my sleeves. If I ruin them, I'll buy another pair. For the price of those shoes, we could pay to get this whole place painted twice. You can't ruin them for this. She gestures to the wall she's painting. This just so happens to be my wife's passion project, I say coolly. And I want to do my part. Now, stop bickering and hand me a roller. She crosses her arms, smudging more paint on her elbow in the process. Fine, but first, you have to take off your shoes. And your shirt. Also, how expensive are those pants? Mrs. Adamov, I believe you're trying to seduce me. She giggles as I stalk closer, already unbuttoning my shirt. You tried to seduce me first. Who walks around looking like that for no reason? Now you're questioning my integrity. I came here to help my wife, nothing more. Oh, in that case. She presses a hand to my bare stomach as she reaches around me for a roller. Let's get to work. I swat the roller back to the plastic-covered floor. I can't work now. You've stripped me out of my painting clothes. That's not a problem. In a flash, she swipes her roller down my chest, leaving a streak of blue paint in its wake. Wordlessly, I grab her by the waist and drag her against me. Paint spreads across her overalls and her arms as she screams and laughs, legs flailing. Ah, no. Let me go. Not until we're even. She wriggles away from me, her eyes bright. Is that a threat or a promise? She's just out of arm's reach. When I try to venture closer, she wags a disapproving finger at me with a tut-tut. So I stand transfixed in place as she slowly pulls off the right strap of her overalls. Then the left. The denim slips around her waist, and she shimmies it over her hips until it's puddled on the floor. What do you think you're doing? Evening the score. You took off your shirt, so? She grabs the hem of her tank and pulls it over her head, leaving her in nothing but her bra and underwear. Now, you can cover me in paint. Or. I close the distance between us and pin her to her newly painted wall. She gasps, clawing at my chest as she arches off the wet paint. I just painted this. It's not dry yet. You asked for it, baby. Arson. I silence her with my tongue, grinding our bodies together until her protests turn to whimpers. Gasping into my mouth, she unzips my pants and shoves them down. Then she drops to her knees. She grips my hips, leaving painted handprints across my skin that I'm tempted to get tattooed later, and sucks me in deep. I fall against the wall, palms pressed into the still tacky paint to keep myself upright. Fuck, I grab a fistful of her hair, streaking it blue as I fuck her face. She takes me deeper, and I draw my finger across the hollow of her cheek, painting her cheekbone and her jawline. Her eyes rise to meet mine, and I have to force myself out of her before this ends far too quickly. Because I'm nowhere close to being finished. I spread her down on the plastic sheeting. The wood floor creaks under our weight as I kneel between her legs. I peel her panties down, leaving trails of blue paint down her thighs and behind her knees. Gently, I part her with my thumbs and press a kiss to her center. She arches off the floor, but I press her back down with my mouth and my tongue. I hold her there as her hips roll against my face. As she fists my hair like I did hers, dragging me closer, telling me what she needs without resorting to words. "Arson," she cries as she tenses and shatters under me. I kiss her down the other side of her orgasm and then crawl my way over her. I slide into her so easily. One thrust and I'm buried to the hilt. We rock together on the floor. Her leg arches over my hip, and I hold it there, taking her deeper until she's contracting around me again. Until she's whimpering my name with her head tossed back, and I can't hold it back anymore. "Blyette," I roar as I come. When I open my eyes, her gaze is fixed on me. She draws her fingers softly, tenderly along my face. "You're covered in paint. You should see yourself. I think we're even." Smiling, her eyes shift from me to the wall she'd been painting when I showed up. The blue is smudged and swirled from our hands and our bodies. It's a collage of our raucous lovemaking. I wait for annoyance or frustration. I'm prepared to actually help paint so we can fix it before she loses sunlight for the day. "Damn," she whispers, "that actually looks kinda beautiful." She's not wrong. It'll be a shame to paint over it. She swivels around to face me. "Maybe I won't." "You're gonna leave it like that?" "Yes," she murmurs, her eyes brightening as she turns back to the mural we created together. "I think I am." "Oh my God," Layla breathes as she steps out of the car. I watch her eyes trace over the stone sign and the flowering vines growing along the illuminated facade of my distillery. I have hope that, before long, they'll cover the entire front. "I know bringing you to Pobeda isn't the most romantic date," I admit, "but you've been working so hard on your studio that I wanted to show you what I've been working on. What Nina will inherit someday." Layla takes in every detail. From the cobbled stone walkway to the marble entrance, she wordlessly admires every detail I painstakingly crafted over the last few years. She stops by the hostess stand, reaching for my hand. "I didn't expect this." "What did you expect?" "I don't know, a factory, I guess, something cold and lifeless. But this," she shakes her head, taking in the glistening chandeliers and the rough-cut wooden tables flickering in candlelight. "This is like a storybook castle." That's what the original architect was going for. The owners had a royalty complex, I think, but the building was too big and impractical to maintain, so they sold it off. "And that's where you came in," she guesses. I smile. I hoped I could do something with it. I wasn't sure what, but I wanted to build something of my own, something that belonged to me and that I could pass along to my children. I lead her around the room, pointing through plate glass windows at the magic happening in the production area. I wanted at least one part of my life to be completely transparent. The guests can see what every step in the process looks like. There's no curtain to pull back. Layla takes it all in before her eyes finally land on me. "It means a lot to me, Arson, that you brought me here." I caress her hand. "I want you to know that my life, my legacy, is more than just blood and violence, Rosa. It involves more than decisions that hurt people. I'm employing local people here, giving back to the area so they have a way to support themselves and their families. I'm trying to make a difference that will outlive even me." She cups the side of my face, those deep blue eyes boring into mine. "You don't have to convince me, Arson Adamov. I already know you're a good man." "I wouldn't go that far." She grins and kisses my cheek. "I would." 40. LA. I can't take my eyes off the sign, hanging over the entrance of my yoga studio. The Rose Garden. It's a little on the nose, but hell, I've earned the right to be sentimental. I'm plucking a champagne flute from the drink table when I notice someone walk past the front window. The grand opening celebration isn't supposed to start for another hour, but I nod to the beefy security guard at the door to let them in. If someone else is as excited as I am for things to get rolling, they're more than welcome inside. The moment the door opens, I regret my decision. My father shuffles into the studio like he's too tired to pick up his feet. His eyes dart around the space, and I'm sure he's putting together an itemized list of what a place like this must have set me back, and how much he could hawk it all for. I thought he was gone. I thought he left. When I last asked, Arson told me he was far, far away. Part of me wondered if Arson did what I didn't have the strength to ask him to do and killed my father. I can't say I would have mourned him. But here he is. All I can do is stare at him, wishing there was someone next to me. Arson is getting Nina dressed. Kira wanted to help, but Misha came down with the sniffles, and Gilia just left to go gossip with the waitstaff at Carrie's bakery next door. Finally, he turns his gaunt face to me. His weight loss makes him look like a bird of prey. Looks like congratulations are in order. The guard who just let Charles in takes a step towards us, but I wave him off. It's okay, Xavier. I've got this. At least, I hope I do. I straighten my back and square my shoulders. What are you doing here? I'm here because I wanted to see you. Charles looks nervously towards the guard. Huh, how about that? So there's really a first for everything. That's not fair. Lucky for you, most things aren't fair. If they were, you'd be in prison, or worse. The threat sends his gaze sweeping around the room, and I know who he's looking for. Relax. If he was here, you never would have made it through the door. But you should go. He'll be back soon. Charles's eyes darken. He's not a good man, Layla. That's rich coming from you, I scoff. Now get out. He lunges closer and grabs my hand before I can scurry out of reach. You'd really choose someone like him over your own father. I rip myself away from him with just enough time to stop Xavier from tearing his arm off at the shoulder. Then, with one more whispered word to Xavier that it's all okay, I turn back to my father. I'd be careful if I were you. His eyes narrow to slits. The man ran me out of town with nothing but the clothes on my back. Ah, did you expect a going-away party? I expected my only child to have a little more sympathy for her only living parent. If not for me, then at least out of respect for her mother's memory. I take a step forward, my hands tucking into fists. How dare you bring up Mom? She loved me, he declares, chin held high and haughty. Everyone makes mistakes. His teeth grind for a moment, but then his shoulders slump and his face falls. When he speaks again, his voice comes out raspy and hollow. I want to see my granddaughter. I want to watch her grow up, Layla. The words suck the air out of my chest, leaving my lungs feeling as cold as ice. You didn't care to watch me grow up. Why would you care about Nina? Like you said, everyone makes mistakes. I can see it now, the machinations behind his every decision. There's a reason for his tears and the pout of his lip. Nothing he does is uncalculated, and it never will be. You'd know, wouldn't you? You've made more than your fair share. After all the mistakes you've made, the least you can do is be honest about why you're really here. I want to make amends. Bullshit, I cry. Let me take a wild guess. You're here for the house. Well, I've got news for you. It's not my house anymore. I sold it. The deal closed a few weeks ago. He swallows. I know. I almost want to laugh. So that's it. You came for your cut. I need to survive, Layla. Get a job. How can you be so cold? I guess I take after my father. I spit. Xavier opens the door as Gilia sweeps inside. She stops short when she sees me and my father, the diamonds around her neck twinkling in the soft candlelight. Is everything okay, Layla? Everything's fine, I assure her. Charles here was just leaving. Charles, her lips pucker and her cheekbones hollow. When she snaps her fingers, security converges around us. I really have to start taking notes on how she handles business. This is an exclusive event, and you, she glares at my father, are not on the guest list. I'm here to see my daughter, he protests. You've seen her, I slide next to Gilia. Now she's kicking you out. Layla. Enough, my voice feels unfamiliar, even to me. Honestly, it's a little bit terrifying. I've put up with you for longer than I should have. This is my life and my family, and I will protect what I've built. If you show up again, I won't just sick my bodyguards on you, I'll sick my husband on you. I've been holding him back, but that ends now. Finally, I nod to Xavier. Show him out and make sure he doesn't come back. As soon as my father is dragged from the premises, I sag against the nearest table. Thanks, Gilia. For what? You were handling that perfectly well on your own. She grabs my shoulders and stands me up. You're a queen now, and it's about time everyone knew it. I blow out a deep breath, releasing the knot of tension I've been carrying around for my father for way too many years. Is that your way of telling me we still have a lot to do before the party? Sure, she spins me towards the dessert table in the back. Get your yoga-toned ass moving. We have work to do. An hour later, Gilia clinks her butter knife against her champagne glass and cuts through the soft chatter in the studio. Give us a toast, Layla. I throw her a dirty look, but she's all innocent smiles and encouragement. I told her I didn't want to do a speech, I mutter under my breath. Arson just pushes me towards the center of the room. You've handled worse than this. I believe in you. He has no idea how right he is. I haven't told him about Charles's drop-in because I didn't want my father, once again, overshadowing an important moment in my life. But as I stand under the overhead lights that have suddenly gone from soft and cozy to piercing and blinding, I don't think I'd mind a distraction. There are too many eyes on me, and I don't have a single thought in my head that I could say out loud. Then I find Arson as he takes his place in the crowd. He's back at our table, Nina balanced on his hip. The two of them brought me a bouquet of flowers when the night started, roses, of course, and Nina is currently making sport of shredding the petals from the stems one by one. His eyes find mine, and all the fear vanishes. That's my husband, I can't help but think proudly. That's my rock. Suddenly, I find myself lifting my flute of champagne. This yoga studio has been a labor of love, I start, my voice wobbling with emotion. It's been months of planning, designing, and organizing. But really, even before that, it's been years of dreaming, hoping, and flailing. Today, finally, my dream has become a reality. And I couldn't have done it without my friends and family. To Gilia, Kira, Polina, Dominic, and Jedian, thank you for all the love and support. To all my guests here today, this wouldn't have been a celebration without you. And of course, to my husband, my voice quavers again, but I rally determined to end strong. You've been my greatest champion through this whole process. I couldn't have done it without you, which is why I dedicate this toast to you. Please join me in raising a glass to my husband, Arson, for keeping me in roses all year round. I love you. Then there's the clinking of champagne flutes, cheers of congratulations, and the general revelry of a night filled with great booze and delicious hors d'oeuvres. Arson hands Nina to Polina and meets me in the center of his room, engulfing me in his arms. Thank you for the shout-out, he murmurs in my ear. It was unnecessary, but appreciated. I press my lips to his neck. It was most definitely necessary. All this was possible because of you. I owed you. You owe me nothing but your love and devotion. That I can do, he says, brushing my cheek with the backs of his fingers. Now, do you want to tell me what's going on? I arch a brow. What do you mean? You might be fooling everyone else, but I know you, Layla Adamov. You're nervous about something. What is it? Sighing, I smooth my hands across his lapels. You're too observant for your own good. When it comes to you, I don't want to miss a thing. I pull him to a quiet corner of the studio where a member of the wait staff is refreshing the canapes. Don't freak out, okay? I don't like how this is starting. His voice is a dangerous rumble. I already handled it. The situation is under control. I don't think he'll be coming back. He frowns, and I watch the question on his lips turn to an answer. That motherfucker. He actually had the balls to show up here. Like I said, I handled it. Gilea's guards kicked him out after I had it out with him. It was kinda cathartic, actually. I wish I'd been here. There's murder in his eyes, but it softens as he looks down at me. And if he's stupid enough to come back, we both know your father's idiocy knows no bounds. If he does, we'll handle it together. I take his hand and curl it against my chest. The muscle in his jaw is thrumming, but he forces out a hard breath. Together, he murmurs, always. 41. LA. Stop looking at me like that. Arson lifts an eyebrow. Like what? Like you're about to have me for dinner. Is that an option? Once upon a time, it might have been. I glance at the clock on the wall. Not anymore, though. If we don't leave soon, we'll be late. Fashionably late is early, as far as I'm concerned. He walks over to my dressing table and lowers himself down to one knee. Gently, he wraps a hand around my waist, teasing the slit of my emerald green evening gown until it parts at my thigh. It's a wonder I ever get any work done with you around, he murmurs. We are not going to be late because you can't keep it in your pants, Arson Adamov. I yank my leg back before he gets too far, and I get too worked up to keep telling him no. I promised Gilead we'd be there on time. She helped me out with my launch, so I want to be there for Enzo's. He drops his forehead to my knee with a groan. I'm starting to regret this alliance. It's a hindrance to our relationship. You mean our sex life? Same thing. He grabs the sensible black peep toes with the short heel and slips it onto my foot. I was planning to wear my champagne stilettos. It's going to be a long night, and I want you to be comfortable, he says in a way that doesn't invite any debate. I wanted to look good for you tonight. His eyes flare dangerously. You always look good, Rosa. It doesn't matter what you're wearing. You could be in an evening gown, a brown paper bag, or, hey, here's an idea, nothing at all. I swat his shoulder. You're such a charmer. I save it all for you. He slips my second shoe on and secures the clasp. I do have the perfect thing to finish the look, though. Rising, he produces a black box from his back pocket. A silk ribbon is tied neatly on top. Arson, I take the box from him. What did you do? Nothing you don't deserve. I pull gently at the ribbon, but Arson is impatient. He shreds through the silk and rips open the lid for me. My mouth drops. A diamond rose lies nestled in the center of the box. Each petal is a glistening quartet of diamonds around a bud that is the single biggest diamond I've ever seen. Incredible, I breathe because I can't manage anything else. Arson plucks the ring from the box and slips it on my finger, just like you. My hand drops to my lap under the weight. I swear I'd sink straight to the bottom of the ocean with this thing on. Arson, it's too much. I say it's perfect. He stands and holds out a hand for me. Come on. A second ago, you were worried about being late. We will be now. I let my left hand flop limply at my side. I can't even lift this thing. You'll need to deliver me by crane. Can do. Tonight is the official beginning of our alliance with the Italians. We might as well make our arrival one to remember. I'm still scared, though. This ring should be in a coated vault somewhere. It's too big and flashy to be worn out in public. Which is exactly why you're going to wear it. He raises my hand to his mouth, kissing the skin just below the ring. This ring is its own kind of statement. And what does it say? It says, I'm Arson Adamov's wife. Stay the hell out of my way. As it turns out, I don't need a ring to declare me Arson's wife. He's doing a fine job of it on his own. He never leaves my side. As we move around the restaurant, his hand lingers on the small of my back or his arm wraps around my waist, as though he can't bear to not touch me even for a moment. Even when important allies walk up to him, Arsen refuses to let me out of his sight. He introduces me immediately, and people trip over themselves to compliment my dress or how great we look together. Wow, people really bend over backwards around you, don't they? I marvel when an older gentleman nearly chokes on his veal just to greet Arsen as we pass by. Arsen shrugs. They know on which side their bread is buttered. His eyes are trained on a spot somewhere near the entrance, his forehead creasing slightly. I follow it, but I don't see anything worth the concern. Everything okay? Everything's fine, he murmurs, but the answer comes across a little rushed. Can I get you another drink? 2 glasses of champagne is my limit. I'm a lightweight these days. He snags another glass from a passing waiter and hands it to me anyway. His attention is still caught on something by the door. Arsen, if there's something going on. He shakes his head, finally looking down at me. Sorry, it's Jasper. I turn around, but I can't see anything through the sea of people. I'm not sure how Arsen can either. What about him? He's been antsy since we got here. You said it's a big night. Maybe he's just nervous. I don't pay him to look nervous. Anxiety isn't the aura my personal security should exude. Luckily, we're amongst allies. I pat his arm, trying to reassure him. The opening is going really well. Everyone seems supportive of the alliance. Let's just enjoy ourselves, okay? He kisses my cheek, which is all the answer I get before Enzo calls us over to his table in the center of the restaurant. Gilia makes room for me beside her, tucking her arm through mine the moment I sit down. It's going well, don't you think? She asks brightly. The night is a triumph, Enzo, Arsen says as the 2 men clasp hands. My congratulations. It wouldn't have been half so successful had it not been for your presence. Enzo offers generously. Arsen chuckles. I think that's the alcohol talking. To be fair, it's good alcohol, Enzo winks, raising a glass of Adamov whiskey in a small toast. Gilia rolls her eyes. Can we get you 2 a room? Enzo laughs, but Arsen isn't smiling. In fact, he seems to have missed Gilia's little jab altogether. He's staring off towards the entrance again, but this time I see exactly what he's homed in on. It's Jasper again. And he's beelining right for us. Gilia's hand tightens around my arm as Arsen gets to his feet to meet Jasper. What the fuck do you think you're doing? I need to talk to you, Jasper rasps. His hands twitch at his sides. It's important. There's something haunted in his gaze as his eyes dart around the room. It makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. This isn't a good time, Jas. Jasper grabs Arsen's arm, which makes even me flinch at the sheer audacity. It can't wait. Enzo steps in, looking as clueless as I feel. Is everything all right, my friends? This doesn't concern you, Jasper barks. It's my restaurant, Enzo reminds him coolly. Arsen snatches Jasper's hand from his arm and reverses the hold, gripping him by the wrist as he speaks to Enzo. I apologize for my colleague, Enzo. Let me deal with this quietly. For the first time all night, Arsen leaves my side as he marches Jasper out of the restaurant. Enzo stares after them, his cheeks scarlet. What was that about? Gilia whispers to me. Your guess is as good as mine, I mutter, trying to spy where they've gone, but both Arsen and Jasper have disappeared into the crowd. Do you think it's serious? Should I go with him? Don't worry, Gilia demurs. Your man will handle it. He'll come back in no time. Except he doesn't. I spend a full half-hour drinking and chatting with Gilia before I can't pretend everything is fine anymore. Where is he? I whimper. Boring Bratva business, I'm sure, Gilia says. He'll be back. Since when has Bratva business ever been boring? I pull my phone from my clutch and call him, but he doesn't answer. I follow up with a text. Hey, my love, just checking in. Everything okay? Another half-hour passes, and not only has he not responded to my text, he hasn't even read it. Guests are circling our table, keeping Enzo and Gilia busy. But I can't sit here and gossip for another minute. I excuse myself to find my husband. I circle the restaurant twice before I'm forced to accept that Arson isn't actually here, which is when I corner Jedian coming out of the restroom. "Where is he?" I ask with a little more force than usual. Jedian takes a surprised step backward. "Who?" "What do you mean, who?" I blurt. "Arson, he disappeared over an hour ago, and I haven't heard a thing from him, have you?" Jedian frowns, which isn't encouraging in the least. I know that Dominic's with him. Does that help? I take a small breath. Maybe. Did you see them leave? Dom followed Arson and Jasper out of the restaurant. Between the two of them, I'm sure they can manage Jasper. The anxiety in my chest loosens slightly, but I still can't relax. I check my phone, but still nothing. He could at least text me back. Jedian rests a comforting hand on my shoulder. "Just relax, okay? Go back to your table and shoot the breeze with Gilia. I'm sure Arson will be back before this party is over." Everyone except me seems to be sure everything is fine, so I want to believe them. But something about this feels wrong. With nothing else to do about it, though, I retreat back to my table and try to take his advice. And I sit there, and sit there, and sit there. An hour later, the restaurant has all but emptied, and I'm still marooned between Gilia and Enzo, with no sign of Arson anywhere. When Jedian finds me, he looks decidedly less relaxed. "Maybe I should get you home, Layla." "Have you heard anything from Arson?" "Not yet." "Dominic?" "Negative." Even Gilia's usual optimism seems to have lost its edge. "It's not like Arson to just abandon his wife at an event without an explanation," she muses distractedly. "I'm sure he has an explanation," Enzo suggests, "and a good one at that. When Arson ever shows up, I'll be sure to tell him his new ally is already defending him." "It's still bad manners." Gilia grabs my arm. "Come on, Layla, we're taking you home." Seeing as how my ride is MIA, I'm in no position to argue. I slide into the backseat with Gilia, and Jedian tails us. When we pull to a stop outside the house, with no sign of Arson's car in the drive, Gilia pats my knee. "I bet Enzo's right. Arson will have a good explanation for disappearing tonight. Even still, give him hell for it in the morning. Sleeping on the couch once in a while is good for a man's soul." I get out of the car in a daze and wave Gilia and Enzo off. It isn't until Jedian steps up to my side that I realize I'm still waving, even though Gilia and Enzo are long gone. "I'm gonna try to figure out what happened, okay?" He gives me a tight smile. "Go to bed, Layla. Get some rest. We'll get to the bottom of this." When I finally give up waiting by the front window and slide into bed, the ring on my finger feels light as a feather compared to the weight on my heart. And when I wake up, blinking my eyes open to the watery light of the early morning sun, Arson is still nowhere to be found. 42. ARSNTHE previous night. I shove Jasper into the street, steering clear of all the latecomers stumbling their way into the restaurant. "What is so important that you had to talk to me about it now?" Jasper scowls, but he won't look at me. "You didn't tell me we were coming here for the Italians." "I'm the pack-in, Jasper. I don't need to tell you anything. I tell you to be somewhere, you show up. End of story." "Listen, Arson." He takes a step forward, but he's wobbly and unbalanced. He almost trips over his own feet. "Are you high?" I spit. "I can't believe you're asking me that. I've been sober for months." I don't miss the way he doesn't actually answer the question, or the way his hands twitch at his sides, the scars on his arms, the sallow tint of his skin. "Jesus," I mutter, "I can't believe I trusted you." "I'm fucking sober, man." Several passersby hurry past us with sidelong glances. Grimacing, I drag Jasper further down the street, but he keeps blubbering. I told you I'd stay clean, and I've kept my promise. This isn't about that. Then what is it about? He jabs a finger at where Nana Gilia's is written in swooping, cursive letters above the door. This is about the fucking Italian scum you're palling around with. You can't trust M. Arson. Dominic saunters out of the restaurant, hands in his pockets. But he's tense. I know he's watching us closely, ready to intervene if called upon. I don't trust anyone, but alliances are necessary. Not with them. He jerks his chin in the direction of the restaurant. The Italians aren't good people. His eyes are bloodshot, still darting up and down the street like he's expecting an ambush. I step closer, forcing him to focus on me. I got news for you, my friend. We're not good people either. That's different, he shakes his head. His lip is raw from gnawing on it. You're in bed with the wrong sorts of folks. This won't end well. I nod, retreating away from him. I'm beginning to see that. All at once, Jasper lunges at me. He grabs my shoulders, almost taking us both to the cement. Brother, you have to trust me. Trust me like you used to. Remember when we were a team. Hardly, it feels like a lifetime ago. I grab his wrists and peel his hands off of me. As they drop to his sides, I realize I've been clinging to the person Jasper used to be. To the friend I needed a whole lifetime ago. This Jasper, with his nervous twitching and scarred skin, isn't the only one who has changed. I'm not the man I used to be, and I don't need him the way I once did. I remember. I wave for him to follow me. Come on, let's talk about it. Where are we going? We're going for a drive. A drive, he glances over his shoulder. Where, why? We can't discuss the Italians here. There are eyes and ears everywhere. Jasper's expression clears. There's hope in his face. Yeah, you're right. Dom, as soon as I call for my second, Jasper stiffens. I ignore it. Bring the car around. The moment Dominic disappears to fetch the vehicle, Jasper takes another step towards me. His tongue flickers in the corner of his mouth like a snake as he whispers in my ear, I know you trust Dominic, but I think he's working for the Italians. I think he's working for the other side. I clasp Jasper's shoulder. He's not coming with us, Jas. He's just bringing the car around. Jasper nods, but he's a ball of nervous energy. I'm not sure if it's paranoia or some side effect of whatever he's using these days. But when Dom tosses me the keys to the Jaguar, Jasper gives him a wide berth as he slides into the passenger seat. Follow behind us, I whisper over the hood of the car. Be subtle. Dominic makes a show of disappearing back into the restaurant, but a few minutes later, I see headlights pop up in the rear view. Jasper, whose eyes only slip from the mirror long enough for him to look over his shoulder, notices, too. We're being followed. I shake my head, speaking evenly. No one's following us. For a few more minutes, I need him to stay calm, just until we can get outside the city. I recognize the car, he insists. That's Dominic behind us. He went back inside the restaurant. You saw him. Maybe I should have gone for a drugged shot. Jasper claims to be sober, but we both know he wouldn't have been able to refuse a toast. The trouble is whether the chemical cocktail in his veins would have handled it. That's Dominic, Jasper repeats again, twisting around in his seat. He's following. Suddenly, he stiffens. The nervous energy that has been buzzing off of him all night dissipates. It's like a switch has flipped, and he's wholly focused on me. You don't really believe me about any of this, do you? He demands. The clarity in his eyes is why I can't bring myself to lie to him. I think it's time to call this, Jas. You had a good run, but it's over now. No. I can't trust you anymore, I say as gently as I'm capable of. You're not cut out for this life. I am, he insists. I've done it before. And you barely survived the first time. The only reason you did is because I intervened. I owed you a debt, but my gaze slices towards him for a brief second. That debt is now paid. He pales, arson brother. I can't risk what I've built on you. You're not a safe bet. It's only a matter of time before you piss off the wrong person or make the wrong move. I can follow your orders. I can get in line. I have a family now, Jas, I continue. I have to think of them first. He slams his body back into the seat with a huff, scanning the road in front of us. Where are you taking me? Out of the city. From there, Dominic and I will find a place for you to go. I'm sure Dom already has ideas. He's had this contingency written up from the first day Jasper reappeared on my doorstep. Jasper blows out a shaky breath. You're going to kill me. If he was anyone else, I might. I'm not going to kill you, but you can't stay in the city, Jasper. You've been inside the Bratva. You know too much. You have to go. Desperation rolls off Jasper in waves. You can't do this to me. I have nowhere else to go, no one I can trust. You can start over. It'll be good for you to get away from all the things that pulled you into this life in the first place. Maybe a better friend would have sent him packing years ago, but I thought I could help him. I thought he could survive the way I have. His hands are shaking in his lap. His entire body is trembling. That's not what I want. Suddenly, he lunges for the wheel. I yell for him to stop, but he's screaming over me. Pull over here, you have to listen to me. He's jerking on the wheel, and we're swerving all over the road. Dominic is just behind us now, his lights blinding me in the side mirror, but there's fuck all he can do. With one hand commanding the vehicle, I pull out my gun and aim it at Jasper's temple. Let go of the wheel, or I'll pull the fucking trigger. He recoils back like I already shot him, cowering against the door. I barely recognize the man anymore. You'd actually kill me, he asks in a tiny voice. I don't want to. I'd wish it hadn't happened every day for the rest of my life. I don't lower the weapon, but to save my own life, to make sure I get home to my family, absolutely. I'll kill you if that's what it takes. The breath leaves his body in a sharp burst, his arms going limp at his sides. It's reassuring enough for me to lower the gun to my lap. The street lights whiz past as we pick up speed, closing in on the city limit. Dominic was right behind us, but he's falling behind. I tap the brakes to give him time to catch up, but nothing changes. In fact, the needle on the speedometer inches higher. What the fuck? I try again with a little more pressure. Still nothing. My gaze veers to Jasper. He's pressed against the door, white-knuckling the edge of his seat. Sweat is beading across his forehead. What the fuck have you done, Jas? He keeps his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Slow down, the road's wet ahead. He's not wrong. A slick sheen of water coats the road ahead of us from a storm that's just passed. Blyet, I hiss, stomping on the brakes hard again and again and a fucking gain. But there's no point. The brake lines have been cut. We're going to crash. For the first time all night, Jasper sounds calm as the car hydroplanes out of my control. Motherfucker. My gun is sliding off my lap, and I reach for it. The cool metal just barely meets my fingertips before I hear the sound of a gunshot. There's a roar of terror, and then the crunch of metal as we spin into a tree. After that, there is only darkness. 43. ARCN. I think he's waking up. My head hurts like a motherfucker, but I'm not so far gone that I can't recognize Jedion's voice. So far, so good. I blink my eyes open slowly, taking pains not to make any sudden movements until I know the extent of the damage. Arson. Dominic, I recognize him too. Little by little, I'm coming back to myself. If someone asked me what year it was, I'm 80% sure I'd get it right. In regards to pulling myself from the tangle of scrap metal that must be my car, I'm a little less certain. But it has to be done. I have to get out of this car. Back to Layla. But when my vision finally clears, I don't see debris or darkness. I'm staring at the bright light of a hospital room. The smell of alcohol and disinfectant is so strong, it's dizzying. Or maybe that's the concussion. How long have I been out? My voice is a painful, raspy whisper. Judging from the fresh bruise peeking out from beneath the bandages around my arm, it hasn't been long since the crash. A couple of hours. I wanted to do a house call, Dominic rushes to explain, but you were knocked out. We didn't know how bad things were, so I brought you here. And I lift an arm and Jedian grabs hold of it, pulling me into an upright position. The ache in my body is dull. I should be able to walk this off. You have a couple of bruised ribs, lesions along your arms, and a forehead contusion. Dominic says like he's reciting my chart from memory. I shove the thin blanket off my lap to discover that I'm still wearing my suit pants. My shirt is draped over the arm of the plastic chair at my bedside. It's covered in dried, red blood. Blyat, I whisper as the full memory of the night sharpens into focus. I've got clothes you can change into, Jedian offers. Where S. Jasper? I remember the gunshot, but everything after that happened too quickly. I don't even know if he was hit. The gun went off. I can't believe he pulled a gun on you, Jedian growls. He's an ungrateful bastard, Dominic adds. It wasn't his gun, it was mine. I close my eyes and try to piece together anything useful, but there's only the deafening shot and then darkness. He tried to grab the wheel, and I pulled it on him. That's why you swerved, Dom realizes. I told him his time was up and I was letting him go, and he lunged for the wheel. I got it back, but then we hydroplaned. When did you shoot him? Dom asks. I stiffen, so he was shot. Only in the arm, Dominic assures me. He was conscious and blubbering away when I handed him over to Valentin. Where is he now? Some hospital out of state. I didn't want anyone connecting the dots between the two of you. Plus, getting him out of state was the goal, right? I figured all of this shouldn't be for nothing. I breathe out a sigh of relief. He's alive then. Dominic scoffs, looking down at his phone like he's expecting a call. The bullet barely grazed him. I'm sure he's fine. But you don't know. I stand up, the room spinning for only a second before everything solidifies. What are you not telling me? Valentin should have checked in by now, Dominic admits, flashing his phone at me. I dispatched Lennon an hour ago to check on things, but still no word. I grab the fresh shirt that Jedian throws my way. Something is wrong. Valentin never misses a check-in. And Jasper is crazed, desperate. Do you really think Jasper would? Jedian's voice trails off as he glances from Dom to me. We all know the answer to that. Right now, there's nothing he wouldn't do. Fuck, Dom mutters, clearly frustrated with himself. Of course he would. Jasper is nothing but a rat that feeds off others in order to survive. I told Valentin not to let the Mudec out of his. The sharp blast of his phone interrupts his speech. Dominic fumbles to answer it and transfers the call to the speaker. Lennon, he barks, did you locate Valentin? He's dead, I hear him say through the phone. Dominic goes pale as Lennon continues. Found him with his brains blown out in the woods, about 100 meters from the main road. No, Dominic breathes. I grab the phone from Dom's hand. Any sign of Jasper? No, sir, not a trace. We scoured the woods. There was a blood trail for a bit, but it tapered off. The man's dust in the wind. Lennon is dead because of me, because I gave Jasper one too many chances. I won't make that mistake again. Set up a manhunt for Jasper. I want him back dead or alive. By the time I get home, it's been a full day since the crash. Since the dinner. I've identified a body, passed the news to Valentin's family. I've come face to face with my failure and done my best to make my peace with it. But as I walk the still, quiet halls of my home, what I can't unsee is my totaled car. I can't even blink without seeing Nina's car seat crushed to a pulp in the back. They could have been with me. The brakes were cut, and Layla and Nina could have been in the car with me. They would have been if Jasper hadn't thrown his fit. I try to find some comfort in the silence, in the knowledge that my wife and daughter are upstairs somewhere, sleeping peacefully in their beds, but the threat isn't gone. For now, Layla and Nina are safe, but I've just unleashed a wild card out into the world, one with a motive and a reason to hate me. When I next see Jasper, and I know I will, he won't be coming for me. He'll be coming for my family. 44. LA. On my way to Arson's office, I'm prepared to make Gilia proud. It's been 2 mornings in a row of waking up in bed alone, and now Arson is waiting for me in his office. I've been called in to see him like I'm just another cog in his Bratva wheel. I'm going to give him hell. I throw open his office door hard enough it bangs off the wall. I make it all of 2 steps inside before the sight of him, alive and breathing and here, stops me in my tracks. For the first time, I'm aware of exactly how much I was afraid he wouldn't come home. Tears burn in my eyes. Rosa. That one little word sends me streaking across his office. I lace my arms around his neck and breathe in the scent of him. You better have one hell of an explanation for this, I sniffle. His hand smooths up and down my spine before he releases me. There was an incident. I wait for more of an explanation, but it doesn't come. And he says, sitting tall, I'm handling it. The relief is burning away fast, letting through all the muddled emotions of the last 36 hours. You disappeared in the middle of a dinner and didn't come home for almost 2 days. No one knew where you were. What were you handling that you couldn't answer any of my calls? There was no reason to call. I knew you were safe, and I was busy. He turns back to his desk, and I get it now, why we're in this room. Why he didn't find me in bed the second he got home and whisper his apologies against my skin. This man in front of me isn't my husband right now. He's the pack-in of the Adamov Bratva. And he wants me to fall in line. His phone vibrates, and he checks it with a sigh. I have calls to make, so. I snatch his phone out of his hand and toss it into a leather chair in the corner. No, you don't. You have me to deal with. His mouth tightens. Layla. Don't do that, I cry out. Don't say my name like I'm being unreasonable. Imagine, for a second, that I didn't come home for 2 days, Arson. Imagine that I walked out of a room and just didn't come back. His knuckles turn white on the arms of his chair. That wouldn't happen. I wouldn't let it. Then don't do it to me. Where were you? Even Enzo didn't know. Enzo, he stands up and rounds his desk, heading for where I hurled his phone. Fuck, I need to tell him. No, you need to talk to me. I jump in front of him, pinning my hands against his chest. And Arson winces. He tries to school his features, but it's too late. I'm already dragging his shirt up his body, exposing his chest, and... What in the hell happened to you? I slide his shirt higher, revealing a map of black and purple bruises across his chest and shoulder. He tries to shove my hands away, but one poke to the mottled flesh of his bicep almost brings my mountain of a husband to his knees. Who did this? How did this happen? You need to get to the hospital. He gathers my wrists in one hand and drops his shirt. I've already been. A doctor cleared me this morning. Now, I need to. Not until you explain to me why I, your wife, in case you've forgotten, didn't know you were in the hospital. What happened? I told you, I'm handling it. His phone buzzes from the chair, and he drags a hand through his hair. Now that I know what's going on under his clothes, I can see how he's moving more cautiously than usual. His breathing is shallow, and he's holding himself stiffly. But there's a lot to do, I wanted to come see you and explain, now that I have. Except you haven't, I snap. You haven't actually told me anything. Who did this to you? He shakes his head. All that matters is that I'm going to keep you and Nina safe. No one is going to get close to you. I'm not worried about me, Arson. I'm worried about you. I gesture to the bruise creeping out of the collar of his shirt and the scrape across his forehead. He's like a human hidden object game. The longer I look at him, the more injuries I see. I should have left with you. We shouldn't have separated. Where you go, I go. That's what marriage is, right? No, he spits, interrupting me before I can even finish. His green eyes are almost black. You shouldn't if you'd been in that car. He squeezes his eyes closed for a second, like he's blinking away some vile memory. You and Nina wouldn't have made it out. I would have put you in that car, and we would have. Would have what? I reach for him, but he retreats from me. It doesn't matter. I'm handling it. God, what I'd give to banish those words from existence. But as he plucks his phone off the chair and fires off a furious text to someone, I see what is happening. I know him well enough to understand what's going on under the surface. So I step closer and wrap my arms around his waist. I feel the bulky bandages over his ribs and try not to think about them. I'm right here, Arson. I'm safe. So is Nina. No one hurt us. He sighs and brings his hand to my cheek. But he could have, easily. I put you within his reach. Whose? I feel him trying to pull away, but I hold him tighter. I don't give him even an inch. And slowly, little by little, he softens. He kisses the top of my head and rests his cheek there. It was Jasper. The brake line on my car was cut, and I think he knew. He would have let me put you and Nina in that car. He tried to kill us all. Oh my God. My heart lodges in my throat, but I can't let him see my fear. Especially since I trust Arson to keep us safe. I need him to know how much I trust him. How are you handling it? Is he dead? He disentangles my arms from his body and strides away from me, once again putting his desk between us. No, which is why you need to stay inside. Until Jasper is gone for good, you can't leave. No going out, no classes, no lunches with Gilia. No. His brows pinch together, and he's so tired. There are dark circles under his eyes. He has the weight of the world on his shoulders, and I know I'm making it harder. No, I repeat. I can be your wife or your prisoner, Arson, but I won't be both. I can practically hear Gilia cheering me on. Give him hell, girl. It's just a shame that, when I finally take the advice, it looks like he's already been through hell. Did you not hear what I said, Layla? He tried to kill me, and he damn near succeeded. He lifts his shirt again, finally acknowledging his injuries, and the fact that Arson thinks he could have died brings it all home. I almost lost him. Maybe it would be easier to do as he says, to stay inside. But I heard you, and I told you the options, so choose what you want. I'm not choosing a goddamn thing, he bellows. What you're asking is whether I want you alive or dead, and I'll choose your life over everything, every time. There is no choice. My heart breaks for him. Instead of being angry, tears well in my eyes. Slowly, I walk around his desk until I'm standing in front of him. His chest is heaving, and his hands are in tight fists at his side, but he lets me step into his embrace. You hold so many lives in your hands, and I can't imagine how exhausting it must be, I whisper. The pressure you're under never ends, so many people depend on you. It must be lonely. He doesn't respond, but I feel his breathing catch. His arms loop around my body, holding me tighter. When I chose you, I chose all of you, Arson, the good and the bad. I knew there would be danger. Layla. But that means that, if you lock me up in this house, we aren't a team. I don't need to be out on the front lines, but you have to let me live my life. This life, with all the chaos and danger that comes with it, I chose it. I pull back, looking into his eyes. I chose you. His fingers find mine, and he twines our hands together. I will not lose you. Never. We're going to get through this, and we're going to do it together. He takes a step away from me, dropping my hand. For a split second, I'm worried he's going to fall back on old habits and push me away. Instead, he nods. Well, then I guess you should be with me when Enzo arrives with his men. Enzo's coming here. He needs to be informed of the situation. I have a feeling he's going to be involved in this mess too before it's all over. And is it customary for the wives to be present? Not at all, he laughs quietly. I guess we're breaking new ground together. 45. ARCN. Two floppy heads of hair peek at me over the staircase railing. The moment they see me looking back, they duck behind the half-wall with little squeals. You two should be in bed, their mother snaps. Lena is as disheveled as I've ever seen her, but that's on being woken up in the middle of the night to a house fire. She rolls her eyes and gives me a wan smile. With only the one bedroom, the kids aren't sleeping very well. Lena, Boris growls. He wraps an arm around his wife's back, but I can see the warning in it. The pack-hen has been very generous in offering us this safe house. As he should. Her thin veneer of politeness disintegrates instantly. Our home was destroyed because of one of his men, someone who was supposed to be your brother. The children could have been burned alive. As it does all too often these days, the image of Nina's mangled car seat flashes in my mind. Elena. It's okay, Boris. I wave him off and turn to his stern-faced wife. Lena, you have every right to be angry. I'm angry too. Jasper will pay for what he put your family through. Her anger slips, and I can see the pain behind it. The fear. What kind of Bratva man resorts to something as cowardly as killing a family in their beds? The kind who gets kicked out of the Bratva and has nowhere else to go. I can't help but feel like I'm responsible for the warpath Jasper has been on. The same night he set fire to Boris's home, my first distillery was also trashed. It seems like too much destruction for one man to carry out alone. Then again, I've seen Jasper when he's on a bender. No sleep, endless energy. A man who will be dealt with, I assure her. He won't get away with this. But why us? She cries. Boris was always on good terms with Jasper. He came over for dinner. I made him spaghetti for God's sake. Boris hugs her to his side. You should go upstairs, Lena. Put the children to bed. There's another chorus of giggles from the stairwell, as the children realize we haven't forgotten about them. Lena's eyes narrow on her husband as she presses into his side. She leans into his ear, voice low, but I still hear every word. Want my house back, Boris. Your pack-hen has a duty to protect his men and their families. Boris murmurs something back to her that I don't hear. Whatever it is, she doesn't seem pleased as she slinks up the stairs. The moment she disappears, he turns to me. Forgive me, pack-hen, it's been a long night. She feared for her children's lives. I'll forgive her almost anything. She is grateful for. I hold up my hand and he falls silent. I have a team of men working on restoring your house. When you move back in, you'll have 24-hour security, at least until Jasper is found. That's thank you, pack-hen. I take care of my people, Boris, I grit out. I try to, at least. I don't understand why any of this happened. Boris looks to the staircase as though he's worried his wife is still listening in. Lena was right. Jasper and I were always on friendly terms. He's trying to sow doubt in the ranks. I don't think he expected to be caught on your security camera. If the alliance with Enzo wasn't so new, I might mention that Jasper is trying to pin this string of destruction on the Italians. As it is, I don't want to do him any favors. I heard one of the warehouses was attacked this morning. Was that him, too? I tense up. It's never a good thing when information circulates too freely. Where did you hear that? From Vasily. I take a breath. Vasily, at least, is a Bratva brother. Be careful who you swap stories with, Boris. We can't afford to have untrustworthy information percolate around our organization. Of course, sir. I rise to my feet and he follows suit. Whatever you need, don't hesitate to ask. I clap him on the back. For right now, just take care of your family. I'll admit, it's not the kind of sentiment I'd have left him with a few years ago. But times have changed. I've never been more aware of just how important family is, especially when the stakes are this high. As I walk down the street to my new car, I pull out my phone and check the live security feed from Layla's studio. It's one of the many security upgrades that have made her being at the studio, without me, even halfway bearable. She's conducting a yoga session for a small group of veterans. I recognize several of them from her launch party, including the barista from next door, Carrie. As the session winds to a close, Layla's eyes flit to the camera again and again. It's almost like she knows I'm watching. The moment her class clears out, she picks up her phone. I'm smiling as I answer mine. Hey, you. Stalking me again. I enjoy watching you work. Even through the footage, I see her blush. You don't have to worry. Everything is fine here. Jedion's like one of those stone guardian statues. I don't even think he takes restroom breaks. The boys even have a motion detector set up outside the door. I get behind the wheel and start the engine. If you're done, I'll swing by and pick you up. That's okay. Jedion can take. I'm already on my way. She sighs, smiling as she shakes her head at the camera. See you soon. 20 minutes later, her smile is gone as she's escorted from the studio, with a guard flanking her on either side. Jedion takes up the rear, looking up and down the sidewalk like he expects gunfire to erupt at any second. Layla breaks away from them in the last stretch and throws herself into the passenger seat, slamming the door before any of them can touch it. Annoying. What you call annoying, I call safety. It's overkill. She makes a show of pointing out each of the dozen bodyguards watching us pull away from the curb. Carrie is convinced I'm some kind of European princess on the lam. I couldn't even tell her the truth because, somehow, the truth is even more bizarre. Your American accent is killer. She scowls. I don't like drawing attention to myself, arson. Then stay home and conduct your yoga classes virtually until the Jasper situation has been contained. That was my idea, and I maintain that it's flawless. She huffs, crossing her arms over her chest. Fine, I'll take SEAL Team 6. Ata girl. With a final sigh, she turns in her seat to look over at me. I know I'm being a brat. You had a lot worse to deal with today than some overzealous guards. How are Boris and his family doing? Lena is pissed, but who could blame her? Jasper came for her children. I tighten my grip on the wheel, imagining that I'm wrapping my fingers around Jasper's scrawny throat. But at least they're safe now. Still no trace of him. None yet. I have all my best men searching. There's no way Jasper is conducting blatant attacks like this and evading capture all on his own. She frowns, meaning what? I think he's working with someone. But who? My gaze teeters towards her. That's the question. The fact I have no clue means it's probably someone hiding in plain sight. She rests her hand onto my leg as she thinks, absently massaging my thigh. She has no idea how much that one small gesture helps. Suddenly, she squeezes hard. Wait, you don't mean it can't be Enzo, can it? I'm not sure whether I like that she's beginning to think like she was Bratva born and bred. I have to consider all the possibilities, no matter how unpleasant they might be. He's our friend. He's an ally, I correct, and allies can turn into enemies easier than you think. Gilia would never allow it, she insists. You and Enzo may be allies, but Gilia and I are friends, real friends. She wouldn't lie to me, and Enzo wouldn't lie to her. There's no way. For what it's worth, I'm inclined to agree. I admit. I don't think Enzo has anything to do with this. I'm not entirely writing him off, but he stands to lose too much by working against me. Or, in any case, he loves his family too much. She sighs with obvious relief. Good, I'm glad we cleared that up. Doesn't change the fact that Jasper isn't working in isolation. I muse out loud. Layla clutches my leg again. You'll find him. This will all be over soon. I hope she's right. But I can't help thinking that. If I'd turned Jasper away that day, he showed up on my doorstep asking for another chance. This never would have started at all. 46. ARCN. I am ready to put this whole sordid day behind me and follow Layla up to bed when Vasily bursts through the front door. Boss. Layla jumps, and it takes everything in me not to carry her up the stairs and ignore whatever new fire I'm supposed to put out. But I turn back. Now what? He looks past me to Layla, his mouth clamping closed as he recalibrates. There's something I need you to see. His hand twitches towards his holster. Outside. Well, shit. Not good at all. I keep my face neutral as I turn to Layla. She's already taken 2 steps down the stairs towards me. What's going on? Don't worry, I assure her. It's nothing. Go up and get ready for bed. I'll be back soon. I've heard that before. But she isn't angry, she's scared. I see it in the pinch of her brows, in the way she reaches for me. This time, I mean it. Her expression doesn't shift, but she nods. Okay, please be fast. The moment she's out of sight, I charge through the front door with Vasily tailing me. What's going on? Jasper. Blyet, I can't believe he actually had the audacity to show up here. Is he alone? Looks like it. As we make it to the end of the driveway, security has converged around the gate. Dominic's voice carries over the rest. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you where you fucking stand, you worthless piece of shit. Because I'm the only man Arson can depend on, Jasper shrieks. I'm the only one here who is loyal to him. The man nearly killed us both and has been blowing my shit up all over town, and he calls that loyalty. If it wasn't so deranged, it would be laughable. Fuck that, Dom spits back. You've never been Arson's man. The only person you know how to look out for is yourself. Enough. My voice carries through the throng of men, Dominic and Jetty in part to allow me through. What's going on here? No one answers, but only because there isn't a need. Jasper is standing a few feet away with a manic gleam in his bloodshot eyes. It looks like he hasn't slept in days, which only makes the guns in his hands that much more of a threat. You don't look so good, Jas. I'm sober, he snarls, answering a question I didn't ask. He waves a gun in the air, sending my men scattering backward a few more feet. I'm totally fucking sober, and I'm here for you. I eye both weapons. What do you want with me exactly? He follows my gaze. You think I'm here too? No, I'd never kill you, Arson. I'm still loyal. I'm working for you. That's not how it looks. Appearances don't matter. Your men, these fuckers. He waves his guns around wildly once again. Not all of them are loyal. They're working against you, Arson. They've defected to the other side. And which side is that? The fucking Italian scum, of course. I told you that alliance was a bad idea. I told you that fucker would betray you. You've been the only one setting fires, Jasper. Literally and figuratively. He shakes his head hard enough for his jowls to wobble. That wasn't me. For God's sake, I mutter under my breath. He's lost his mind. Up until now, there were traces of the Jasper I once knew. Now, he's a hollow shell of himself. Enough of this shit, Arson, Dominic grunts. End this now. Kill the bastard. This has gone on long enough. My stomach turns at the thought, but Dominic is right. He's been right about Jasper all along. Jasper, I need you to put your guns down. Why? 'Cause he wants me to? His jaw squares. Dominic is betraying you too. He's working to bring you down from the inside. Look around you, Jas. You're outnumbered. Don't make this more difficult than it needs to be. Lower your arms. As if he's only just doing the math, his eyes scan around the circle. Slowly, a sickening smile spreads across his face. You think I'm alone? He practically cackles. You think I would show up here without backup? Jedian, Dominic, and I share a look. None of us know what the hell Jasper is talking about. He's bluffing, Dominic finally snorts. At that exact moment, a gunshot sounds from the thicket of trees just behind Jasper. One of my men hits the ground, clutching his side. Dominic and Jedian throw themselves in front of me, scanning the tree line for an enemy we can't see. That's right, Jasper cries triumphantly. I told you I wasn't alone. There are more men behind me, and they just might outnumber you. Vasily is already half-turned towards the house, waiting for my signal. I nod. Make sure security is covering the entire perimeter of the property. I don't want anyone getting in from the back. He disappears, taking a handful of men with him while I push Jed and Dom aside to focus my attention on Jasper. I've underestimated you, Jas. He smiles for a second before I add, you're clearly way more fucking insane than I ever gave you credit for. The smile drops off his face. I had to get your attention somehow. I'm trying to warn you. You're trusting the wrong people, Arson. You have to believe me. His voice cracks. I'm family. There was a time that was true, but it's over now. Who are you here with? My gaze flits towards the tree line, but I can't see anything other than darkness. Friends, he murmurs. Friends who are willing to put their support behind you if you would just listen. I'm done listening, Jasper. Behind my back, I signal to my men. They move forward, ready to take him. Jasper scrambles backward. For a second, he's a cornered animal, helpless and terrified. Then his lips pull back behind his teeth as he raises his weapons. Take cover, I warn. But it's too late. Bullets fly aimlessly over our heads. I duck and roll out of the way. The shots stop as fast as they started, but when I stand, Dominic is crouching over a body. You killed him. You fucking killed him. Killed who? I can't see who fell. Jasper is still standing alone, set against the dark trees. His face is ghostly pale as he stares at the body on the ground. He worked alongside you for months. Jedian hisses, lunging for Jasper like he's forgotten. The man is still armed and insane. By the blank look on his face, it looks like Jasper has forgotten, too. He was one of the men who didn't think you were a waste of space. Jedian leaps over the body, closing in on Jasper, and I finally see who it is. Matvey, he was one of my first recruits after I took over the Bratva. He's been loyal through, and now he's dead. Dead because I couldn't do what needed to be done. Dead because he trusted in me, and I failed him. Guilt and rage swirl into a volatile cocktail in my chest. I narrow my eyes at Jasper. This ends now. Arson. I freeze, the sound of the voice behind me filling me with dread. I whirl around. Get back inside. But Layla is cresting the hill. Arson, she can't hear me. She can't see what's happening. Layla, I bellow, rushing towards the sound of her voice. Get back inside now. Jasper seizes the opportunity and bolts for the woods. I have the shot, Jedian declares, raising his gun. Guns down, I roar. No one shoots. Jedian hesitates, his finger itching for the trigger. If there's anyone in those woods, they could shoot back. It might have been worth the risk a second ago, but not now. Not with Layla here. Layla reaches the top of the hill and stops, scanning the scene below her with panic. Arson. I grab her arm and drag her back to the entrance. I told you to stay inside. I heard something. I didn't know where you were. I thought. She twists out of my hold and crushes herself against my chest instead. She melts against me. I thought you might be hurt. I was scared. I'm livid with her for ruining my chance to nab Jasper, for putting herself in danger. But I hold her tight. I'll be fine, Rosa. You don't have to worry about me. But Jasper was down there, she cries out, and I ruined everything. I smooth down her hair and kiss her forehead. We'll get him. Boss, a voice echoes in the darkness. This night will never fucking end. I turn to find Vasily walking towards me. Boss, it's the Oryx warehouse. They've just been attacked. I stiffen, and it's Layla who asks the obvious question. When? Just now, 3 minutes ago. Jedian and Dominic appear on either side of Vasily. One look at them, and I know we're all thinking the same thing. Scattered, manic, and pathetic though Jasper may be, he's definitely not working alone. The only question now is, who has been stupid enough to join him? 47. LA. What are the chances Arson would let me out of the house for a couple of hours? Polina barks out a laugh as she strolls into the living room, Nina on her hip. About the same as him giving up the Bratva game and taking up a meditation practice. She's still chuckling to herself when she sees me slink down on the couch. It's been a week since Jasper showed up in the middle of the night and killed Matvey, and I've barely seen the sky. Arson is busy from sunup till long past sundown, and no offense to our darling daughter, but I'd like to talk to someone who has all of their teeth. Oh, I mean, Polina struggles to change course. It depends on where you want to go. Arson is a reasonable man, so. Save it. I toss the invitation from Gilia onto the coffee table. It's hopeless. I'll just stay here. Might as well keep working on my couch indentation. Polina snatches the invitation off the table and reads it. I've read it so many times I could recite it word for word if I needed to. Hey babe, it's been a minute. How about lunch at Nana Gilia's today? I'll be there at 1. Bring the sweet cherub, I miss her. Zoxo Gilia. Usually, Gilia would text me, but she knows I've been dying to get out of the house. She probably sent the printed invitation to add a little pomp and pizzazz for my sake. All I have to do is glance out the window at the swarm of guards, patrolling this sector of the house to know I won't be able to make it. Polina places the invitation carefully on the table. If Gilia invited you, maybe Arson won't mind. Enzo has tightened her security as well ever since Arson told him about Jasper's attack. That's true, something like hope settles in my chest. Gilia has a ton of security. I might even be able to leave some of my men here. Give them a break. Polina winces. Well, maybe they should still come. I brush aside that suggestion with a wave of my hand, already making my way out of the room. I'm gonna go get ready. Can you inform Vasily that I'd like to leave in half an hour? Polina picks up the invitation again. Who delivered this? Ooh, I can wear my new floral summer dress. The thought of leaving the house has got me positively giddy. Have you asked Arson yet? I will, but he's been so busy, I've barely even seen him. The few times I have called, he hasn't gotten back to me for hours. The security team sends him half-hourly updates on my safety, so he knows I'm alive. Right now, that's his main goal. I don't want to bother him with something as inconsequential as lunch out with a friend when he's trying to hold his Bratva together. Besides, as Polina pointed out, Gilia has security. With her, I'm almost safer than I am at home. Are you taking Nina too? She asks. I spin around and run a hand along my daughter's chubby cheek. She blinks at me slowly, her head resting on Polina's shoulders. Her eyes are getting heavier and heavier by the second. It's almost her nap time, and she's still recovering from that little cold last week. I want her to get her rest. I bite my lip. Would you mind if I left her with Y? Obviously, she interrupts, looking offended that I was even going to ask. Evelyn will be here soon. Between the two of us, we'll keep the little princess happy. I kiss my girl on the cheek and give Polina a squeeze in thanks. Then I rush upstairs to get ready. Arson will find out about the lunch later when I'm back home safe and sound. He might be a little upset, but it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission. And I really, really need this lunch. Gilia's regular booth, I repeat, starting to get frustrated. I'm not one to berate waitstaff, but Enzo needs competent people running his restaurant, and the woman in front of me is a few colors short of a full crayon set. Gilia Calcagno. I know who she is. The woman tucks her sleek, dark hair behind her ear and scans the reservation list again. Mrs. Gilia hasn't reserved her regular booth for today. I check the time on my phone. I'm 20 minutes late. Gilia should already be here. She's probably in one of the private rooms then. Gilia typically likes to sit in the main dining area with the rest of the guests. The better to be seen, darling, she said last time we were here. But considering everything going on, maybe she's taking extra precautions. The woman shakes her head. Mrs. Gilia isn't here. Something must have come up then. I force a smile onto my face. Just show me to a booth and I'll wait for her. Mrs. Adamov, I don't think Mrs. Gilia is coming by today. She always reserves a table. My heart is starting to thud a little faster, but I'm determined to salvage this lunch. Just get me any available booth, please. I'll sort this out. The hostess shows me to a private table in the corner. As she leaves, she closes the privacy screen behind her, giving me a sympathetic smile that makes me feel like the pathetic woman being stood up for a date. Which, considering Gilia is 25 minutes late, I might be. I pull out my phone. I'm here waiting for you. Can you still make it? I drum my fingers on the table, days' worth of nervous energy working out of me. When my phone buzzes a few seconds later, I almost fly out of my seat. Guila, did we have plans today? I'm so sorry, darling, but I'm out of town. It was a last-minute family thing. I'll be back tomorrow. Let's do something then. Maybe lunch at Nana Gilia's. I stare at the screen, trying to make sense of it. Gilia sent me a formal invitation for lunch and then just forgot. Cool dread slithers down my spine as I realize why the letter was typed instead of handwritten. And delivered to the house, rather than texted from Gilia's phone. Oh God. The sliding doors part, and a tall man steps into my space and drops into the seat across from me. Layla Barnes, I was hoping I'd find you here. 48. LA. I lunge for my phone, but Jasper is faster. He snatches it off the table, and then, suddenly, I'm staring down the barrel of a gun. Nah, he titters. Another move, and I'll be forced to pull the trigger. I freeze, but I shift my eyes to Jasper rather than the gun. You sent me that invitation. Actually, no, that was my partner's work. He glances around the table, his eyes lingering over the empty seat next to me and the air above my shoulder. His fingers twitch on the gun. You're high. Only out of necessity. He puts both his elbows on the table and leans towards me. The gun stays tucked in his palm. Your husband is the one that drove me to it. My husband was trying to save you. He snorts. You think he's some hero? I got news for you, baby. He'll disappoint you just like he disappointed me. I consider calling for the waitress, but there's nothing she can do. Jasper wouldn't hesitate to kill her. He looks so strung out that he could pull the trigger without even being aware he's doing it. Arson gave you more than your fair share of chances. He fed me to the fucking wolves. Spit flies out of his mouth, speckling the table. I cringe back, trying not to be obvious that I'm waiting for some sort of interruption. My entire guard detail is camped out front. The only reason they didn't come in with me is because I assured them that Gilia's security had me covered. I should have told Arson I was coming here. What was I thinking? The doors slide open again, and Jasper tucks the gun under the table. As the waitress enters with 2 waters, I feel the cold metal pressed against my thigh. I gasp as she turns to me with a nervous smile. Is there anything I can get you, ma'am? Yeah, is there something you want, Layla? Jasper asks, one corner of his mouth quirked up into a smile. I suppress the shiver running down my spine. No, I don't need anything, I insist, wondering if I can alert her to what's going on without risking losing a leg in the process. Jasper pokes the gun harder into my skin, and no, probably not. You were right. Gilia isn't coming in today. I was mistaken. Ah, the waitress smiles, her gaze flitting to Jasper. So will you two be staying for lunch? No, Jasper answers for me. Layla and I were just leaving. The moment the waitress clears out of the booth, Jasper turns to me with a wolfish grin. Time for me to get you out of here. What do you want with me, Jasper? You'll find out soon enough. Come on. He presses his gun against my back as I stand, nudging me forward. If you try to ask for help, I'll make a widower out of arson. Maybe he doesn't know my security detail is out front. If I can get to the sidewalk, Vasily will see me. Someone will rescue me. But as I make a right towards the front door, Jasper hisses in my ear. I should shoot you for that alone. Backdoor bitch. My chances of rescue narrow considerably as he pushes me across the narrow alley and into the muddy brown building on the other side. The entrance has been propped open with a rock, but Jasper kicks it free once we're inside. The door clangs shut. Darkness collapses over us. As we stumble down a hallway, my eyes begin to adjust. Narrow slits of light pierce through the few windows high in the ceiling that aren't boarded over or blackened with decades of dirt. The floor is littered with old newspapers, dust, and debris from the building, literally rotting away around us. Why am I here? My voice echoes in the empty space. To pay your dues. The voice that answers is Jasper's. It comes from deeper in the building, and even through the rasp, I recognize it. It can't be. Where is the baby? He snarls. She was supposed to bring the brat. I thank every god I can name that I left Nina at home. Jasper shrugs. Doesn't matter, she's enough. Slowly, my father steps out of the gloom. He smirks as our eyes meet. True, he'll come for her. 49. Ellie. You can't do this. But even as I say it, I know he can. He will. Whatever was left of my father has been hollowed out by greed and self-preservation. He'll throw anyone into the fire to save himself, even his own daughter. My father's tongue snakes over his cracked lips. You did this to us, Layla, if you hadn't kicked me out of your life. You left, it was your choice. My voice is already hoarse with a wasted argument. You abandoned me and Mom when we needed you most. He rolls his eyes. Not this sob story again. I shake my head, anger heating my skin bright pink. I don't know what Mom saw in you. I don't know why she would waste her love on a man so disgusting. Charles's eyes mist over. He looks down for a moment, and I'm hoping I've hit a sore spot. One that will activate whatever smidgen of conscience he might have left. Your mother wanted a fairy tale romance, so of course she was disappointed. He raises his eyes to me, but she saw me more clearly than anyone else ever. You're a heartless monster, and you always have been, I spit, refusing to let him lie to me or himself for another second. And you are a spoiled, selfish little bitch, Charles roars. Fucking hell, can we fast forward through all this family drama bullshit? Jasper interjects, absent-mindedly spinning the gun in his hand. I'd like to get this thing over with. Charles swallows, moving towards Jasper even as he keeps his eyes on me. Do you have her phone? Jasper hands it over. The sight of them so in sync makes me nauseous. How the hell do you two even know each other? I lean against the wall of windows behind me, a jagged metal edge biting into my back. I run my fingers along the wall looking for a latch. Suddenly, Jasper raises his gun and points it right at my face. Don't move another muscle. Seriously, I'm not in the mood to be tested today. Will you stop? Charles grunts. She's worth nothing to us dead. Gee, thanks, Dad, I scoff. Much as I'd love to make a break for it, I'm not about to risk a bullet in my back. No matter what he says, Jasper is crazy enough to pull the trigger, and I have no idea how good of a shot he is. My father ignores me as he walks over, holding my phone in front of me. Unlock it for me. And if I refuse? The words are barely out of my mouth when his palm smacks across my face. I stumble back as my vision blurs behind a veil of spinning, silver stars. Next time you'll taste blood, he warns. With a trembling hand, I use my thumb to unlock the phone for him. He takes it back over to Jasper. Together, they type out a message. I hear the whoosh of the text leaving to God knows where. I peek over my shoulder. The windows behind me are smeared with a grease-like paint. There's no way anyone on the outside will be able to see what's going on in here. Jasper nods appreciatively at their handiwork. Yeah, that'll get him here fast. My heart races. It's too late to undo the message, but I have to try to do something. How long have the two of you been working together? Months now, Charles answers. Jasper and I have a lot in common. Don't I know it? I could count the ways, but I have a feeling my list would only get me in more trouble. Still, I take a guess. Your hatred for my husband, you mean? Him, too, but I was actually talking about the Italians. This is about the Italians. Enzo fucking Calcagno, Jasper spits. I thought that little shit would be better than his father. Turns out they're cut from the same cloth. Both men demand their pound of flesh. You owed Enzo's father money, I surmise. It's always about money. My debts are old. They should have been forgiven a long time ago. Jasper sneers. I got myself thrown in jail, hoping that Alessandro would write them off. But the stubborn bastard never forgives a debt. When arson showed up in Max, I figured he was my way out. I gasp. You were using him right from the beginning. Jasper's face falls. Just because he could do me a favor doesn't mean we weren't really friends. I had his back and he had mine. Denial must be how these two get to sleep at night. Yet another thing they have in common. You were hoping that he would protect you from Calcagno. And he did, in the beginning. His eyes narrow. But your husband has always been a fan of his high horse. He holds himself and the people around him to high standards. I agree. He thought he was better than me, he growls. I was loyal to him, but he turned me away just because I knew how to loosen up. Snorting a line every now and again would have been good for him. I try not to laugh out loud. I must have missed that issue of Men's Health. Jasper's lip is curled as he paces. He thought he could control how I lived. He didn't respect me. He didn't actually care about me. He just wanted me under his fucking heel. The gun glints as he spins it around and around and around in his hand. I close my eyes, trying to settle my racing heart. Jasper, you're making a mistake. The mistake was thinking we could start over. The mistake was putting my trust in him again. Thankfully, I stepped in, Charles interrupts. I showed Jasper how naive he was being. I showed him there was another way. What way is that? I ask with disgust. Abduct your own daughter and hold her for ransom. Charles shrugs. Your husband has more than enough money to pay off my debts to the Italians and set me up for life. I'm done fighting for scraps. I want to live well. And you, I demand, turning to Jasper. What do you stand to gain from all of this? My pride, my self-respect. Fucking revenge. Revenge? All of this for something as petty and intangible as revenge. Suddenly, I'm stone cold. I know there's no point arguing with him, but I try anyway. Jasper, you're not thinking straight. Actually, I'm thinking clearer than I have in years. It's time, arson, and I had it out once and for all. He saved your life. I saved his too. More times than I can count. He wouldn't even be here if it weren't for me. He would have died in Max, choking on his own blood. Arson never needed you. He would have survived with or without you. He owes you nothing. I shove hard against his chest. A split second later, the butt of his gun makes contact with the side of my face. My father's slap was nothing compared to this pain. It spears deep in my bones and stays there, aching across the whole right side of my body. Stars burst behind my eyes, and I can taste blood. When my vision finally clears, I realize I'm on the moldy floor. I inhale a desperate breath and almost choke on the dust. Great, my father complains. She's bleeding. Good, Jasper snarls. I want him riled up when he sees me. It's no fun if he doesn't fight back. He pulls out a bag with white powder and unrolls it on a rickety table in the corner. You're gonna do that now? Charles balks, adjusting his coat so that I can make out the gun he's got concealed within his waistband. I gotta be ready when Arson shows up. I slowly sit up, breathing through the pain in my head. If there's one thing my hip has taught me, it's that there are ways to keep moving through the pain. In any case, my cracked forehead and aching hip are the least of my concerns. Nina may be safe at home with Polina and Evelyn, but from every other angle, I'm totally and completely screwed. 50. ARCN. I know it's not ideal, darling, but it's only temp. Enzo is cut off by a high-pitched shriek that crackles through the phone. He winces at me apologetically and leaves the room. That reminds me, I should call my wife. Dominic looks far too amused at Enzo's troubles as he slips out of the room to call Kira. He's playing it off well, but I know Dom is on edge. We all are. Jasper's defection and recent attacks have spooked everyone. It's one thing to face a known enemy, but when you've counted someone a brother and they turn on you, it's a much harder pill to swallow. That and the increase in security has everyone on their toes. Enzo slumps back into the room with a sigh. Sorry about that. Gilia is out of town dealing with a family matter, and she doesn't approve of the extra security I sent along with her. I sensed she may have been upset, I drawl. Turns out she can yell at me over the phone almost as well as she can in person. At least I don't have to worry about any vases being thrown at my head. Enzo laughs sadly. How is Layla taking her house arrest? She isn't throwing porcelain vases yet. Lucky you, Enzo mumbles. But I have agreed to loosen the reins a little, I admit grudgingly. Though I take it you didn't invite me over to swap stories about our wives. The Italian shakes his head. I have some new information that dropped into my lap only today. I think you should hear it too. I stiffen. Information you couldn't pass along over the phone. This is Calcagno business, Arson. Allies or not, my father's probably rolling in his grave knowing that I'm even showing it to you. He'd rise from the dead if I texted you a picture. Better to let the dead lie, I concede. You made the right call. Nodding, he pulls out a manila folder, spreading it open on the coffee table in front of us. These are the Calcagno debt ledgers. I raise my eyebrows. Your father might rise from the dead anyway. You're really letting me look at these. Only because there are 2 debtors in there that might be of particular interest to you. I pick up the folder and leaf through it. Enzo has taken the liberty of marking several entries in green highlighter. But even without the highlighting, one name would have jumped out at me. Jasper, I whisper, before raising my gaze to meet Enzo's eyes. How old is his debt? Years, I believe it predates his stint in prison. No fucking way, I murmur, turning the page over. Blyet, there's 100% interest on this loan. Enzo purses his lips. My father wasn't exactly known for his charitable spirit. He liked to find desperate men and wring them for all they were worth. As it turned out, they weren't worth much. He owed your father a lot. He owes me a lot, Enzo corrects me. The debt still stands, especially after he reopened his tab a few months ago. Fucking idiot. I turn the page and find another familiar name, I curse under my breath. And another idiot makes too. Like I said, I thought you should know. Charles Barnes, I read, $250,000. His debt is a lot younger than Jasper's. It also means his rate of interest, on some portion of these loans at least, is higher. There are 2 entries made only a few months ago, one for Jasper and another for Charles. The same date has been logged under both their names. I run a hand down my face as the possibilities click into place. Charles and Jasper could be working together. I'm just thinking out loud, but the idea isn't completely unfounded. Both men have a connection to me and the Italians. Both men are greedy, desperate. Alliances have been built on far, far less. Your guess is as good as mine. I looked into the books after Jasper caused a scene at my restaurant opening. If someone has a problem with me, I want to know what it is. This is what I discovered. I appreciate you letting me take a look at these. I snap the ledger shut and get to my feet. Enzo rises with me. If there's anything else I can do, I'll let you know, I assure him as I make my way to the door. My mind is spinning, teeming with questions and realizations I should have made sooner. Both men operate in the same way. They're erratic and untrustworthy, always looking for the next big score. The second that single gunshot came from the woods, I should have known. Arson, I twist around to find Dominic leaning against the car. Everything all right. I think Jasper and Charles are working together. Dominic's reaction isn't surprising. It's exactly what mine would have been a few months ago. Yeah, right, he snorts, but when I don't react apart from staring back at him grimly, Dominic pales. Holy shit, you're serious. Enzo just showed me the Calcagno debt ledgers. Both of those motherfuckers are in neck-deep with the Italians. Dominic turns away from me. I can see his mind whirring as he catches up with what I've inferred. But before he can process it, Enzo crashes through the front door. Arson, I just heard from Gilia. Judging from the look on his face, he's not coming to tell me about some marital spat. Is she okay? She is, but he swallows as though the words are hard to get out. You should check on Layla. What is that supposed to mean? But I'm already pulling out my phone to call her. Gilia said Layla texted her about meeting at Nana Gilia's for lunch, but Gilia didn't make those plans. She wouldn't have left the house without my permission. Her phone rings once before the call is dropped. I try again, but the same thing happens. Dominic is on the phone with someone, and he curses as he hangs up. Polina said a paper invitation arrived at the house this morning from Gilia, and Layla went. Blyet, this is a trap. I'm calling the restaurant, Enzo announces, phone pressed to his ear as he turns to pace across the porch. He's speaking in rapid Italian, but panic is a universal language. When he finally turns around, his face is pale. What is it? I growl. According to a waitress, Layla was in the restaurant and left a few minutes ago with one of her bodyguards. Who's on duty today? I demand, turning to Dominic. He's already making another call. It was Vasily. He turns away as the call connects. Vasily, where is Layla? I can't wait for second-hand information. I snatch the phone from Dominic and growl into the receiver. Where is my wife, Vasily? Boss, I didn't, he clears his throat. She's in the restaurant, Nana Gilia, S. My stomach plummets even as I cling to hope. She's in the restaurant right now. Do you have eyes on her? She insisted that we stay outside, boss, Vasily stutters, his voice thick with nerves now. She said Mrs. Gilia's guards could handle it. I assumed she'd asked your permission. Fuck. Get inside that restaurant right now and find her. She may still be on the premises. Vasily hangs up, and I toss Dom's phone back to him and grab my own. I open the security app even though I know Layla won't be in her studio. Some deeper part of me knows she isn't in the restaurant either, but I have to check. I have my staff looking too, Enzo tells me. We'll find her. It's cold comfort, especially as the video feed loads. And I find myself staring down at the ruins of Layla's yoga studio. The mirrors have been shattered, the furniture destroyed. There's spray paint across the walls and the wood floors. I scroll back through the footage until I find the perpetrator. Then I hit play, and I watch as one of the windows shatters and a tall man in a black mask climbs over the broken glass and proceeds to decimate everything my wife has worked so hard for. That's Jasper, Dominic spits from over my shoulder. I'd recognize that lanky frame anywhere, but how did he get past the security? Because I taught him more than I should have, I grit. It's a testament to how worried Dominic is for Layla that he doesn't hit me with a much deserved "I told you so." But why destroy Layla's studio, he asks. What purpose does that serve? Other than to piss me off, nothing. I'm rewatching the footage, a rage I've never known burning in my chest, when the message comes in. LAILA, hey babe. Wanna join me for a late lunch at Nana Gilia? I miss you. Who is it? Dominic asks urgently, stepping to my side. I tilt my phone towards him. Not Layla. How do you know? She never calls me babe. So that means it's another trap, this time for me. Dom puffs out his chest. Then let's fucking go. We'll corner those idiots and make them regret the day they were born. Count me in. Enzo steps forward, teeth clenched. The two of them have a debt to square with the Calcagno Mafia. I intend to take repayment in blood. I appreciate the show of support, but my mind is already whirring through the options. I know what needs to be done. No. Enzo and Dominic exchange a glance before Dom turns to me. Do you have another plan? They want me to come alone. He barks out a bitter laugh. Yeah, because it's a trap, Arson. You can't play into their hands. I also can't risk Layla's life by showing up with the full cavalry. Charles and Jasper are cowards with poor judgment. They'll kill Layla and flee the second their backs are against the wall. Dominic shakes his head. I don't like this. Neither do I, Enzo agrees. You're assuming it's just the two of them. What if they have more men behind them? I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Arson. I've made up my mind, I growl fiercely. I'm not risking Layla's life. I'm going in alone. But the decision is made, Dominic. I will not be questioned. Dominic's lips press together in hard lines, but he doesn't say a word. Enzo isn't held to the same level of obedience, so he shakes his head. I hope you know what you're doing, Arson. Yeah. That makes two of us. 51. ARCN. The moment I step into the street in front of Nana Gilia, I catch sight of him. Jasper's bone-thin limbs are folded at harsh angles as he leans against the wall of the ugly building next door. He sets his eyes on me and pushes off the wall. As the distance between us closes, his hand twitches towards the gun I know he's concealing. Mine sits a little heavier against my hip. If I knew Layla would make it out of this safely, I'd kill him where he stands without a moment's hesitation. You don't look surprised to see me, brother, he calls ahead. Maybe because his grand plan to get me here was about as subtle as the signs that he's using again. His face is hollow and his eyes dart around, tracking something only he can see. I'm rarely caught unprepared, Jasper, I say back. You should know that by now. He scowls. I'm guessing your lackeys are hiding somewhere close by. I came alone. I figured that's what you would want. Aren't you clever? Wish I could return the compliment. He ignores me, scratching his wrist like he's trying to dig right through the skin. I just wish I trusted you. I've never given you a reason not to trust me. Call your men and order them to stand back, he snaps. I want to hear you give the command. I eye him coldly. Are you scared? I'd be a fool not to be. You have the manpower and the resources to wipe me out of existence. I have only my wits. So not much then. Call them off, or your pretty little wife won't be so pretty anymore. I lunged towards him, barely holding myself back at the last second. If you touch her, I'll rip your hands off at the wrists and beat you with them. I'll send the signal to my man to pull the trigger if you don't back the fuck up, he hisses. If I were you, I wouldn't threaten the man who controls whether your woman lives or dies. Layla has nothing to do with any of this. I disagree. She has sins of her own to pay for. God, he even sounds like Charles. I shake my head in disgust. What the fuck were you thinking, Jas? You've made a lot of mistakes, but aligning yourself with Charles Barnes, the man is a rodent. Jasper's eyes flare, and I've surprised him. He didn't know I knew about his little friend. Like I said, I continue, I'm rarely unprepared. He rallies quickly, schooling his face into a sneer. And yet you're here, standing alone on the side of the street at my mercy. What does that say about you? That I trust too freely, and that I should have killed you when I had the chance. His hands are shaking. Make the call and put it on speaker. With a sigh, I dial Dominic's number and transfer it to speakerphone. Arson, what's going on? Keep a wide berth from Nana Gilia, S, I inform him robotically. No one comes near the restaurant. That goes for the Italians' goons too, Jasper adds. Arson. Just do it, Dom, I snap. Layla's life hangs in the balance. There's a grudging pause. Fine, I'll clear the area. As soon as Dom hangs up, Jasper holds out his hand for my phone. I'll take that. I don't bother denying him. I hand it over, and he waves for me to follow him. This way. I'm expecting a waiting car, but he struts down the alley behind the restaurant, stopping at a rusted door that leads into the adjacent building. No weapons beyond this point. He reaches out a hand, waiting for me to give him the gun at my hip. When I do, he cocks a brow. And the other one. Rolling my eyes, I pull out my second gun and offer it to him. I feel naked without my weaponry. Anything else you're hiding? You're welcome to pat me down. I hold out my hands, daring him to lay a finger on me. He seems to realize I'd snap every bone in his body if he tried, so he studies me for a few more seconds before I'm allowed into the building. Immediately, I spot Layla. It's a scene from a horror movie. She's crouched on the filthy floor, bleeding from a cut on her forehead. Her lip is split, and there's a purple bruise blooming on her cheek. You motherfuck. I'm halfway to Jasper, hands reaching for his throat, when I feel the barrel of a gun pressed to my spine. Take another step, and I'll pull the trigger. No, Dad, Layla screams. I turn slowly, looking past the gun now aimed at my face and into Charles's dead eyes. What kind of man takes his own daughter hostage? What kind of man makes a pauper out of his father-in-law? He challenges. The kind who wants to protect his family. Jesus, you people have a lot of baggage, Jasper complains as he ambles his way over to Layla. I'm really not about family drama. Casually, he points my fucking gun at my wife's head. I have no idea if he's trying to goad me or if he actually intends to pull the trigger. All I know is that gun might as well be pointed at me. Don't, my voice is somewhere between an order and a plea. I'm desperate, and I don't mind if he knows it. You're in no position to bargain with me. In fact, I suggest you do exactly what we ask, or else. Jasper squats down and grabs a fistful of Layla's hair. Things are going to go very badly for your pretty little lamb. Don't fucking touch her, you. I want to go to her, but Charles presses his gun to my temple. Tisk tisk, I wouldn't do that if I were you. No, Layla screams again. She seems completely oblivious to the fact that there's a gun trained on her too. Please, just let him go. Your fight is with me. Of course you think that, girl. Everything is always about you, isn't it? Charles chuckles. Jasper, I think we should wrap this up now. Jasper nods. You want to go first? Charles smacks his lips as though he's about to sit down to a feast. I want 50 million transferred to my personal bank account immediately. I have to bite back a laugh as I lean around the gun he's aiming between my eyes. You really are nuts. Even I don't have that much liquid cash waiting to be transferred. Jasper rolls his eyes. Told you. How much can you transfer then? Charles's voice hitches, betraying his panic. 10 at most. He turns an ugly shade of pink. I want 40 at least. That kind of fund transfer requires time, you idiot, I say. It can't be done at the snap of my fingers. Charles turns to Jasper, a silent conversation passing between them. We can wait. The fuck we can. Jasper bounds to his feet, his gun finally aimed away from Layla. I feel like I can breathe again. I want this over today, Charles. I'm not waiting any longer. Layla's hands are tied behind her back, and she's shifting around on the floor behind him. There are dried tear tracks staining her cheeks, but her eyes are focused. Sharp. I'd be willing to bet the absurd amount of money Charles wants that she's managed to loosen her restraints. That's my girl. Just another couple of days, Charles insists in a whisper. It won't kill us. It absolutely will. Remember who we're dealing with? Jasper snarls, looking at me with narrowed eyes. He'll have the entire might of the Adamov Bratva on us if we prolong this. We can't give them time to rally. I need that money, Charles screeches. 10 million is enough. My eyes meet Layla's over their bickering. We have a silent conversation of our own. But unlike our captors, we are on the same page. We can make use of their distraction. Her brows pinch together as she nods gently. Just be careful. 10 million won't last me long, Charles argues. And it's not like I can come back here. I need to make sure. Jasper grabs Charles by the collar. Stop being a greedy bastard and cut your losses. We delay any longer and we're dead men walking. Charles's gun is also pointed at the floor now, and I use the fact I'm no longer at the wrong end of a gun to slide even closer to Layla. I'm halfway across the room when Jasper roars. Stop. He uses his partner in crime like a battering ram, shoving Charles at me. But the old man stumbles over his own feet and falls. His head cracks against the concrete, and he loses his grip on his gun. It slides across the floor and into a corner, too far for me or Layla to make use of, but one unhinged man has been disarmed, and that's a positive. Charles curses as Jasper digs in his waistband for my other gun, which he immediately points at me. Don't fucking move. And you, he snarls at Charles, who's still whimpering on the floor, unarmed, need to get a fucking grip. Eyes on the prize. I wanted 50 million, Charles cries. It's becoming more and more clear that neither of them has thought this extortion scenario through to its conclusion. The plan has barely begun, and it's already falling apart. Suddenly, I feel a little more confident. I move toward Jasper while he's busy yelling at the human pus boil he's chosen to ally himself with. If I can get just another foot closer. Listen, I'm an old man. Exactly. What the fuck do you need 50 million for? That's more than you could even spend in your lifetime. That's rich, coming from the son of a bitch who just shot himself up with $2,000 worth of meth. You wouldn't even be here if it weren't for me. I'm the one who came up with this idea in the first place. Jasper's eyes are bulging, from anger or the force of the drugs in his system, I can't tell. You son of a... Watch out, Charles yells at the last second. But it's too late. I launch myself at Jasper, tackling him around the stomach. One of his guns fires close enough to my head that my ears ring, but it's a wild shot. He misses. I wrench one gun from Jasper's trembling hands. It takes almost nothing to overpower him. His eyes clear, and for one moment, he's my old friend again. He's handing me a contraband cigarette in the yard. He's patching me up after I was jumped in the showers, swearing we'll get our revenge. For one last second, he's my brother, and I don't want to do this. Then I remember everything he's done. So I press the muzzle to his chest and pull the trigger. Jasper goes limp. The wild eyes I stopped recognizing a long time ago glaze over as the life drains from his face. And then he's gone. I'm breathing heavily, trying to control the tumult of grief and relief coursing through me. It's finally over. Jasper is dead. There isn't time to process his death, though. There's one more scumbag I have to take care of. But when I turn around, Charles isn't on the floor. Now he's standing behind my wife, one arm wrapped around her chest, and a gun pressed to her temple. Either I leave here with my money or my daughter, he breathes raggedly. Your choice. 52. LA. It'll be okay. It's all gonna be okay. I'm screaming at Arson with my eyes, trying to comfort him even as I'm being yanked around by my hair. But the channel is closed. Arson isn't listening. His face is pale as he drops his gun to his side. Yeah, that's right. My father's voice is an angry croak in my ear. He positions me more firmly in front of him, all the better to be his human shield. Put the gun on the floor and kick it away from you. Now. Arson doesn't hesitate to do as he's told. Charles, Arson says in a low voice, you don't want to do this. I'd say this is an even trade, wouldn't you? You get your wife and I get my money. I told you already. It takes time to set up a fund transfer of that size. I don't give two shits, he yells. I cringe away from him, pain rocketing down my hip. But I take the opportunity to loosen my restraints a little more. I want 50 million right now or I'll blow her brains out. Then I'll finish you off too. I wait for the fear to overwhelm me, but all I find is the unmistakable burn of anger. The vein in Arson's forehead bulges. What good will killing us do? My men will see what you've done. You won't make it to the city limits. We'll be dead, but so will you. He swallows and pulls me tighter against him. Sour sweat drenches his shirt. The smell alone is enough to make me gag, but I fight it back. My restraints are now loose enough that the feeling has returned to my hands. If I wait for the right moment, I can get away from him. They're not. You ordered your men to keep a wide berth of non-Agilia, S. I heard you give the order. But did they listen? Arson shrugs. They knew I was walking into a trap set by two idiots with more desperation than brains. They might be surrounding the building as we speak. I'll get out of this. I've gotten out of worse. I'm not sure if he's trying to convince Arson or himself. Nothing is worse than this, Charles. Nothing could be worse than this because you've never faced off against me before. Charles presses the gun harder against my temple. And yet, I'm the one with the gun. You have nothing. He's talking a big game, but he's shifting side to side behind me, scanning for his way out. His breathing is heavy against my neck. Thankfully, he's so distracted that he doesn't notice that I've managed to slip free of my ties. The rope slithers to the floor with a soft thud, but his focus is lasered in on my husband, so he doesn't hear it. I have more than you will ever have, Charles, Arson says evenly. Are we getting philosophical now? Charles laughs hysterically. That's the trouble with people like you and my daughter and my wife. Don't you dare talk about my mother, I cry out, unable to help myself. She stopped being your wife the moment you left. You never deserved her. Enough, he roars right back in my face. I'm done being blamed and questioned by you, you ungrateful whore. Your mother was a gutter rat with no family when I met her. I gave her a decent life, stability, I gave her a fucking future. His nails dig into my skin, broken and yellowed. I didn't even want you. She was the one who begged me for a child. So what did I do? I gave her that too. Enough, Charles, Arson warns. I try to meet his gaze, but he's staring daggers at my father. Why? She should know the truth before she dies. I've known the truth. I flex my hands behind my back, working out the last of the tingling as my blood flow returns to normal. I knew it before Mom did, even. She was always a slow learner. You're lucky you take after me in that way, he scoffs. Ironic. I'm nothing like you, and I never will be. With that, I plunge my elbow right into Charles's stomach. His body folds around me, and I feel the air rush out of him. He chokes on nothing, and his gun falls to the floor. It all happens so fast and so slowly as I twist out of his reach, dropping to the floor to avoid the gun, just in case it goes off. Arson yells my name, but the only thing I can hear is my blood rushing in my ears as I scrabble forward, determined to reach the gun before Charles does. No, he screams, clawing his hands into my calf. I kick at him, connecting with something. His face, his arm, I don't know what, but he throws himself on top of me. Both our hands are half an inch from the gun when, suddenly, someone kicks it across the room. It spins away from both of us, disappearing under one of the dusty tables in the corner. No, Charles chokes. His eyes bulge with panic. He tries to grab me, but he falls back as a gunshot goes off. He's howling, writhing on the floor, when Arson's arm circles around my waist. He lifts me to my feet, holding me against him. Are you okay? I look at my body, patting myself down. Why, yes, I think so. He presses his lips hard to my forehead. For a second there, he holds me with the force of a man who's not planning on letting go anytime soon. It says everything his words don't. Charles is still clutching his right leg, but his screams have died down to pitiful whimpering. Please, he begs, don't kill me. I'm still your father. And Layla is your only child. It didn't stop you from using her as a bargaining chip and threatening her life, Arson snarls, pointing his gun at Charles's face. It's time to end this. Please. A strangled moan escapes his lips as he looks me in the eyes. Layla, my Layla. I flinch. He's never once called me his. Even as a child, I was a burden to him, a chore. And still, I cried for him during the accident. I was 7 and scared. I wanted my father. And what did he do? Where did he go? How did he leave us? Layla, he murmurs. My Layla. How dare you speak her name after everything you've done? But I suppose it's fitting, Arson cocks his gun, that you die with her name on your lips. Dee, don't. No. My voice surprises everyone. Arson's eyes snap to mine. Layla, this man isn't worth the air he breathes. He deserves to die. As long as he lives, you and Nina will ever be safe. I reach out and cup Arson's face with my palm. I know, my love. I gently take the gun from his hand. Then I point it at my father myself. My daughter will never be safe as long as you live, I tell him, echoing what Arson just said. I know you've never loved me, or my mother, and I know that this entire plan was your idea. No, it wasn't me. Jasper, it was Jas. I heard you take the credit for this plan, I interrupt without raising my voice. Don't bother begging. It's not going to do you any good. Arson's right. This has to end, and I want to be the one to end it. Arson steps to my side, his hand settling against my hip. Are you sure, Rosa? I can take care of the scum for you. No, I want to be the one to do it, I insist without taking my eyes off Charles. I have to, for Nina and my mom, but also for myself. You can't do this, Layla. I take a deep breath. Watch me. Then I pull the trigger. The blast of the gun echoes in my ears, deafening. But I feel lighter. He's gone. Nothing's changed, really. He's always been gone in one sense or another, just like he was when he was alive, just like he was when I needed him most. My father's empty eyes stare up at me. It isn't so far from the way he looked at me in life. My arm drops, the gun suddenly heavy in my hand. I mean to take a step away from the growing puddle of blood, but I stumble. Instantly, arson is around me. You did good, he murmurs into my ear. He strokes my face, a blazing spark shining brightly in his eyes. You were magnificent. I did what I had to do for my family. Exactly, he nods, every syllable laced with pride. Exactly. You're Bratva through and through, Rosa, my beautiful rose with thorns. My eyes are closing, my limbs feel bogged down, I sink against his body. Arson. It's okay, he assures me as I fall limply against his chest. I've got you. 53. Ellie. I'm still mired in the muddy waters between consciousness and unconsciousness when I hear a gasp. She's awake. Someone laughs. You might want to give her some space, babe. I recognize the voices, but I can't put names or faces to them. The effort is exhausting. I want to slip right back under the surface of my mind. I'm on my way to doing exactly that when I feel a hand on my face. She doesn't need space, not from me. I blink my eyes open, cringing against the bright hospital lights. Someone flicks them off, and I'm about to thank them when a face fills my vision. She's smiling down at me. Somehow, I find the energy to smile back. You were supposed to meet me for lunch. My voice is hoarse. I'm not sure she can even understand me, but Gilia snorts and squeezes my hand like she's afraid I'll disappear. If you ever get a printed invitation from me again, toss it in the trash and text me instead. I'm a 21st century girl. Noted. She kisses the back of my hand and looks over her shoulder. Enzo, fetch Arson. He'll want to be here. As soon as Enzo is gone, she lowers her voice. Your husband has been a real worrywart. The doctors told him you just needed rest, but he's probably down the hall funding new research studies as we speak. Hell, he might be running the studies himself. How long have I been asleep? 16 hours. How are you feeling? Like I could sleep for another 16 hours, I joke, but I take a moment to think about it. Other than the stiffness in my legs and a slight headache, I feel fine. You should feel badass, Gilia says with a laugh. I heard all about your heroic exploits. I'm impressed. I knew you were tough, but I didn't know you were action movie tough. I blink and see my father's empty face, the blood puddling around his body on the floor. I didn't have another choice, I say quietly. As if she can read my dark thoughts, Gilia pats my hand. I was tempted to build a shrine in the exact place where you went all Tomb Raider on Charles and Jasper, but Enzo thinks we should raise the whole thing instead. He's planning on buying the property and tearing it down. We're going to turn it into something nice. A garden, maybe. Some invisible weight I didn't know I was carrying is lifted off my shoulders. That's good to hear. The door opens, and I know he's here before I even see him. Gilia steps out of the way without a word, and then he's in front of me, holding me. Warmth floods my body as I cling to him. Rosa, Arson whispers, his lips fluttering against mine for the briefest moment. You're okay, you're okay. And she's got her wits about her. Gilia informs him from the corner where she's retreated. You have nothing to worry about, Arson. Not even a concussion can slow down our girl. Enzo clears his throat. Gilia, maybe we should clear out. Give Arson and Layla some privacy. If we must, Gilia sighs. Her hand grazes my arm. You are incredible, Layla. I'm glad you're safe. As soon as our friends are gone, Arson slides into bed beside me. He coils around me, tucking me into his body just like I want. His taut muscles, the steely grip with which he holds me, everything about him is so damn solid. It anchors me to reality, to the future we've assured ourselves by taking care of the men who tried to rob us of it. How are you? I ask, reveling in the feel of him. I was fine the moment I knew you were. Spare me the tough guy talk, Arson. I pull back a little so I can give him a good once-over. No wounds, injuries. I tug on the hem of his shirt. No bullets lodged in your sternum. None whatsoever. I got out of that building with a couple of scrapes and bruises, nothing I can't walk off in a day. Then he shakes his head, a small, wondrous smile playing across his lips. What, I ask, what's so funny? Every time I think you can't amaze me more, you do. He twists a lock of hair around his finger, tugging on it like he wants to make sure I'm real. You were held at gunpoint by 2 raving madmen, and you're still worried about me. You're my husband, of course I'm worried. Grinning, he dips his lips to mine. How are you feeling? I told Gilia already, I feel fine. A little headache, but... Not out here, he says, his tones softening at the edges. He pats my heart. In here, what you did back there, it was big. I killed a man, I whisper, meeting his gaze. I killed my own father. Saying it out loud drives the reality home, and I blow out a harsh breath. You did what you had to do, he reminds me. I know. Would you think less of me if I said I don't really feel anything other than relief? His eyes flare for a moment, and my stomach sinks. He thinks I'm a monster. Then he touches his finger beneath my chin, forcing my eyes to his. Rosa, there's no one on this planet that thinks more highly of you than I do. My chin wobbles, but I've done more than enough crying for a lifetime. I think it just hit me at that moment. It was either him or me. And after everything he put me and Mom through, I couldn't let it be him who survived. Damn right. I squeeze his hand. How about you? You did something pretty big back there, too. Arson sighs softly. That was necessary, too. I should have done it sooner. It was either Jasper or my family, and there was no competition. I will never compromise your safety like that again. You didn't, Arson. I did, he insists. The moment I decided to let Jasper back into my life, and by association, your life, I put you at risk. From now on, it's inner circle only. No one else gets trust handed to them on a silver platter. What about Enzo and Gilia? I venture. Do they count as the inner circle? After you lost consciousness, I called Dominic and Jedian. They arrived with Enzo, who'd apparently refused to leave without giving us backup. I smile, he's a good friend. Arson shrugs nonchalantly. He's a good ally. Friend is a long ways away. I chuckle and roll my eyes. Boys, so unwilling to be emotional with each other. Arson silences my laughter with his lips. He only pulls away when the doctor enters, carrying a clipboard. Mrs. Adamov, I'm happy to say there's no medical reason for us to keep you with us any longer. I'm here to sign your discharge papers. You're cleared to leave. He makes a show of signing off on the clipboard. The bruise on your forehead did require 3 stitches. I'm afraid it'll leave a scar. He looks baffled at the smile on my face. Arson wraps an arm around my shoulder and presses a kiss to my temple. That's okay, Doc, he murmurs cheerfully. In this family, we don't mind scars. Epilogue, LAILA5 years later. Evelina, I cry, where is your dress? My daughter's bottle blue eyes sharpen as she toddles towards me in nothing but her Gucci lace shoes. Mama, me no Evelina, me Lynn. I blow out a breath, channeling all of my many years of yoga training to stay calm. Mostly because I also had to channel my yoga training to strap my toddler into her dress in the first place. And now, the devil only knows where she stashed it. Lynn, honey, I sigh, squatting down so that I'm at eye level with her. Why are you walking around in your undies? Pretty dress was itching. She pats her diaper, smiling at her problem solving. Without warning, she whips around, jabbing a chubby hand towards the buffet table. Mama, more cake, I love choco. And who could blame you? Arson appears out of thin air and scoops Lynn into his arms. He drops a kiss to her bare belly, making her giggle. Cake, Papa, she demands. I narrow my eyes at my husband, who makes no mention of the sudden and mysterious disappearance of a $500 dress with sequins you could see from space. She's already had 2 slices, Arson. It's a special night, he demurs. Mama's opening yet another yoga studio, expanding her empire. I snort. 5 yoga studios don't equal an empire. I disagree. But if you're not satisfied, we can always add a 0 to that number. He's not wrong. Lord knows there is no shortage of businessmen and investors beating down my door and waving giant checks in my face. The rose garden is a hot commodity in the world of boutique yoga studios, but no amount of money is worth being stripped of my creative control. My name and face is attached to my brand, which means it has to reflect me, not some soulless corporate nonentity. I'm fine with my little corner of the universe. I get to run my studios and spend time with my family. It's the best of both worlds. Arson studies me carefully, but in the end, he just shrugs. As you wish, Rosa. Papa, Lynn wheedles. Cake Pee-wees. Arson winks down at Lynn. You're just as determined as your mama. And as stubborn as her papa. I poke at the little dimple in her cheek. Go find your dress, and maybe you'll get another piece of cake. She struggles out of Arson's arms and scampers off in search of her missing garment. I shake my head after her. That one's gonna be a handful, especially when she's a teenager. She's never going to be a teenager. She's going to stay just like this forever. You said that when she was a baby, too, and look at her now. Walking, talking, and issuing commands like she's the real leader of the Bratva. Arson smirks and wraps his arms around me from behind, steering me in the direction of our oldest daughter. She's cocooned in the corner of the studio with Dom's son Misha, her downy brown hair tucked against his curly blonde locks. I have a feeling Nina's going to be a natural at it. I squirm the way I always do when Arson brings up passing on his legacy to the girls. There's never been a female Bratva leader before. There's a first time for everything, Arson says. Why shouldn't our girls break the glass ceiling? I hate to be the unfeminist one between the two of us, but... Layla, I know your concerns, Arson says, cutting me off at the pass. And I understand them. But it's entirely up to Nina and Lynn whether they want a piece of what I've built. If not, I won't stand in their way. In fact, I'll support them in whatever dream they want. Whether it's wrangling lions in a circus tent or kayaking across the ocean. Are those the only options? He chuckles. My point is, our daughters are going to be magnificent in whatever it is they set out to do. I just want them to be happy. I cup his face and sink into his chest. I know you do. You're a wonderful dad, Arson Adamov. I couldn't have asked for a better father for my children. He lifts one dark eyebrow. And yet, you don't want any more of them. If I was such a good father, it seems like you'd want to bless even more children with my magnanimous guidance and boundless love and... I smack his chest. Are you really gonna guilt-trip me on the opening night of my new yoga studio? I'm not above fighting dirty. And I'm not above bribery. Play nice tonight, and I'll consider it. I give him a wink and shimmy out of his arms before he can see the truth written on my face. I find Kira and Gilia at the buffet table, instructing the staff on how to divide up the leftover food. After how helpful they were with my first studio, I did the smart thing and hired them as soon as I opened my second. Gilia is the VP of the nonprofit. I started in conjunction with the Rose Garden, and Kira is the head of my marketing team. You're still here, Gilia balks when she sees me. I would have thought you'd be on the jet to St. Bart's by now. I couldn't just leave you two to clean up the mess. Kira hitches little Madeline on her hip. Please, that's what we're here for. You've been working so hard on this latest launch, you deserve some time alone with the hubby. I'm looking forward to it, I admit. Gilia gives me a once-over. You are absolutely radiant tonight, Layla. I smile innocently. Why, thank you. Tonight's opening was a success. It's enough to make anyone glow. Oh, I don't know about that. She winks at me, and I'm positive she's already guessed my little secret. But I'm not about to confirm the news to anyone before I tell Arson. You sure you can handle both of my girls this week, Gilia? I ask again, glancing over at Nina and Misha. My little Evelina might miss us, but I don't have to worry about Nina. She and Misha are practically chained at the hip. Kira and I like to joke that one day we'll be babysitting our grandchildren together, but Arson and Dominic don't find that quite as amusing as we do. Gilia rolls her eyes. Of course. Grigory's over the moon that his cousins are going to be spending 4 whole nights with us. And Kira said she'd bring Misha and Madeline over this weekend so they can all play together. Suddenly, Evelina sprints at me and latches her little arms around my legs. Cuddles Mama. I pat her back, which is bare because she's still without her dress. But it comes away sticky because she's now clothed in a thick layer of chocolate frosting instead. Gilia plucks her off of me, holding her as lovingly as she can at arm's length. We'll be fine. Polina and Evelyn are going to pop in for an extra set of hands, too. She walks Evelina towards the sink in the back of the studio. You just go and enjoy your romantic getaway with your hot husband. We're all set here. I can't help but smile. Oh, I intend to. Arson, I call over my shoulder. A view like this legally can't be enjoyed alone. I'm lying in the cushioned lounge chair on our balcony that is something straight out of Aladdin. I know because it just so happens to be Nina's favorite Disney movie. Even Arson can belt every single word from A Whole New World, a fact that he vehemently denies to everyone who isn't me. The man himself appears in the balcony, shirtless and with sweat slung low on his hips. Sorry, I wanted to call Polina and check on the girls. And they're doing good, already asleep. I thought I'd be the anxious one, calling every few hours to see how things are going at home, but the warm air and silence has done wonders for my nerves. Arson is the one having trouble letting go. I love how protective you are of them, I sigh, crossing my legs so my silk robe parts at the thighs. It's a huge turn-on. His eyes settle on me with a singular focus. Is it just as much of a turn-on if we stop talking about the kids and I do unspeakable things to you on this balcony instead? Maybe you want to come over here and find out. Arson drops to his knees beside my lounge chair. The railing blocks the view of the beach below, so we're staring out across the ocean. It's a clear night and stars wink down at us in all their golden glory. If I were here with anyone else, I wouldn't have been able to look away. But the only thing more beautiful than the inky blue sky is the man staring at me. His eyes put the moon to shame. I'm so proud of you. I can't help but blush. I'm already turned on, you don't have to butter me up. He parts my legs, sliding his hand under my robe. You've built your business and taken care of our family. You're unstoppable. I couldn't have done any of it without you. I love our girls, he says softly, but I'm glad it's just the 2 of us for the next 5 days. I snake my hands around his neck. Well, about that, there's something I want to tell you. He growls distractedly, his fingers slipping between my legs. Maybe it can wait. You act like we haven't had sex in weeks. Feels that way. I laugh. We had sex twice yesterday. Quickies, he scoffs dismissively, circling his finger over my skin. They hardly count. Tell that to my back. That last round in the laundry room was too acrobatic for a woman who has had 2 kids. He gives me a sympathetic smile that says he'd gladly do it all again. I'll lay a cushion down for you next time. Such a gentleman. That's me. He tugs on the tie of my robe and pushes the silk to the sides, exposing my naked body to the stars. A perfect gentleman. Before I can argue, he presses a kiss between my legs. He splits me with his tongue, touching me in a way only someone who has been touching me daily for the last 6 years could do. He knows my body as well as his own. Still, foreplay has become rarer and rarer these days. Between running our own business and taking care of the girls, there's not much time left for lovemaking. Efficiency is the name of the game. But not tonight. Tonight, there's no work. No children. No distractions. I curl my fingers through Arson's hair as he goes down on me, eating me out as though we didn't just indulge in a private, 7-course tasting menu. He strokes his hands up my body, gently massaging my nipples as I roll my hips against his face. God, yes! My voice is small against the wide-open sky, which is good, because when Arson thrusts his tongue into me, I come with a scream for all the stars to hear. As I return to sanity, Arson slowly kisses his way up my body. I wind my legs around him and try to drag him higher. It's your turn. But he is content to lavish my breasts with attention until I'm all worked up again. Oh, no, I'm not done with you yet. Years of getting straight to the point has apparently made me impatient. I drape my hand around his neck and pull his forehead to mine. I want you inside of me, I murmur. I want you to fill me up. His pupils expand. Be careful what you wish for, Rosa. I just might choose to misunderstand that request and put another baby in you. That's not gonna happen. He sighs, running his hands over my stomach. Faded stretch marks weave around my hips, mingling with my other scar. I don't want to pressure you, but I also don't understand why you don't want this. You love being a mother, and our girls are perfect. I press a finger against his lips. Not what I meant. Then what did you mean? I mean, that's not gonna happen because it's already happened. He stares at me unblinkingly for a moment. Then his eyes drop to my flat stomach. You're not, are you pregnant? Joy, somewhere between a sob and laughter, bursts out of me. I took a test last week. But how, he gawks, you're on the pill. I was, until I tossed them in the trash 2 months ago. I figured I'd give you a little surprise. Arson tucks me against his chest and stands up, hoisting me in the air. I cry out, cold wind hitting our naked bodies as he spins us around and roars. This is the best fucking news. Just as suddenly, he sets me down and looks deep into my eyes. And you're sure? I've never been more sure of anything. His eyes brighten, and I press my palm to his heart. You're going to be a papa again. I think, this time, it's gonna be a boy. Honestly, I don't care. I just want another child that's half you and half me. I stroke my stomach. I can manage that. He smiles down at me, but slowly, the look in his eyes shifts and darkens. He sets me down on my feet and leads me into our room. You don't want to stay on the balcony. He shakes his head and spreads me out on the bed, kneading his fingers over every inch of my body the way he has for years, working away the pain in my hip that hardly bothers me anymore. Turns out, Arsen Adamov is the only painkiller I need. I need space for what I have planned, space and time. He whips a pillow from the top of the bed and positions it under my hips, making me laugh. So you should get comfortable. We might be here for a while.